was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? Whoa, you got me like crazy, like you were always right.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Here on the boulevard at the Aramco Sim Arena, and although the Budapest Grand Prix only took place a couple of weeks ago, here in Riyadh, we're going to set an F1 trial of our very own. We're changing the tyre. I've got myself Enigma and Dandro. We're going to enjoy ourselves. You ready, boys?
Can't wait. Let's do this. Let's get it on.
Here we go. How are we feeling? 302. We'll take it.
No contract, but we'll take it.
It's harder than it looks.
It ain't NASCAR, but we're good.
All right, get us out of here. Welcome back to the Boulevard. We're here with some of the baddest and the best in the game. Twisted Minds. I'm in their headquarters right now. You can't miss it out here on the Boulevard. Fikri, their gorgeous mascot, the great big pink brain creature outside. Come on in. We'll give you a bit of a tour. This team only broke into esports in 2021. Started out as a PUBG mobile team and very, very quickly expanded and exploded across the world of esports, now competing in 19 different games. And very quickly amassed quite the trophy cabinet, everything from Mobile Legends Bang Bang to Overwatch. They've also got a wonderful collection of all their jerseys throughout the year and all the various titles they play in. Wonderful place to come hang out. If you're on the Boulevard looking for some fun here, they've got the Twisted Cafe, they've got themselves the Twisted Track, get your racing sim fix on, the gaming center as well, wonderful air conditioning, and a good time for everyone. Can they find success in Warzone though? That's the question. Guys, come on. Do it for Fikri. Please. Continuing our tour of the Boulevard, I'm now here in the retro section. We've got ourselves the 80s. It's an entire museum devoted to pop culture, gaming, everything in between. We're going to start here, where I did as well, folks. That's right, an 80s baby. In this room, some incredible classic consoles. The Atari, Nintendo Entertainment System, 83. I never had one of those. The Sega Master System, you name it. Some of the most iconic films ever made. Advancements in the way we listen to music, the way we watch films, the way we play games. A lot of it was born here in the 80s. Advancing quickly, though, as we roll forward into the 90s. And in a decade, the amount that changed what we consume, how we consume it, trends, clothes, food, you name it, folks. This room, this one's my childhood. And we've got it all in here, man. The King of Fighters, the first Mario Kart. Are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? Some incredible titles in here. Virtua Fighter. The first versions of FIFA. So many incredible games. Our arcades over there. As pop culture changes tremendously. Bit of Dragon Ball Z over here as well. NBA Jam, Pac-Man, Golden Axe, Mortal Kombat. You name it. It's all happening. But that was the 90s. We're going to keep rolling, folks. Some of you watching this weren't even born. But we're looking at games, looking at the way they've changed and how fast they've changed. This is a brilliant example of all of it. There's Psycho Mantis. You might remember him from Metal Gear Solid. The 2000s, pretty big as well. A lot's happened there, and I know you were probably born in it. FIFA, love a bit of that. Memes in this room, you name it. Pop culture has changed a lot. There is so much going on in here. We're gonna roll fast now into the 2020s. We find ourselves today, and how far gaming has come and how far gaming will go, who knows? The future, it could well be here already.
Hey, I'm Goj here at the Esports World Cup with 100 Thieves. You're going to rate some of the other teams in the competition, 1 to 10, and give me 1 pro about that team and 1 con. We've got to start with the battle for your POI. Talk to me about Imkoi.
Pro is that they're dumb as bricks. The con, I would say, is that they just don't know how to play the game at all.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being your best competition, or maybe you guys, and 1 being trash, where are they at?
1.
I'd give them a 1.
Yeah, just a 1. I mean,
Wow, starting off hot here, folks. All right, let's go to 5 fears. Been a lot of conversation around this team.
A con is that I don't think none of them have been to LAN yet.
Yeah.
I'll give them benefit of doubt 3.
Okay, 3 it is. Okay, talk to me about all gamers.
So that's another funny one.
A con is there's no getting better. They're just stuck at where they're at.
A pro?
Decent anchor spot.
Yeah.
1 to 10.
4.
4.
Yeah.
4.
Okay. Well, we've got to go to the Falcons, obviously reigning champs. How much respect do they get from you guys?
None for me personally. They literally tried multiple ways of trying to grief us with Mkoi, and we killed them literally every single time.
Every single time.
They're a good endgame team.
Yeah.
I would say that's their strongest point. Cons, I would say last year for Warzone competitive was just honestly a joke. This year, you have us, Twisted Minds, VP, like actual competent teams. They're probably gonna have that ego from last year going into this year, and they're gonna be like, oh shit, we have actual people that can, fight us now. I'll give them 5.5, 6.
Let's go to Team Vision. What do you think about those guys?
Their probably biggest thing is just getting over the mental hurdle of LAN.
People say that Lennon is the best EU player, so I feel that's one of their pros.
Rate them 1 to 10.
At 3.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to FaZe.
I say pros, last engaged play with them, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
Hopefully my knowledge of high-level gameplay was instilled in his brain. It's still there.
So the pro for this team is that you played with them at some point and gave them. Okay, got it. Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, rate them 1 to 10.
2.
Lastly, I want to go to the Gentlemates.
And obviously they have Enkyo, he's a shooter.
It's just another filler team. Like, I don't really feel like their presence or like their like aura.
Another filler team is crazy. What's a pro for them?
They have Enkyo.
Enkyo.
Rate them 1 to 10.
4.
4.
Yeah.
I guess nobody's in 7, 8, and 9. You guys would rank yourself a 10?
Yeah, we
10 for
hit,
sure.
the last Rebirth tournament, we hit match point in 3 games.
100 Thieves, very confident going into the Esports World Cup. You're not going to want to miss it.
Oh, where's Taylor?
Just right here.
Late.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you.
Where's? I don't know where he's at, man.
I am so sorry, but I had to get the hair and makeup done. Do I look good?
Okay, Princess, we're about to be late, and we got to get this thing going.
Okay,
It is
go.
literally elimination day. So, hello everyone, and welcome to EWC Call of Duty's Warzone 2025. We're here, day number 3. There's 7 teams on the precipice of being eliminated.
That's right, and nobody from Group B made it, and that includes 100 Thieves. A lot of favorites made it through, like Falcons, Twisted Minds, even CT Gaming. The question is, who wants to go to Grand Finals? Like you said, we cut the lobby in half, so only 7 move forward. Let's get the LCQ started.
The Esports World Cup continues the party here in Riyadh as we welcome back the top Warzone players from around the globe. We started with 21 teams today. 14 find themselves in our last chance qualifier. Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined by the big brains on my analyst desk. We have I Hold Shift, aka the Telestrator Master. We've got Dream Crazy with some hidden heroes and Mr. Reflections. I want to start with you, Taylor. It's day 3. Are you ready to crush some keys?
Let's crush some keys, baby. 7 of them. In fact, it's a big day. It really is for a number of different reasons. Like, for example, 100 Thieves. Just an exclamation point on that. It's going to be a wild day. LCQs always are wild in general.
That's right. Let's give a shout out to some of the teams that don't have to play today. Dream Crazy, who deserves an honorable mention?
Well, of course, the Falcons, because of their dominant performance. I mean, being one of the reasons why no teams made it out of Group B, and that includes 100 Thieves.
I like that call out, Shift. As we take a look at the competition, what are you most excited to see today?
I'm excited to see who else is going to surprise us. FaZe made a glorious comeback in the last 3 games yesterday. CT Gaming snuck in. I have a feeling there's going to be another underdog to be written about today.
Shout out to this guy. He called CT from drop number 1. They power into the top 7, and they are celebrating, but these squads are not. Let's remind you where we're at in our format, because we started with everybody in our groups. After we had 9 drops on days 1 and 2, we're now down to 14 teams playing in this LCQ. Only the top 7 will survive to make it to our final day on Saturday.
That's right. Only 7 teams will advance to the money. Who's it going to be? Finals days tomorrow. Match point, no match limit, 135-point threshold. But of course, the focus is here, and I know some drop spots are looking to be changed up.
Let's take a look at some of the money that is up for grabs in Warzone. Another $1 million prize pool. It's time to make bank.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I'm looking at right now is the difference between not making it to tomorrow versus making it to tomorrow is about $8,000 between 21st and 14th. But the big news is finishing in that top 4. That's where the serious money starts to exchange hands. We've got titles to defend, maybe to threaten. Hard to say, but lots of money regardless.
Some of these players are already making six-figure salaries, not to mention the prize money that can come with it. We got to take a look at some of the best moments, though, and here we have them in your Kadia top plays from day 2. Some incredible plays from the Frenchies. Gentlemates were back with Enkyo backstabbing Virtus Pro to help his squad jump out on top of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, and Enkyo, this is one of my hidden heroes, right? He had 9th overall in damage dealt in groups, plus 7th overall, too, in kills. So this guy, I mean, he really was a big factor, making the hero plays, gas wraps, and getting the kills.
He wasn't the only one. Twisted Minds, a much better day, finally able to walk away with a map win or two.
Without a doubt, and they faced adversity. Nobody on their side, a polar opposite from day 1. They come into day 2 even stronger, and they make it through to final.
This was the highlight of the day for me, though. Biffle getting chased by 2 players from Visions, drops both of them. Then they go after the player up top sniping. A clean wipe on Visions, puts Falcons on top.
Yeah, but at the same point, this is one of the players that I'm keeping my eye on today. Blast and this little, I'll call it a 1v3. We'll give him credit for it.
He was alone.
One of his teammates came in, I think, and stole the final blow, but regardless, that was a one-clip 1v3. 100 Thieves not able to get the job done, have to provide today.
One of the big surprises was the skills that we saw from the former mouse and keyboard users, VKA, after a great day 1. They didn't have the best day 2. Are they one of the squads you have moving on to the final day of action?
Without a doubt, I think so. They finished up towards the top of the 7 that were obviously going to be competing today. I think they're going to be just fine. You know, obviously transferring mediums going from mouse and keyboard over to controller is never easy, but they've managed to do it in good fashion. I think they're going to be great today.
We have a world-class production team, and they caught all the emotion pouring out on stage. Here it is in our Bravia reactions. It started with the APAC guys getting things going. Big performance from our Europeans as well as they finished top 5.
Yeah, Novo really kind of flew under the radar as a top 5 squad. I mean, we talked about them when they were in final circle moments, but feels like eyes are not really being geared towards them. Same situation for Vision. They're one of our top average placers through day number 1, and they provided with a couple of wins yesterday on top of that. So big stuff out of the EU teams.
Shifty yelling at the fans, yelling at the opponents, and you saw Sage from Virtus Pro saying Falcons who?
Right.
There's a little bit of a rivalry, and it could be a 3-team race if Twisted Minds gets back involved.
That's right. Twisted Minds, I think, are always going to be a dominant force, but the Falcons are the ones you have to dethrone, and the fans were going crazy not only for Twisted Minds, Falcons, but also for the Gentlemates, who we will be watching today. You can see the passion, the emotion from all the competitors throughout each clutch moment, each disappointment, and, well, that being one of them with Blast. He comes in with a vengeance today.
Let's take a look at who popped off on day 2 of groups. The Falcons are going to finish on top with 305 points. That goes up with 213 kills. Right behind them, just 12 kills back, though, is VP. And all of our top 7 squads are taking the day off. As you take a look through this list, what are you taking note of?
I think really for the top 7 teams, you're in a comfortable spot, but there's going to be a lot of learning to be done today because teams like Thieves, Inner Circle, ROC, Movistar Koi, they may be changing up drop positions. I would say we've got 4 teams that are dominating their POIs on drop, but everything's going to change after today.
Yeah, that's right. And you also have to consider with those top 7 teams now out, the bottom 14 teams have pretty much free reign to do what they want to do without being contested by the top dog. Shout out to FaZe, by the way, for making it in along with CT Gaming,
Yes.
but 100 Thieves on that bubble, they have to be a favorite for today.
Inner Circle, Rock, 100 Thieves, all falling short. They will be challenged by Movistar Koi, as we will see a huge fan base cheering on that club. In the meantime, though, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter, and the loudest, they may be on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, this is sick. First of all, just in terms of like the editing ability, yeah, beautiful
That's Biffle,
stuff.
by the way.
I know
Biffle
it.
just getting kicked in the face.
What a shot by Sage. And it's
They
not
have
just
no
this
idea
angle.
what they did.
Wait till you see his face. It's even better.
They have 2 angles. I didn't see that there were 2 angles of it.
That is
so
the tweet
funny.
of the year right now. Virtus Pro, their Warzone team got my follow after I saw that on the timeline. They weren't the only ones talking, though. The Falcons were clapping back, Taylor.
Without a doubt, and the Falcons should be clapping back. There was a lot of talk about Virtus Pro after their game 2 win, but Falcons said, we're not not done just yet. They end up taking over first place.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on those big clubs on the final day of action. But here at the LCQ, it's all about these players. And here in our Jameel Motorsport Arrival Cam, it's our players getting into the vehicles and making their way out of the incredible hotel. We have been treated so great.
Oh, yeah.
You got to think the 100 Thieves, they had a good meal last night, had some good VOD review. They're coming in hungry today.
I think the thing is there should be no lack of confidence because you're on the bubble in the first place. Yes, you did choke the last couple that drops to get you a guaranteed spot into tomorrow, but I think this is actually going to be a day that really benefits 100 Thieves who were lacking identity when they were dropping really in simultaneous form with Movistar Koi. If that battle continues today, those extra reps are going to go a long way for both those two squads.
And of course, Inner Circle also walking in, a favorite of mine. You called CT
Love
Gaming.
those boys.
I'm not giving up on Inner Circle. They're coming back today with a vengeance.
The APAC squad will be challenging our top squad from NA, but that was the big surprise. If you were watching the qualifiers, you had Virtus Pro at the top, 100 Thieves was right behind them. Well, 100 Thieves are now playing for their lives today. Dream crazy. If you missed the early days of action, what caught you off guard? Why aren't these guys amongst the big four like we originally planned?
Well, listen, if you're the Falcons, right, you don't want to play 100 Thieves. And guess what? We saw Shifty mix things up and go to Control and contest them. And for 100 Thieves, that was a big issue at Control. They're getting pushed by Movistar Koi. They're getting pushed by even VKA at one point as VKA is flex POIing. And then it's just pure chaos at Control for 100 Thieves. For some reason, for this squad, all these teams, even 5 Fears were pushing them. Obviously, Blast is doing what he can. But for a hidden hero for me today, it's going to be Gabe Kun, because day 1, he was frying. Day 2, he slowed down just a little bit.
Yeah, I think the other part about this was the zones yesterday didn't benefit much of Control. So that is something to keep an eye on for 100 Thieves today if they rotate better when they don't have zone.
They had such huge fights. That is a small example of the mini battles they came out on top of. But when they lost, it was at the very start of games. They can't have that happen on day 3.
100%. And you know what? I'm going to play devil's advocate and say this loss, or I should say at least going from group into LCQ is actually a good thing. I think for 100 Thieves, it's going to at least put, at least make them a bit hungrier, in my honest opinion. I think in LCQ, it's a bit of a wake-up call. They're going to have to work harder than they ever have.
Last night, Barney Banks broke their hearts as we revealed which teams were moving on. 100 Thieves were on the sideline, but we caught up with them this morning.
The one and only Gabe Kun, 100 Thieves. Mate, not the situation you wanted to find yourself in today. Obviously, LCQ. You were so confident yesterday. What went wrong?
Well, we had 3 teams coming to us, including the boat. But honestly, I just felt like we were kind of rushing things. We got a little bit too cocky, but nothing that we can't handle.
There's a difference between being cocky and being confident. Obviously, you take a big hit like this going into the LCQ. You're obviously a strong team coming into it. Does it hurt the confidence? If it does, how do you bounce back?
Does it hurt the confidence? Not at all. If anything, we see it as a chance to just take out MKOI and a bunch of other teams, because realistically, if we would have qualled, we wouldn't have had a chance to personally take them out. And also, we just wanted to make things interesting for the audience and the fans at home. So
everybody loves a big comeback, brother. Exciting stuff ahead. Okay, so you've got the kind of hit list, the teams you want to attack. Who do you think's coming for you?
Everyone.
Whole lobby on their backs. I wish you the best of luck, brother. Good luck in there. Have a great day.
Thieves feel like they've got everyone coming for them, but the key wall is starting to get a little bit thinner. 7 of those keys will be crushed by the end of the day, while everyone else has one more chance to insert their key into that final trophy.
They protect those keys at all costs. That is precious, without question, for 100 Thieves. Such a storied organization, such a storied team. They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders today, but I think they can bear it.
Absolutely. On the other side of the world, though, there's an APAC challenger that has caught everyone off guard. I thought they were a shoo-in for top 7. They fizzled out towards their end drop, but they're looking for a strong day 3 performance. If you're looking at individuals, Teeny with one of the best single drops, 16 kills in that game.
Yeah, I think the thing too is it's not just Teeny. And I know, Taylor, you and I watched this team and were blown away by the fact that they were giving Na'Vi a world of hurt when they were playing through their qualifier, but they don't do it in a normal way. And even the Na'Vi guys were like, they don't play the game like anyone else does. They deathball in all 3 of of them could get in the kill feed at any given moment.
Yeah, and what does that mean, Deathball, right? Well, they focus as one unit. They wolf pack together. A lot of teams don't play that way. Like, for example, Falcons with Ahsoka, prime example. He stays back. You will see that from time to time with this Inner Circle roster, but you have to be ready for all three to be challenging.
So we know the Deathball can be more dangerous when you're fighting 2 guns against 3, but isn't that a huge risk that you could get team wiped?
I mean, a risk, but, you know, high risk, high reward, right, for some of these squads. And, I mean, when you got Teeny, too, also on the squad, dropping to 4.3 average kills, I mean, hey, why not, right? But, hey, for Bray, too, I got to give him a shout-out for, again, being the youngest player here. He has really been putting up a performance.
It is high risk, high reward, though, Puckett. This is a team that won 2 drops in their first 2 days, but still only averaged 9th overall. So it comes in waves. Either they find success doing it and they finish in the top 3, possibly winning. Otherwise, they also have a lot of 13th, 12th, and 11th place finishes outside of the multiplier.
They were so close, and what a fantastic tweet, because they were in the running with the big dogs.
That's
Can
right.
they keep it going today? 100 Thieves will be a competition that they'll try and keep pace with. Inner Circle, though, under the leadership of Tommy, they are listening. You mentioned they're young. They are hungry as well, and if you are Tommy, you can't ask for a better coachable roster. Every day, they're looking to improve.
Without a doubt, and so obviously bringing that veteranship to 3 individuals at their first LAN event, for them to perform as well as they have is great. They had 0 expectations on their shoulders. If they perform badly, okay, no big deal. First LAN event, chalk it up, go to next year. This year, though, unstoppable. I'm loving them.
We caught up with Inner Circle. Here's what they had to say.
With Teeny from Inner Circle, mate, how are we doing going into the LCQ today?
I'm feeling great, man. Feeling very confident, you know. It's obviously a very easier lobby, so it should be fun.
You were definitely having your fun yesterday. 16 kills, record set. You were loving it, weren't you, mate?
100%. I mean, we had 2 short games going into that, so I just thought we seen red, you know. We seen red, and I had to go crazy, you know.
You went crazy, man. Well played. Obviously, 16 is a difficult number to replicate, but have you changed the game? Have you sort of making teams look out for you a little bit more? Have you sort of set a bit of a meta, if you will, here?
That's the goal, you know. A lot of people counting us out. We just want to prove some of the doubters wrong, you know.
Love it, man. Thank you very much, mate. Good luck today in the LCQ. We'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Again, like Schiff said, we're going to start thinning out those keys. For Inner Circle, they are taking it full speed ahead. They want to protect it at all costs. And one thing that I loved in an interview with Teeny, he said, easier lobbies today, and I think that's going to be the case. Those top 7 teams are gone, and for them, they were already putting up a wonderful fight against Falcons. They were putting up a great fight against Vision, against Twisted Minds at times. Today, I think they could very well dominate everyone.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, when you look at their scores, especially their map 5, where, you know, Shift, you did mention that 13th place, that was their only game where they had 0 points. So it's like you have to think 5 more points, 4 more, a couple more kills could have made the difference.
One of the biggest disappointments on day number 2, unfortunately, was Rock. Now, Rock Esports is in the club championship, and they were hoping for club championship points from their Warzone roster. Wars, Prodigy, Vision, all off to a hot start. They won the very first drop of the entire competition, but towards the end, they bombed out in the final drop. Walk me through that map number 9.
It's not even just the final drop, it's the one before it. I know that all eyes are on 100 Thieves because of the brand and like, wow, how do those guys throw it? But Rock is not away from that conversation. These guys had a cataclysmic choke, not being able to get their feet on the ground in the last 2 drops. So they have something to prove, and again, they're going to be looking for some ground to work with those top 7 teams off the map this time.
And the best thing about it, though, for Rock, you don't have FaZe to contest you anymore, right? So a lot of these battles happening on the north side of the map, the south side's free, right? We heard AG Global even switching their spot to Factory. So for Rock, I feel like they should have easy pickings, probably easy ride in the finals.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So the fact that Rock goes over to Prison and they hold it down and they finish just outside the bubble in 10th place shows me good faith today is going to be a great day. After all, even though they finish in 6th place in the EU qualifiers, this is a roster that is considered one of the best EU teams out there. So Rock Esports, I'm expecting them to have a very, very strong performance.
Shift, I got to ask you the hard question. Which player has the pressure on their shoulders most? Wars, Vision, or Prodigy?
I'm going to go with Vision. I know that he's the top Slayer, but I feel like the decision-making for Rock in the early game has been really infringent upon what he gets. And some of the times, it's, again, the games where they don't find any success, they drop out bottom 3, it's because Vision hasn't found any entry kills. So I'm actually putting a little bit more pressure on the heavy Slayer for the team.
Those are three of the big dogs in our 14-team fight today. Were those frogs or keys on his shirt? Either way, we got to check out our Aramco power rankings here to see where you put our top squads. With the favorites done, we got to find out how the rest of this field shakes out. And here we have the favorites on top for today. 100 Thieves, Inner Circle, Movistar Koi, and Rock Esports. But when it comes to the bubble watch, who do you have eyes on?
Yeah, I think Gentlemates they saw immediate success playing in front of the crowd that's joined them now from yesterday into today. So I think they're in a really good spot. Five Fears are also looking at strongholds. So if they can find success like Falcons did, they could very well make their way in.
Dream Crazy, you put AGAL on the dark horse list. Why are we watching this squad? What do you expect from Rated and crew?
Well, there's speculation that Nate Dogg, right, he was having a little bit of difficulty. Maybe he's not like going out there and playing to top form, but the role switch, right? So we have Nate Dogg that's anchoring it up now, and Rated and Scum and the duo going out and slaying. So a little bit of a change up. We'll see if they can get their roles figured out. But for AG Global, some should say they shouldn't even be here.
All right, let's check in with our players as they are now arriving here in Riyadh, about to take the stage in the Qiddiya Esports Arena. You got Wars leading the way, hands are up, ready to play. Everyone else starting to file in as well. Taylor, as you take a look at this squad, what are the expectations for Gentlemates? They have a huge fan base cheering them on.
Massive. Actually, the biggest, probably even dwarfing that of Falcons Twisted Minds. I'm calling you out there in the crowd. Get loud for Falcons Twisted Minds, because Gentlemates are taking you all by storm. They've got a lot of expectations, and I tell you what, if they don't make it into finals, there's a lot of fans out there going to be quite disappointed.
Now, here on day 3, it's all about 8 drops. But what duo are we looking at? It's 2 teams facing off in our SNB match of the day. What showdown are we excited about?
It's the battle for early control at Control. 100 Thieves, Movistar Koi, they ruined each other's games by those opening drops. When 100 Thieves found success dealing with Koi, 100 Thieves found themselves in the top 3. Same could be said in the other way, though. So this is going to be a pivotal matchup, and one of these two teams, they keep fighting each other, may not make it to tomorrow.
You know, that's what I was listening to on the Pulse check last night. Like, they're not moving. Either both go to finals or neither. They have to stop chalking each other, maybe, you know, land in some different spots, because we know the South Side is kind of free, right? A little bit. And we'll see what happens.
Who, wasn't it in one of the interviews, someone from Movistar Koi said a player from 100 Thieves, they're dumb because they just keep challenging us and they just cannot make any headway?
Who was that? Right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been a coin flip.
We're going to let the trash talk continue live, because I'm told the players are ready to party. Ladies and gentlemen, day 3, the LCQ begins right now, live from EWC.
Survival in Warzone isn't just about kills. It's about what you do when your squad is down and your back is against the gas. We've all had moments where we feel like everything is lost and we have to claw it back. But today, that spirit of survival will come to life on this stage. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to the last chance qualifier for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. And this could be the last time that you hear these names called out to the main stage, because today, keys are being crushed. So make some noise as we introduce your teams, starting with 9Z Globant. They are Goodbye, Elato, and Bale. Fnatic. They are Patsuka, Engzion, and Zatar. Gamax Esports. They are Tenix, Elolam, and Sucra. Esports! They are Hamoud, Notorious, and Penguin. All Gamers Global! They are Scummin, Rated, and Nate Dogg. Esports! They are Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper. Leviathan! They are Deki, Lace, and Stukex. Five Fears! They are Scythe, Big Man, and Anxiety. VKA! They are Aizen, Vedati, and Kadzu. Gentle Mates! They are Enkyo, Hallow, and Gromalok. 100 Thieves! They are Gaikun, Blast, and Skullface. ROC Esports! They are Wars, Vision, and Prodigy. Inner Circle! They are Teeny, Orbs, and Bray. And finally, Movistar Koi! They are Goat Clamp, Netodds, and Bolcom. Be ruthless, be relentless, and be unforgiving, because legends are made in the midst of chaos. So lock in, load up, and let's make history. It is time for the last chance qualifier.
Well, good evening, Riyadh, and well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome into Call of Duty Warzone here at EWC LCQs. We've got Goj and Tun here in the booth. And Tun, LCQs are some of my favorite days. That means teams are getting eliminated.
There's times where we're actually going to see some keys get crushed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what EWC is about for me. I want the jeopardy. I want the risk. I want the stakes. And they have never been higher for all of these teams who are ready to get it down on Rebirth Island once again. We will lose 7 of them. 7 will head to our finals tomorrow. And frankly, it's quite hard to say exactly which 7 are going to be going through. I like to think, you know, as far as predictions go, we've been okay along the bubble. Maybe mine of Falcons not finishing in the top 3 is the most questionable and was from the get-go. But at the same time, there's many, every single team could make it through again. And wouldn't shock us. I mean, outside maybe 2, I think I fear for Nineside Global and Gamex Esports to be able to make that push. But outside of that, literally every single one of these teams has the potential to make it tomorrow.
Well, frankly, I wouldn't count anybody out, maybe even not 9Z. And I think the reason why is because with LCQs, when your back's against the wall, or the gas in this instance, like Barney Banks eloquently put, is teams are going to change things up. You're going to see totally different strategies. You're going to see totally different play styles. I expect a couple of our top teams that quote-unquote shouldn't be here are going to keep the same strategy. I expect 100 Thieves to keep going control. I expect Imkoi to keep going control. But everybody else, I think, are going to drastically shift things up. And like the analyst eloquently put as well, this is a totally different map. You don't have the Falcons and VP soaking up a crazy amount of points. You don't have a crazy amount of teams in certain POIs like Chemical. This map is going to change dramatically.
Oh, it 100% changes the scope of things entirely. Heading into today, everyone getting themselves ready. and excited to jump in. And the crowd, once again, very much getting behind the General Mates, of course, but Falcons there with plenty of support also. The General Mates, I'm curious actually how much of a crowd buff they actually did gain off yesterday. A much better day yesterday. Coming in, I want to say it was like 9th, 10th, around that kind of area in the end, didn't they? For them, if they had that second day and the first day, they would have cruised through. It's just a really slow start on day number 1. But if they can bring that play to the LCQs, they're a shoo-in.
Yeah, and I think that, talk a little bit about the minutia of that team too. You got to remember, they were absolutely crushing it up until their very last map of the day, where frankly, they were selling used cars. I mean, the biggest sell we've seen in a long time, and it wasn't necessarily their fault. Teams just decided to make a play for them and wipe them extremely early. So I will be looking at the Gentlemates and a lot of our other teams here on the stage to make a name for themselves, or continue to do so at the very least. Because, to get into the weeds, let's talk about some of the overall standings from this last competition. Of course, you will not see these top 7 teams today. It's LCQs. We are eliminating 7 of the bottom 14. So we're going to be starting here at 100 Thieves as our top seed, technically just missing out on skipping LCQs straight to the finals by only 4.4 points.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot, was it? For them, though, there was too many slip-ups. I mean, we've seen in those final 3-4 games how often they were not putting themselves in those good positions. The risks were coming through. But in fairness to them, I feel like Falcons were absolutely bullying them throughout. They were constantly hunting them down, making it very difficult for Thieves to really find a great deal. But again, let's talk about the teams on the lower side of things. You can see everybody there down the right-hand side. We'll all have to step it up, but in very different conditions.
Well, we've got some support for a lot of our big content creators and competitors out there. A big shout to Dave Samir, great guy, a good friend, fantastic streamer, and a former competitor at this stage and World Series of Warzone. I love the shout to Dave Samir. If you're listening, Dave, you make big waves and really have a lot of momentum in the scene. Keep pushing. But excited about all of our teams, and I think one that was really interesting is this squad on our screen right now. VKA is one of those teams that after day 1 we said, hey, they kind of snuck into this competition. A team got bumped out last second. They get bumped up. They're the last seeded team. And after the first day, we were all saying in the green room, hey, they might call straight to finals. Day 2, though, very lackluster in terms of points.
Yeah, I mean, they did okay, but in comparison to their day 1, obviously it was a little bit off the path that they'd taken. But for me, look, they have the potential to go through today, absolutely. I think that's the beauty of this last chance qualifier, that literally it could be anyone. I think, we have our favorites. For all the Thieves struggle to get through top 7, they come in as one of the highest seeds. I'd be immensely surprised if they don't manage to find their way through top 7. But the battle for them is going to be between them and Movistar. We're going to be talking about the drops when we do head in. There are some things to talk about on that side of things. But for them and Movistar, they're both going to be dropping there together, we believe, still.
Yeah.
And the conversation on social media was, okay, well, they're choking each other. They're making each other's lives very, very difficult. It's almost that, I don't want to say it's blind ignorance, it's more arrogance when they're both pushing towards that, in the sense of like, no, we're going to beat you out, but is that going to bite them in the backside?
Well, I made a tweet about this because it was a really kind of minutia breakdown of what happened on their POI. It was a double contest, but they're used to that. Those two teams have been fighting each other throughout all the qualifications in all of these scrims that they've been doing, right? Different regions, but when they came together for all the scrims preparing for this, they continually fought each other, and neither team really minded it. Both teams were able to put up a decent amount of points for the most part. 100 Thieves usually won that fight, though, and so they were expecting to do the same. The problem is when both of those two teams drop together every single scrim, every single map, and then go into group stage and do the same, everybody else also knows it. So the problem wasn't the contest, the problem was the 2, 3, 4, even 5 teams that came into third party and cleaned them up, where neither team were able to qual because everybody wanted a piece of just a couple free kills.
The timer is ticking, and we are about to head in. LCQs, the last chance. For a lot of these teams, you have to bring your A game. And for some of these squads, we're going to be really curious on these drops. Those keys are up for offer. The map's on our screen. We're going to start figuring out where they're going to go. But this is what you are fighting for if you are one of those 14 teams in the arena right now. You want to keep a hold of those keys, and can you take them into your day at finals tomorrow?
That's exactly right. Some of these teams have a lot to prove still. Others have to reprove to their fan base that they're a team that can make it to finals and put up big points. Whether it's for the club championship or just for themselves. $1 million on the line for the finals. $250,000 at the top. And I think, yes, the Falcons VP are top teams from yesterday, the day before in group stages. Today, there's a chance to pave a brand new path, create a brand new story. And I'm looking at AG Global as a team that really needs to turn things around, and they have the firepower to do it.
100%.
The question is, where does everybody land, Ton? That's the big one in my mind.
We're about to find out. LCQ's underway here for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. Into Rebirth Island we go. And for all these squads, it's about who's dropping where. Can we control what we want? Can we get the points needed? 8 games of Warzone incoming. Who's going to come out on top? For a lot of these squads, it is very much do or die, early doors. We need to see some big starts from some of these teams. Others will bubble away slowly. Who's going to come out on top and get number 1?
Here we go. Drop 1, game 1, 8-game series, no breaks. We are flying through it. Everybody get ready for a hot start. We can only imagine. We're going to be paying attention to this map, helping you with player numbers and figuring out where everybody lands and who's changing things up. It does look like a couple folks are finding some free POIs to start, as the Gentlemates have bio all by themselves. And as you can tell in the top left-hand corner, our zone is pulling to the southeast. Bio out of the zone, Kim likely out of the zone, and overall, a good look for the first start.
Well, we got an idea where the teams are starting. We're going to have another idea when we load back in, unfortunately. As you see, teams dropping out of the lobby. We're going for a quick little reset. But, I mean, look, we can discuss what we've seen. And what I was watching on the minimap was the fact that 100 Thieves were down to 1 player immediately. They lost that initial drop coming in against Movistar Koi. Got wiped 3-0 nearly. That was a scary start for them. They're fortunate that things are going to go up and running again. Obviously, had a little bit of an issue. We'll get back in as soon as we can. But I don't think there was anything too surprising from my POV of what we've seen from the drop side of things. It looked pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, it was a super interesting look because, frankly, to see bio completely uncontested is a hair surprising to me, but it was a conversation you and I were having about Fnatic. It was Fnatic versus Gentlemates throughout all of group stages. Now, it was a southern polling zone, so maybe teams have a couple drop spots that they're jockeying between. I think that's pretty standard. But for the most part, Fnatic seemingly changing things up this time around, which will be fun to see who goes where and who ends up where. And maybe that sneak peek was good or bad for some of the teams. I don't know, but I'm excited to get back into it.
I'm curious if it was just adaptive because of the zone, because I mean, we got a little look at it there, but it was a very southeast kind of point, wasn't it? We were pulling all the way south, and I wonder if that was just the adaptation. But, I mean, look, for the side of Fnatic, Factory is one of those things where, you know, that's a place they want to go to.
Well, we got to hear from Miles about these keys being crushed. Let's head down to Miles Ross.
I'm here at the key wall, here at the Esports World Cup. These keys represent the beating hearts and souls of the teams playing in the competition. Each team has their name engraved upon these keys. It's their very right to play in this tournament. Now, everyone's will have their chance to play today on the stage, but the losers, a very, very difficult moment for them as their keys will be crushed and destroyed in a wonderful crushing ceremony over on the stage. Those keys that are crushed are then trashed up and put inside a resin at the base of the totem across the boulevard, a reminder of their failure, of how close they came to glory. The winner's key will go into the trophy on stage, immortalized. And the frame of that key, the outside of it, that will be placed into the totem alongside all those defeated opponents as an immortal reminder of their glory here at the Esports World Cup 2025. And the beautiful thing, the winning team, they get to pick 3 keys to take with them and put in the base of their trophy. 3 of your favorites to go with you as you remember a big day. Oh boy, we're going to be crushing today, folks. Quite literally. Love me some merchandise. Here in the Boulevard, smack bang in the middle, there is an incredible little hut full of good swag. Everything that you've seen at the Esports World Cup, its entire catalogue covered in good merchandise. You name it, smack bang in the middle. Headwear of games you may know and love. Look, it's this guy from that game you've played. Over here, it's the one that Ronaldo wore. Actually, that's really cool. Might have to pick up one of those. And of course, the guys from that game you know and love. But if you're like me and you're a Call of Duty fan at heart, you might be going back to the big map, to Verdansk. Or a little bit more personal, settling things here on Rust. A lot of fun still to be had here at the Esports World Cup. And what do you know, folks? Merchandise for days. But the real special stuff, the limited edition. Only 100 made, a commemorative trophy. A little teeny-weeny one for your desk. Tell you what, folks, it certainly is magic. here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, dang, we love Miles Ross and some cool swag down there, folks. We are getting everything sorted here for our very first lobby of the day. While we wait, we are going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it'll be Game 1 of Call of Duty Warzone at EWC.
The last chance qualifier just moments from dropping away. We welcome everyone back in the studio because while the players need an extra minute to get set up on the stage, get all their controllers plugged in, we wanted to remind you about the competition. There are 14 teams in this battle. Only 7 of them will make it through, and we highlighted the 3 big dogs. But how about Movie Star Koi? How about Gentlemates? Who do you think out of those 2 squads has a better chance of powering through?
For me personally, I would have to pick today Gentlemates. I really think Gentlemates is going to be the better roster. Yesterday, Movie Star Koi was the better team, but Gentlemates today, especially with the fan base, and then I think able to process the competition yesterday. For me, I think they're going to be the one to watch. Plus, they're not having to go against 100 Thieves. That's also the big thing.
Yeah, in the moments that we just got landing in there, I think Bio was like completely free, right? I don't know if you caught where Fnatic was while we took our little break there, but yeah, Fnatic and Kyo really was the one that stepped it up. I mean, this team over overall was 8th in damage dealt in groups. Not to mention, Enkyo was 9th in damage dealt and 7 in kills overall. So for the Gentlemates, I agree with you, Taylor.
So Baka, Rampage, and Krinks actually said Gentlemates will finish on top of this group. Do you think they have the potential to drop bombs like they did in their best game here?
The potential, yes. The ability to do it and do it quickly and consistently, maybe not as much. That's where I look at a team like Koi, who is one of the top average placers from the first 2 days, and 100 Thieves, who had some of the top kills from the first 2 days. Depending if they drop on each other, like they really could chalk each other's day to day. But I have a feeling that that will not be the case, and I think a team like 100 Thieves has more overall fragging potential than Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think for me, Inkyo, though, is going to be the big factor. Let's see how far he can go with the Gentlemates roster. And I do want to say, again, having the fan base out there, having them cheering with the drums, there is a legitimate buff. There is a legitimate effect they're going to have on the Gentlemates' performance.
Now, I love the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in my time here, but the one complaint I had is they make their own little bottles of soda, and it's only 15 milligrams, right? Only 15 milligrams of caffeine. That's not enough for Puckett. So I've found they have a special little store, right? It's like their version of a 7-Eleven, and they had a fantastic 200 milligram can. You and I cracked one of those open, but only after seeing that it was all the Gentlemates fans in front of us scooping them up. We thought they might run out, so we grabbed one last minute. These guys are fully loaded. They're caffeinated. They're ready to get rowdy.
Without a doubt, they should be. I mean, they're out here. They're experiencing EWC. They're experiencing the Boulevard, and they're supporting a wonderful roster, and they are caffeinated up. Okay, we were talking about Falcons yesterday, right? The electrolytes, and I think for the fans, they just need caffeine, and they're ready to go all day.
Yeah, just hit it hard, hit it early. Another squad that is looking to hit it hard and early is Five Fears, because they could not do that on day number 1. They showed their potential, though, towards the end of our first night. Can they bounce back here in the LCQ?
Yes, they can. They are one of only 2 teams that had every single drop finish in the top 10 yesterday in the group versus group. It's them and Leviathan. So I'm looking at just the bounce back from Five Fears. There was rumors on Twitter about how they had maybe not the greatest overall setup for the first 3 games, but since that point, they have been one of the most consistent teams here. And they're finding kills in the late game, which is something that some of the lesser teams are having a hard time doing.
Is that due to positioning or just they have great shots? Why is it working as the game goes on?
Well, I do want to say today they're not being challenged by Falcons. They're one of the rare rosters that goes to Stronghold. You go back last year when we were talking about Hamoud and co, right? They were consistently challenging Falcons over in Stronghold, and you witnessed their performance. They finished towards the bottom. Now that they are not contested in Stronghold, you can anchor like Hisoka does. You can send the other 2 to slay out. I think today's going to be a much better performance from Five here.
Yeah, and then you got to talk about their experience, right? These are players that, you know, have been trying to make it to a LAN. I believe their first LAN, and I mean, their first 4 games, yes, dead last 14th, 14th, 10th, 14th, but then after that, they really started to enter the top 10, winning that map number 6, and again, finding their footing. And of course, a lot of pressure on Big Man entering this as he was the top slayer. I think that they really started to find their footing, and maybe they will prove the haters wrong here today.
Big Man, Anxiety, or Scythe, who drops the most frags here in the LCQ?
Scythe? Gotta be Scythe, yeah, without a doubt.
I'm going to say Big Man. I think he's going to step it up and be in online form.
All right, I like that call. Going back to the way he played online is a strong guess. We'll see if he can keep it rolling. Another team, though, that we want to look out for is XO. You mentioned Hamoud. He's got a new crew, and you saw him in the final fights 3 times yesterday. Notorious, the Jordanian, unable to win it for his squad, but if they can keep going deep, they got a chance at the multiplier. The question is, can they rack up more kills on day 3 along the way?
Yeah, there definitely is a level of them getting a little bit mixed up in the beginning of the map because they land kind of central towards where a lot of our heavy hitters were. It's kind of landing over towards living quarters, that front side at prison, which can be really mixy, and it can sometimes be difficult to keep all 3 players alive, and that leads to really staggered buys, really staggered loadouts in the early game. They are surviving until the late game mostly, but I just don't think they're in the same fighting condition as the other top team.
And I love that you mentioned that, because even in the MENA qualifiers that, you know, Spaceman and I did, this squad, especially at EVOS, they were fighting in that living Stronghold area, so I just wonder if they're going to decide to switch things up, because you don't have the Falcons in Stronghold.
Yeah, and one of the things, though, you don't have Falcons, but again, you have Five Fears, and I believe Five Fears XO are going to consistently challenge against each other. But I do believe in Hamoud. I've been pumping him up since I watched him in 2023 World Series of Warzone Global Finals over in London. So for me, Hamoud, I'm a firm believer. I would love to see him in the finals.
The Saudis got support locally. Shout out to the rest of the team. They represent the Middle East, but you're going up against juggernauts from North America, EU, and APAC, and it's time for our first drop. Let's send it over to the casters.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chris Puckett and our amazing analysts. Goj and Ton are back here in the booth, ready for a little re-log back in here for game.
We go again.
I'm ready for this. Look, I'm really excited to not only see the zone, but also see if the zone dictates drop spots. Because Ellen also repeated what I said, which I thought was super interesting, is that Gentlemates were by themselves at Bio. However, the zone that was shown before we had to remake was a southern zone. So there is a possibility that they are going to be contested today.
Yeah, no, that could happen. You know, we were talking about how it was really quite empty over towards that side, but it could be an adaptation from a lot of teams just purely on zone. We're going to get a different zone, and it may well work out for Gentlemates. You think about all the times they had good games yesterday. Yeah. It was when those zones were, well, not pulling what we've seen. Right. Maybe it was their PC that was having a potential issue, I wonder. But we are now starting to load ourselves in. Second time is the charm. That's not the saying, but hopefully it is this time around. But the Gentlemates people, I mean, yeah, we're getting some call-outs of what's going to happen. A lot of love for some of our Black Ops 6 teams, of course, here as well. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on Twitter.
That internet meme right now is so funny. Mastermania and Call of Duty in general is a ton of fun. But we are dropping back in game number 1 of LCQs, folks. As a reminder, 8 total maps today. No questions asked. We will play all 8 and see who our top 7 are. And frankly, it could come down to just one really good map. And it could be this map for some of our teams. Let's see who starts out hot in our first game of LCQs.
Keeping an eye on where teams are heading. This time around, Circle only cutting off Stronghold. Everything else is in and amongst the mix. And Bioweapons is definitely a little bit spicier this time. We've seen Fnatic drop over towards that side alongside Gentlemates. It was very much because of the Circle that dictated Gentlemates being on their own last time.
Yeah, a couple big shots here, obviously into the kill feed already. You see several shots being fired. You do see this fight Ton was just talking about. This is the same fight we watched for 12 drops almost through these last several group stages.
Whoa. Squad on already. What the hell?
We've lost team number 3. That's going to be 9Z Globin. Again, there was a lot of responsibility for this team to step it up as they were last through group stages, and unfortunately, they've been cut down early.
I have another point here as well, actually, because we did see 5 Fears dropping over towards Stronghold time and time again. They have not went in that direction. This time around, it's been EXO and Inner Circle. They've went over towards that side. 5 Fears, well, finding themselves over towards the north side of it.
And we, of course, have the same fight we were expecting to see, and a fight that may last a while. The fight for control, the battle for control over control is one that you will hear time and time again from start to finish in this entire competition. The blood trading hands in multiple different angles, and you're right, 5 Fears is actually getting into the mix. This is very reminiscent of what FaZe did last time up here near Bio, actually chalking when 100 Thieves landed up here to try to make something new for themselves when they were down the leaderboard. Big Man and Co. uncontested in Kim, like you mentioned, Ton, and now they're getting into the mix with their anchor all the way back in Kim by himself.
Yeah, I don't hate this whatsoever. You know, you watch what's happening over towards Bioweapons, Gentlemates, and of course 5 Fears over here now, but the Fnatic boys were the ones over first. And because that fight's going, they're taking blow for blow, and then if you're 5 Fears, you come in and try and pick up the pieces and kill. Trying to do a little bit more than that, and that's just survive right now. Scythe down low, ready to pick up some more pieces, but there's 3 different teams inside of Bio, and may well be 5 Fears who come out on top.
Yeah, it's a huge take from them. Again, only sending 2, their anchor and chemical by themselves. Scythe getting into the mix, Akio finding finally some blood. All of these teams trying to restabilize. Fnatic has completely abandoned Bio now after being pushed out. So you're going to see the Gentlemates in that blue 8 all day today. You're going to be seeing 5 Fears in that green 5 on your screen right now. Scythe trying to win a 1v2. Grand Prix fires, doesn't connect. Scythe swings through and should get the 1v2. Scythe is going big, proving the deaths to be correct.
Yeah, 3 kills already. That's Bioweapons under their control. And now the push is actually potentially going to happen over towards both. There was the anchor from Gentlemates over towards that side. Could be in a little bit of trouble, but we go over towards the other side of the map. This one has been raging for quite some time, but all of a sudden VK are now starting to get themselves over and involved. Over towards Stronghold. Teeny already on 3 kills here for the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah, huge take here, but Vidati's team is in living quarters. Their anchor sitting in living quarters by themselves. Well, these 2 Slayers get into the mix here with Inner Circle and EXO Esports, who both drop Stronghold.
Looking to find the picks, and it looks as if Inner Circle are going to be forced away. It feels like the map's almost freed up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly allowing themselves to be a little bit more fluid in their transitions. Everyone getting a little bit more aggressive over towards control, though, where things continue to be the same. There's no fluidity here. It is very much the same picture we've seen over the last 2 days. Maybe start Koi, the Thieves find it out.
This is a tug of war that we saw actually for 12 games. These 2 teams in the same group, which means they play each other for all of their games. and they will continue to fight for this position. 100 Thieves said it. They said, hey, you know, LCQs, we want to try to knock each other out. But speaking of knocking each other out, we swing back to Vidati, whose anchor was challenged. EXO knew exactly where this anchor was, and all of a sudden, VKA had to come back and play support as EXO was trying to relocate and regain on top of AZIC.
Fight continues. Looks as if they are going to win out here, VK, in a relatively decent spot. But one development that actually has gone on, you can see at the top of your screen, Showstopper and Robstar controlling headquarters. AGAL, they had to vacate, they had to move away. They went over towards the north side of the map. They're now fighting over towards Chemical Engineering with 5 fears. Dynamites have regained themselves over towards bioweapons, but you can see that circle's starting to close. Things are going to start getting a little bit tighter.
Yeah, huge shout. AG after a really frustrating
Finding
group
kills
stages.
as well.
They've swung all the way over to, I believe, Factory Harbor, now all the way up into Kim. So they're fighting that anchor that is 5 fears. It's a great shout as this fight continues on main.
There's not a lot going on, though. There's not a lot going on here.
Yeah.
There's not many kills coming in for either one of these two teams that we've seen a great deal of. They're doing that thing we talked about time and time again. They are slowing each other down just a little bit. Nobody got that ultimate control over where we are right now.
Well, we got to take a quick listen in here with the 100 Thieves and see what they're thinking. They are not getting third party. They're just in a tug of war. Let's listen in.
Pretty sure they're like B.
Mini. How many? Push, come in. This one. I'm fine.
Hey, bro, second me down.
I'm going back. I'm going behind. I'm playing the heady. They're coming up third. Yeah, they're coming up third. What's up third? Hit one over. Hit two over. Knock one.
I'm pitching.
One back. Playing left side. All three there.
Hey, south. Back down. But it's above us. They could be roof. They just present. I think they're all third.
I'm gonna go. We're trying to loot up for a loadout.
There was no one bolt skull.
Yeah, I got 10 seconds.
They're pushing me mid. Yep.
Chase me. 3 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to the hill bar or something. Ready? Bummy second. He's mini hopping up.
I'm gonna total loadout. Come over.
Challenge me. Where? Challenge me to my flash. One shot. One bullet. Demo crate.
Well, that listening kind of showing what's been happening for both these two teams. Not a great deal, to be honest with you. Eventually, the fight will come through, and it's a bit of a 50-50 game. We'll clean up on the net odds, but other than that, you know, this has kind of been the story of Control Center. Over and over again, teams fighting for that control, but neither really gaining a great deal in the entire scope of things.
Yeah, it's a tug of war that doesn't seem to have any end until the end of this map, maybe. Good grief, they're going to be fighting for a while, but Ankyo off-screen has been frying, and frankly, it's because Fnatic has been fully eliminated. Something we saw during that listening. Fnatic, the only other team fully eliminated besides 9Z on the hands of the Gentlemates and a couple other folks, frankly, up in Chem. And we do see AG, there they are, I was about to call them out. AG have restabilized down in Harbor after causing some concern up in Chemical with 5 fears, with Gentlemates, and now the late Fnatic. Great spot here for AG.
Yeah, and I like the push from them. They're kind of being fluid. We talked about it. They're happy to go in any different direction. They headed all the way up to Chemical Engineering. Headquarters is their drop, and right now they're now focused in and around Factory. Circle's starting to close in about 18 seconds time. We'll know exactly where we're heading. Still, 12 teams remaining. We have not lost many bodies yet. But with this circle, if it does move in any direction rather dramatically, then we may well do so.
Let's see, Rock is taking a high ground position. We haven't checked in with them yet. And so far, a pretty slow game, because frankly, they've had Prison by themselves the entire time.
There's a big fight going on over towards the Prison side, but you can see already Chemical and Engineering team's going to have to try and make their push. Can they manage to find a way through? I'm not too sure. But Harbor right now is completely uncontested. But about this fight in front of us now, EXO trying to get something going. Jawad will fall. The Mutant Code just trying to get a little bit more purchase around headquarters side of the map. Everybody's starting to get involved over here. There's been multiple different teams heading over towards headquarters, mixing things up. It's been a hotly contested area. Nobody really in full control right now.
Yeah, as you can see, Lace has found an angle. We've been wondering what Leviathan would do with Twisted Minds off the board. Would they just go back to docks, or would they change things up? Factory, rather. Over by the seaside, near boat. AG, though, seemingly doing a lot of the same. Our zone has pulled to the southeast. And as it does, everybody's going to be filtering into this Factory side. Could go school, could go Factory. We're expected to end as this fight continues. Gentlemate's now in trouble. Gromalok, wrong timing as Lays, Decky swing in and pick up another.
Nice done. These are big kills coming through here for Leviathan. Haven't really had much of their own way whatsoever throughout the majority of the entire broadcast, to be honest with you. It's been a A little bit of a slow showing as well as it had been for G-Max, but over towards ROC again for Warzone Code. They're pretty safe, yeah, not finding many kills. You might find one here, but Enkyo grabbing his loadout to find those shots. Finds the first one, couldn't follow it up.
Frankly, low risk, low reward sometimes with a sniper. Like, if you're not hitting your shots, you're not getting anything for it. When you do, sometimes you're able to pick up a couple early picks. But in the mid game here, Rock has been really slow because, again, they're not contested by the same teams in Prison. They've had Prison mostly to themselves, besides a few regain players. And Wars is trying to get any number of kills he can find here in the mid game, so that if they do make it to a multiplier, they're looking good. And finally connects on the Gentlemates, knocking down one.
Yeah, Gentlemates are in a lot of trouble here. They've really been trying to get away, but they've got Wars sniping down on them. They've also got the Leviathan right in front of them. And for all that, this circle moved very, very late. I mean, they moved late, I should say. The circle was here for quite some time. Grom trying to survive. Gotta be living on a wing and a prayer. That should be Gentlemates. Oh no, somebody does spawn in, so they just about survive as long as they needed to. Grom will eventually fall, but Enki and Co may well live to fight another day.
Been pretty impressed with this 5 Fears roster as well to regain and make sure they stay alive. We still have 12 teams remaining. Reminder, our first multiplier comes in with the top 10. Here's a look over the top. G-Max trying to do everything they can to find angles here in Prison, trying to retake mid-map. The zone has pulled actually a little bit further to the north than I expected. We were headed Harbor or potentially Prison or somewhere in between. A big place here for Inner Circle to swing up, but unfortunately Big Man's found the angle, and all of a sudden 5 Fears striking fear in the hearts of Inner Circle. They've got to back up.
Yeah, 5 Fears have had themselves a good game here, but still 12 teams remaining, by the way. As that circle gets ever smaller, teams over towards the boat side are going to be a little bit of trouble, but for the Australians here, can they continue to survive? So many teams in and around it. It's going to be 5 Fears who come out on top. The hip fires in. Big Man, sit down. Teeny finds the gunfight. They continue to slay, but so many different teams in and around them. Factory control. Now here for the side of Inner Circle. It settles down just a little bit. Team starting to fall. Not quite still. 12 now, 11 as 100 Thieves.
Wow.
Fall out of the competition. Could not get things going. That control center drop ain't working.
100 Thieves completely out. Not in this map at all. Going to be near the bottom of the leaderboard for LCQs. We'll see if they shift things up as Movistar Koi is alive and have moved all the way down here. They're in that lavender color, number 13. Watch out for Volcom and Netots here on the angle in Factory. Going to be playing around Inner Circle down below. AG is restabilized. Okay. Look at our new zone though, folks. We pulled all the way up to the land between Harbor and Prison like we were talking about. It's wide open except for the sliver that is touching Prison. I'm looking at those teams already in Prison in a really good position if they can maintain control of the high ground.
I believe that's going to be potentially EVOS and, of course, the side of ROC. They've been there for quite some time. Now on with Leviathan. Lays. He had been that guy for them, hadn't he? 8 kills to his name. And that is now going to be some good points on the board for them, but those multipliers are going to start coming into play. You would expect it maybe a little bit sooner. We're in Circle 5, closing, and still with 11 teams. Hazen will fall. Prodigy Coast trying to get something going here. But for the side of Inner Circle, can they continue to survive the shots coming in? A lot of trouble. Notorious will find them, and they will fall. Starting to drop some teams. We're down to 10.
Inner Circle also has been cut down. They are out of here. That's Team 14. They're off the map. EXO barely still alive on the back of Penguin after a self-revive. As we also lose the Gentlemates off screen. We lose Hollow. Squad 8, that's your Gentlemates. High ground position goes to Rock Esports. They said we shouldn't be here, and now's the time to prove it in the very first map. Down to the final 5 teams. This is the best multi you're going to get besides the win.
Slowing down here inside of Prison as everyone starts to take their breath, to take their moment, because things are about to get a little bit crazy. You can see the circles going to move us down. Players starting to make some gas plays. Vision already knocked here from sight. Incredible shots. 6 kills to his name. There may well be one below him as well. He's not in a bad position to do something here. We'll have another freebie. 5 Fear, striking fear in everyone. Slice's in a really good spot. He may well be on his own, but this is not out of the realm of possibility.
As a solo, to get the zone position, to get these kills is everything. We knew how close the margins were in group stages. Now's the time to do it again in LCQs. Rock Esports in a pretty good position if they're able to fight through that team number 4. That's going to be Sucra, TNX. Watch out for this team. Technically with the advantage, they do take the high ground position. And all of a sudden, 5 Fears has bought one back. Does get cut down. We've got a floater and a solo and a duo.
Prodigy just trying to survive. Smokes out to try and give him some sort of cover. The floater's going to be an issue. Another player coming back in. Big man gets taken down. So 5 Fears are out. This is a 2v2, but one player floating in the air. Prodigy in a tough spot. How are they going to manage to find this? Another player brought in. Wars is into the party. G-Max, can they find it? They had the established ground, but now all of a sudden things change up. Fisher tries to get the position, but all of a sudden the drop's coming through from Prodigy. Pull off the 1v2.
It's a 1v2, one down. You can't get the res. You got to win it. Sucra pinches perfectly. GAMX Esports, the first winner of the first map.
Incredible work from GAMX. I counted them out immediately, and that is a huge win for them to find. As time will go on, squads will figure it out. But over the course of 8 games, a win is a huge statement here in our very first map. Incredible work from GAMX. Easy work, slight work for the boys.
Really proud of these guys. Talk about a turnaround on the leaderboard. GAMX Esports at the end of group stages was in 19th. Third to last overall. 80 total points is our average through 8 is what they had last time, folks. But today in our first map, that average is going to be drug up. You're not going to want to miss game 2. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. We'll be back with more LCQs.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Esports World Cup is incredible. It's amazing seeing what's happening here in Riyadh with all the big teams from across all the big esports all coming together to see who is the ultimate esports team. It's amazing.
People enjoying, smiling, families, just people with a passion. The atmosphere is great.
I think it's amazing. I think it's a great initiative, something that the esports industry needed as a whole. It brings the whole esports ecosystem up.
techo, con el techito cayendo. Cayendo uno, cayendo. Te verán. Revivieron. Buena, cabrón. Vamos, techo. Al aire. Se la acaba de revivir. Roto, frente mío. Dale. Bueno, vuelto arriba. ¿Cómo quedan? Arriba tuyo. Ya, está vuelto. Bye section. Tiré Stone, perdóname. Vuelto, cabrón. Let's fucking go, baby. Get the fuck out of here, my boy.
Dream crazy. Never wrong. Just early. Last night, you called out Gamex as we were taking a look at some of the best plays. Today, they show up and they win our opening round. Not only that, I counted at least 15 kills between two of their players.
Yeah, and yesterday I called out Elo Lamet being the one that stepped things up, but there was some speculation that they may have had PC issues. I'm not sure, but the main thing is that they had an uncontested POI, and if you can't find any kills, as we saw some teams scrambling, Twisted Minds was one, it kind of forces you out of these positions. But today, coming out hot, I don't think any of us expected that.
A lot of people were thinking that we could see the showdown between Movie Star and 100 Thieves again. Is that how Game 1 played out?
Without a doubt. They were battling fiercely in control, and it was pretty crazy, and I believe at a certain point it was Movie Star Koi who was dominating the fight, but 100 Thieves did start giving it back to him, so it ended up being relatively even, but that's a fight that just needs to, one team needs to give it up as far as I'm concerned.
I'm told we got a better look at the Gamex squad. If you haven't seen enough of them on stage, here is a little insight into our squad. Rapido Communication, you heard at the very end here, looking to represent their region, and they're doing well. Remember, there's just 8 drops. What a fantastic start for these 3 players.
Yeah, I think the thing, too, is that expectations are low after the group stage, so it lets you play a little bit more freely. I think in particular, you do make a good call out, though, Ellen, talking about the simple fact that Twisted Minds isn't in your way anymore. You're not really dealing with the pressure of Falcons over towards your stronghold side. It allows you to play a little bit more loose, and of course, you get the POI essentially for free. You get to manipulate the map how you want afterwards. So really good understanding of kind of going from circle to circle. Good stuff from Gamex.
And as good as Gamex played as NA's number 6 team representing Puerto Rico, we got to give a shout out to 100 Thieves for letting us down again, Ellen. What happened here? Blast and Crew, they're supposed to be the team to dominate. All the interviews, they're calling everyone else bad, saying we are a 10 out of 10 roster. They are running into heavy competition early, and they're not going to walk away with the easy kills like they're expecting.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a lot to going to the same fight that we've been seeing between Movistar, right? And it was just like battle of between 100 Thieves and Movistar, like both kind of getting a couple kills here and there, and then, well, it's unfortunate, 100 Thieves, they did lose it, but credits to Gabe Kun, a couple of moments where he did a couple kills and stayed alive a little longer.
We were in that little bit of a listening, and you heard the players, they weren't together. There was a player 2 floors below, 1 above. How did they get all on the same page?
Yeah, I think it was Gabe Kun, really. You know, that was good shouts from Dream there. Gabe Kun was the one who ended up dropping down when that confusion of the listening ended up taking place. He drops down second story, ends up picking up 2, if I'm not mistaken, which resets the
Skull
fight.
had to come back in.
Yeah, without that, 100 Thieves were a bit discombobulated. So Gabe Kun, shout out to him. You know, a guy that wants a championship that would mean the world to him. He's the one who brought him back on the same page.
Rock was able to wipe 100 Thieves, but let's take a look at the very beginning. Alan, I know you got the map look for us, so where are we at for the LCQ? What are the hot drops?
Yeah, I think the thing is we know what we're going to get in control. It's Movistar Koi and it's 100 Thieves. Both teams landing on each other, both teams fighting against each other, the entirety pretty much of that map. Movistar Koi, though, like we saw from day 1 and 2, better at escaping when they're not finding favor in the battle, whereas 100 Thieves kind of limp through the rest of the map. I want to direct your attention, though, up to the northeast side of the map.
Yeah, tell me who these numbers are.
Yes, so as far as I can read, number 5, that's 5 Fears who get into the battle late. They had Chem for free, so they rotated in early with loot against that third-party situation where you've got Team 6. That's going to be Fnatic. They did not do all that well in their opening battle versus Gentle Mates, but the big news there was Chem was free. 5 Fears take advantage of that. They wipe essentially both squads in the first 2 minutes, or at least get a lot of the kills in the first 2 minutes, and then you go down towards the bottom side of the map for free. Squad 12 gonna get Factory. That's Leviathan. We heard that AG was maybe gonna drop there and challenge it.
Yeah, Ray didn't even tweeted it.
Big
it was
talk.
Bait.
All bark, no bite, apparently, from AG. But on the other side, the other big battleground that we need to keep an eye on is what's going to happen at Stronghold. That was XO and Inner Circle who had that opening battle there. I would figure that Inner Circle is going to be more variable in terms of their drop spots because that's what they did in the first two groups. They'll play based on what they see, I think, based on everyone else out of the helicopter. So those would be interesting battlegrounds.
Just a quick note, too, that Team 10 there, Rock Esports, that was a key position because as the zone pulled their way on Prison, it was so important because they got 100 Thieves, Gentlemates, teams that were in trouble.
And they had Wars posted up with a snipe
100%.
for the beginning half of that game. Let's take a look, though, at our standings. After 1 of 8 drops, who is on top? Well, Gamex was able to win the game. Rock was constantly in the kill feed. They were in the final 3. And Leviathan is actually going to be at the 2 spot. Gamex at 1, Gentlemates at 3, 5 Fears, and then Rock round out 4 and 5.
Yeah, Leviathan sitting in second in overall points. That's because they found 21 total eliminations, even though they finished 4th in the actual drop itself. So again, we're seeing 2 squads in the mix in the top 4. 5 Fears, Leviathan, not contested off of drop, but getting early loot advantage and third partying quickly. They both found lots of kills.
Decky saying, Ich habe Hunger, Leviathan, the German boys. I love to see them on top because as I told you earlier, Reflections, if Leviathan get those opening engagements and get lazy back into the mix, they're going to be a force.
Dream, what was he saying again?
I'm hungry for a win. Ich habe Hunger.
Thank you, but German, it's still coming along here at EWC. Reflections, we're about to go into drop 2 here in a little bit. I notice AGAL only 8 or 9 points. Any other squads you want to see a bigger game too?
I think for sure Inner Circle, the fact that they finish off with 13 points despite getting eliminated, I want to say around 10th or so place. They give it up. They need to get back up Stronghold, go back to Chemical. That's their area.
Gentlemates fans are getting rowdy. Everyone's getting loud. It's time for drop number 2.
I'm going to be honest, I hope more people are getting rowdy on the map, especially that 100 Thieves roster. My goodness, struggled. 9Z getting eliminated before they could even buy a kill. This was a strange start to LCQs for some of our favorite teams. But the teams at the top, GameX putting up a 33.6 point game is gigantic for them.
That's a huge, huge statement. And it's not just a win, as you say, it's 33.6 points. I mean, that is going to get them a good chunk of the way that we think they probably need to finish in that top 7. What we were kind of thinking around 80 points may well do something along those lines. So to find 33 in game number 1, talking about setting your stall out. But for the side of Thieves, I need them and Movistar to maybe figure something out here because time and time again, we're seeing that control fight. Yes, okay, they're going to juke over it. Yeah, all right, cool. But it just feels as if neither team wants to take that risk to wipe the other squad. It's always like, oh, you can have a kill and we can have a kill. Let's do this little dance until everybody else has got 30. And then all of a sudden you're moving into the late game, having to do something from there. Don't do anything.
Sure.
And all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. So yeah, look, one drop does not make it a qualifier, absolutely. But man, I need to see some more.
Well, it can get you there, right? We're only playing 8 in total, whereas group stages were a lot more than that. And so when you think about these teams and what they've been able to do, already 33.6 gets you most of the way there, like you were talking about. My estimation for our cutoff for top 7, they averaged around 80 for 8 drops last time. But for the actual cutoff for top 7, I'm expecting somewhere between 115 and 120 for the top 7. So still a lot of work to do in 8 drops. But that's an average of about 15-ish points. So if you're averaging about 15 points is what you need for the cutoff, and you put up a 33-point game, woo, you got some room to work. Let's get into game number 2 of the LCQs. We'll see how the map all works out. But another central zone means we can play anywhere on the map.
I'm going to look at where teams are heading. I actually wouldn't be too surprised yet if Fnatic do break up from bioweapons, and they have done. We're looking over towards this side of the map, and it seems as if Gentlemates have got bio entirely to themselves. If I'm honest, though, it kind of has been a similar story time and time again. Fnatic have never done well up against Gentlemates over towards that side of the map, but we do transfer ourselves over towards the other side of the map. Aizen and Kofi, KA, can they have a better game than they did last time? 40.4 points, not a bad start.
Yeah, well, it looks like this is what happened. We had 2 teams land living quarters, and VKA got the better of their opponents yet again. Not a full wipe here on Fail and Co. for XO, but even still got them on their heels yet again. Living quarters, I kind of call it a death zone of the map. It's not a great place to play from because there's so many teams that can pinch you, but in this caliber of a lobby, it's seemingly, oh wow, actually Fail actually double knocks with a PA. Should get these cleanups no problem. All of a sudden, I'm eating my words. XO or sorry, 9Z, my fault, finding an angle here after a frustrating map 1 for 9Z.
Yeah, we could call it frustrating. I don't know if they were alive long enough to be frustrated, to be honest with you, but a fight going on over towards the headquarters. Nick Dog trying to find something. As you can see the fight here between a couple of different teams over towards headquarters. They are consistently fighting it out, but here we go. Gentlemen starting to make some moves. We've seen them immediately move from bioweapons straight to chemical engineering. 5 Fears, we're very much here. They are no longer.
Yeah, this is a huge point for the Gentlemates. Because Fnatic did not chow them in bio, they did what 5 Fears did last time, just back at 5 Fears. They pulled the Uno reverse card and said, gotcha, and they've completely retaken over chemical. Now 5 Fears is being pushed all the way down the southeast side of the map into Harbor, trying to regain.
See, in a circle, maybe struggling to get a little bit of purchase across the map here. They went over towards Stronghold once more. They're going to have another look at it. You can see, actually, on the minimap, Exo Esports over towards that side as well. Not much going on here for Gentlemates. Chemical engineering is very quiet now after they clear it out, but plenty going on over towards the dock and control center. A few different teams lingering around this area trying to get something going. Fnatic being one of them.
Yeah, this salmon color, if you will, peach maybe, 100 Thieves is going to be this Team 9. Watch out for them all day today. They are in a bit of trouble. We've got a floater out in the skies. Not complete blender, but the start of one. Skullface almost being cut down. I think NetOdds actually thinks, yeah, it does look like his teammates can be able to trade that out, no problem. 100 Thieves down to a single player floating in the sky. No, swimming in the water. Blast fighting for his life. We'll check back in with him later once they've regained, as AG said, wait a minute, prison was open. Let's go chow rock and take over prison, as Scummin has completely shaved his head for today. LCQ is trying to move different with the bald buff.
I don't know how that would work out for me, to be honest with you. I think I've got too big of a forehead for that. I just look all head.
He looks good. I like the bald buff. Let's see if it works out for AG. Looks like a frustrating fight currently. Off screen, though. Uh-oh. Big man down. I see no floaters. 5 Fears, the first team eliminated after a solid last game.
Yeah, that's poor from them, but that first game will help them out. Scummin trying to find the fight if he can. Can he find a second? He would have been pinched either way. Good work from ROC. Visions and Wars working well together. Teammate doesn't even fall. Nicely done. 100 Thieves have now made their way over towards Stronghold, and this is where a fight has been kind of brewing between the side of EXO and between IOC. Two teams that need to get something going here. The Thieves are starting to get a little bit of purchase spray and a bit of trouble, and here they come. EXO through the window. We'll manage to find that. Thieves just posturing, ready to get involved.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of the first time we get to showcase how big actually of a POI Stronghold is.
Massive.
It's supporting 3 teams right now. You don't have to give it to the Falcons when we're in the finals. Right now, though, you're right. 2 teams dropping here, 100 Thieves regaining here, now all in a fight. Blast says, I want some kills. We need some points on the board. They only picked up a couple in the last map and doing, looks like a little bit right now, trying to find an angle on this EXO squad.
Do have Inner Circle still lingering nearby. They may well hit a regain and have a little look, but we'll see the zone is maybe concentrating over towards headquarters and prison. Be heading up in that direction very, very shortly, but this fight over towards Strongholds will continue. Look at this in the water. Those Stukas will have Scummin for breakfast. Surely no problem to find them. Smoke, water, how much cover do you possibly want here, Scummin? Enough to find the kill on the decky. Is the trade going to come through? Surely it does. Scummin trying to survive will eventually fall. Stukex there, of course, of all of Viton to try and get things up and rolling, and they were a team who was sitting in a really nice spot, and they will continue to sit here in game number 2.
Yeah, back to Stronghold we go, because EXO is pushing 100 Thieves, trying to get the full wipe right now. I believe Skullface by himself for a moment, the second nearby now, floating up above most likely. 100 Thieves can't get anything going. It doesn't matter which POI they're at right now. Skull is known to be able to play well as a solo. Playing with ground loot, though, this is going to be a really tough one, although he could line him up if they let him. Cracks one, going to have to back off.
Trying to run away with his tails between his legs. Can he find anything here? Skullface needs to start popping off, to be honest with you. Thieves, you talked a lot for a team who are currently just running away. Skullface falls eventually. Team number 14 has been wiped. That's Inner Circle out again. Not a great game from them. Skullface will be dropped. Thieves will continue to survive. But it just feels like desperation for Thieves right now. That's all they can hold on to.
We've got a lot of room to work if we're EVOS. Watch out for this Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper team. They've struck back on the Gentlemates as they have a giant spot on the map to control. There is not a soul in prison or headquarters right now. The middle of the map is wide open, and they know it. EVOS continuing to play near center, and it's working for them.
Gabe falls as another player from 100 Thieves does actually manage to spawn themselves up. He will start to float. We'll keep an eye on how things are going there. But over towards the other side of the map, we can already see ROC. Not over towards top prison, where they typically have found a lot of their success. They're moving over towards that left-hand side. Not much going on there, so we will move back down to living quarters, which is, by the way, incredibly mixy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different teams over here.
Yeah, 5 different teams and a lot of folks trying to regain in living quarters. That's usually where you could go for a moment. Skullface, not by himself, all 3 players on the map, but nobody has hardly anything besides maybe a pistol coming back in, whatever weapon they give you. Either way, Skullface ain't gonna get out of the water this time. EXO continues to hunt. EXO actually putting up a decent amount of numbers on this map. EXO wiping all of 100 Thieves yet again. They're one of the first 3 teams down. They get no multipliers and hardly a kill to their name. 100 Thieves in the blender.
Let that one sit with you for just a second. Our #1 qualifier coming out of North America are barely getting anything going. Everybody else, though, starting to have a little bit of a better time. The team that's typically dropped with them over towards Control, Movie Star Koi, gone as well. Team's starting to drop a little bit quicker than they were in game #1. Team's loosening up maybe just a little bit here, Coach.
Well, VKA and Robstar getting a piece of scum in there. The tower is Robstar's, and look at the middle of the map. Like I said, there's 1 player technically inside of HQ and prison, and that's Robstar in the tower with a sniper. I mean, that dude is just trying to farm any kill he can get his hands on. Look who actually has control over Control Center. It's gonna be Fnatic. Ixion found a new POI, said, well, the 2 teams that usually land here are dead, so I guess this is ours for now. It's gonna be Jawad and Showstopper from that same roster of Robstar. EVOS, who's got position, and they've got an overlook position with Robstar, giving them information from tower. Not a bad fight for him.
Not a bad fight at all. Ixion tagged up. Showstopper not wanting to really go for the peek here. Pertuka has the cover, but the problem is, yeah, Robstar's not quite getting involved right now. Had to drop out of the tower, maybe took a sniper shot, but either way, this fight will continue over towards Control. Looking over towards the rest of the map, though, a little bit of a fight going on over towards Factory. That will be between Leviathan and, of course, Gentlemates, who have made their way from Bio. Eventually made their way up. Akira just trying to survive. Haven't really been able to get things going here after the Frenchmen. Need to give their crowd a little bit more to shout about.
This is really a 2v2 with anchors on opposite ends. They all have 3 players alive, but they're not really focusing on pushing each other because there's no reason to. They've got nice zone position. We're likely heading to the southeast. It'll likely be a Factory ending. And finally, we're getting Mixie up ahead. You can see it from Decky's perspective. Leviathan doing quite well, actually, after game 1 on the leaderboard. And right now, paying attention to what's happening between Rock and that Evo squad.
Rock are in a bit of trouble here. Wars got dropped. Another got cracked. And they're making a bit of a beeline for Factory just to try and survive. Right now it is Fnatic who are in a little bit of trouble, taking a lot of damage to themselves. The rest of the squad's just trying to keep things rolling as well. Gromlock finding something on Ixion. Kill starting to fall. Teams remaining to just trying to survive. It's been a little bit better showing, I think, from one of our bottom teams, but precariously placed. Few teams just trying to figure out exactly where they want to go, figure out where is free. Headquarters still under the control at this moment in time from EVOS Esports. They've done well. We're currently on board with Leviathan. Lay's not quite having the game he did in game #1, but that would be quite the feat.
Fnatic's finding a couple out of that Vidati squad. BKA. But so far, it's a little bit of a slow play right now. I thought it would actually pull to Factory, but you can see the edge of the new zone pulling directly to headquarters. This is going to be a zone that absolutely is going to benefit that Evo squad, and everybody knows it. Everybody beginning to collapse towards the middle of the map. It's been quiet for a while. It's not going to be quiet for very much longer. Bottom of prison, top of prison, tower, everything's going to be mixy real quick, and it's actually Fnatic finding a few off-screen. So we see the Gentlemates come flying in. Death Ball is what the Desperate calling it, and here comes the Death Ball of the Frenchman. Gentlemates trying to get into the mix, trying to take down the team at the top. Gamax in trouble.
A lot of trouble here. Sucre yet dead. There they go. Gamax are winners in map #1. Find themselves falling out in 10th place. So not a great deal to write home about for them. A few points to their name, but their very good game #1 is going to allow a performance like that. But a lot of fighting going on over towards the headquarters side. We can see now, of course, Gentlemates have made their way up towards the top of the hill. Big fight going on here. Showstopper's trying to survive, but squad #1 is gone. VK out. They had another good game in #1 as well. They will fall in night.
Reminder, next multiplier is going to be the top 5. Some of these teams like Fnatic, who have actually found a few kills, need this multiplier to help bump them up the leaderboard. It's going to be very small margins. The kills will come in the final fights. Get yourself to a good position like Gentlemates. See AG is fully regained down below, now rated down and in trouble. Scummin also out. Let's listen in with the Gentlemates now that they've got position.
Ouais. En l'air. Mort. Nice. Ok, on a un advance pour le facto. Presque crack.
Il est à droite sur le bleu.
Là, ça va sortir point vert.
Ouais, je vais venir avec vous, les gars.
Non. Je bloque, frérot. Et tu dis si t'as besoin de go-pop, ça sort. Ouais. Ok, go-pop pour la rota. Ok.
Les mecs pas trop vont sortir.
Ouais, on monte. Ouais. Ça sort.
Crac.
Faut bloquer, ça les gars. C'est bon, on a bloqué.
Encore. Crac. Putain, 2 cracks.
Attention, il y en a un qui est un peu deep.
Ils sont 3 là, ils sont 3.
Non, une balle,
Non, nice. On te fout.
Well, I don't know a lot of Fridge, but you can hear the crowd and you can also hear group up. They have grouped up and they're cracking a lot of folks and they're going to take down Leviathan. It is a full wipe. Leviathan near the top of the leaderboard cut down. The Gentle Mates are moving different. Grouped, cracking their opponents and pushing at the right time.
And choosing to give up maybe a little bit of positioning to find the kills. Another wipe comes through. That's AG Global gone. Into our top 5, gentlemen, still in a good position in the map. And some of the other teams who have been in and around here have been lingering in headquarters. Of course, you've got a couple of different teams in and around it. You've got number 3 team, 9Z Global. They're continuing to survive inside the headquarters, but this is a tough position for ROC. They've got to fight their way out.
A 3v3 inside of Grandma's house, and Grandpa's house also occupied. Our grandparents lying in wait, hoping that their houses don't fall. We'll see if they're a fan of the Gentle Mates or Rock Esports. Eva's still technically in the mix as well, but only, I believe, with 1 player alive, and it's going to be Showstopper who's taken to the top, taken to the tower, and actually getting pushed out by a PA as well. We might lose EVOS here. Showstopper's going to have to show us something.
The Gentleman's in a really good spot. You can see where the circle's moving in the top left corner. It's pulling towards them, and now they can start to just farm people away. Showstopper is gone. That's EVOS out, and now can they find a little bit more? This is very much Gentleman's game to lose.
The onus of responsibility is on the Gentlemates to, frankly, stay patient. Everybody has to come to them. They have the perfect position.
I like this move from Rock.
Rock Esports going to come down the bottom side. The problem is they can't really enter into the building, so they're going to play low side, and Grom's getting too active. Is it a mistake?
Hello?
Or is it a punishment for this Rock Esports team for the rotation? A trading of blows. Zakar is out of here. But it's these 2 teams I'm focused on, because Gromalok doesn't win the gunfight. It's Wars by himself. They trade it out, and all of a sudden, Inkyo is still alive, and they're able to get the self-revive. Gentle Mates have set up for the win. It is their game as long as they take care of these floaters.
Yeah, LA2 will fall. Gentle Mates just migrated all the way from Bio. They made their way over towards this side of the map. They hunted them down, and it's Enkyo with 10. They're hunting it. They want to get the kill. Prodigy will fall. He doesn't want to give it. Are they going to get there in time? A kill here in the first place would mean a little bit more. They cannot find it, but they get the win either way. Gentlemates take the dub in map number 2, and that will throw them right up the leaderboard. The Frenchman here to play.
What I love about this Gentlemates team today is that they are moving with confidence. It helps that they're not contested, sure.
Yeah.
But when they weren't, they said, we knew we put the pedal to the metal, we got to fly at teams. They take care of 5 Fears early. They take over Chemical early. That opens up a wide open rotation all the way down the east side of the map, up into the grandparents' houses there to the south side of HQ. Perfectly executed, and as per the usual, the team that early rotates gets the win.
Incredible work from Gentlemates, finding the win once again. But they may well be sitting over towards the top side. Tell you who's down to the bottom. That's 100 Thieves, our number 1 NA qualifier. Need to find something. They've got 6 more drops on the other side of this break.
This land is calling.
Get LC. En l'air, Un bottom, pas vert.
Mets un single.
Ok, ouais, en l'air. Il peut au shop.
Nice 3v1.
Il est en bas.
Va le chercher.
100%, allez-y.
Mets ton drone.
T'inquiète, il est en bas, le shop est fermé. Vous le voyez tousser ou pas?
Je l'attends.
Allez chercher skill, les gars, come on.
Il est où? Je sais pas.
Il doit se tuer en zone.
Vraiment. Thomas. Nice. Come on, les gars. Come on, mon rêve. Voilà.
C'est fucking go, les gars.
C'est très bon, ça, les mecs. Combien de bombes?
21, frère.
Mais voilà, mon vieux.
Fans have a reason to celebrate today in the Qiddiya Arena. Gentlemates, we're already in the top 5 after our first drop. Now they finish first, taking that game. The question is, how many kills went with it? As we take a look at the highlights, walk me through drop number 2.
For Gentlemates, it was freebie central, my guys. I mean, they drop up again over towards Bio. No one's there this time, so they get the early battle versus 5 Fears. They win that. They dominate pretty much 75% of the map after that point, put themselves in a prime position. Really good stuff. Other teams to keep note of, though. Fnatic getting into the late game, finding a number of eliminations, mostly thanks to 100 Thieves and Koi being terrible today. And on the other side of this, how about teams like AG staying alive late, ROC staying alive late, and both finding good kills to help their tallies in game 2.
Yeah, not to mention Leviathan also retaking control of Factory. That's going to be great for them, but it was all Gentlemates controlling the headquarters area, gatekeeping the Factory rosters, and ultimately leading to a tremendous victory. Watching these final moments was wonderful. Really seeing Inkyo, of course, start to wake up. Bramalok, too, capitalizing off a couple mistakes that was being made from Inkyo just a little bit earlier. This roster's coming into full form, and Gentlemates are looking like they want to move into final.
They have the high ground again.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point that out, too, because, like, we were kind of watching them after that 5 Fears engagement. They were quiet for a little bit, kind of waiting for zone, waiting for their moment to rotate, and then, of course, that patient play in the end, Enkyo staying up top, and then that question, did Grom play too aggressive at the bottom? No. He gets rock weak and enough for Enkyo to get the cleanup kills.
Smart by Prodigy as well. At the end, just run away. Don't give up that bonus elimination. They are playing for every single point. This is going to get so scrappy towards the end. And if you're just joining us, our squad from Puerto Rico, Gamex took game number 1. No one had that in their bingo card. And now game number 2, we're getting what we expected on our first 2 days from Gentlemates.
Yeah, I've had Gentlemates in particular, and ROC for that matter, the back-to-back second-place finishes with good eliminations to boot with that multiplier puts them in a very comfortable spot early. But the other side of it is, like, we've got 6 teams that are just off the radar completely right now, and it's just so surprising to see because teams like 100 Thieves, we would have expected were going to stick with it. They were going to find success. They haven't even come close to sniffing a top 10 yet. Inner Circle, not finding value by landing over towards Stronghold. 2 teams that I think we really need to keep our eye on.
Shift, I want to grill you on your Fnatic pick.
Please,
you told me
me
they were going to finish in the top 7. They were going to make it to the final day. What have the Europeans shown you?
They are going to make it. This is some next level copium, I understand. They're sitting near the bottom of the leaderboard, but I was really inspired by how they started the group stage and even more inspired by how they played this drop here. They gave up on that play up towards Bio. They're not beating this Gentlemates team. So let's figure out where else we could go. Well, you evaluate the map and you say 100 Thieves and Movie Star Koi are in the longest pillow fight known to man since like a 7-year-old slumber party, and they jump into the mix after dropping over towards Doc, and they actually wipe most of the floor. They get to the final circle. The one thing I will say, though, and I will be a little critical to kind of piggyback a little bit off of everyone else's sentiment, they played really, really weak at the end of that last circle. Knowing that Gentlemates dropped down to fight, they should have pushed over to take that high ground spot away and give themselves a better position. Regardless, we're mincing words there because they still played way better in this game.
Missed opportunities. Was it enough to get them high on the scoreboard? We'll check that in a moment. One squad we think is definitely in the top 5 again is ROC. Rock Esports has been able to go back-to-back second-place finishes. How does this team do it so well?
I mean, it's just the prison drop, right? Like yesterday, they had some trouble there. Obviously, FaZe was there. That's where they like to land. But Wars, that was my hidden hero to just stay alive because those last 2 games yesterday were devastating. We had Vision starting off so hot. He's that main slayer. I think he had like an average kill of like 4.4 or something. So for Vision, Prodigy into the mix, I think these guys, they're going to go the distance.
Yeah, I think it's Wars. Wars is my guy. The fact that he's holding down Water Tower as well as he is and sniping and hitting the shots is critical because you look at the 2 zones we've had in the previous 2 games, right? Finishing towards the factory side. He has infinite line of sight on everybody on Prison Route, but more importantly on the Harbor teams, which therefore gives Rock a much better setup going into late game.
Question is, how many points did Rock score in drop number 2? Well, our admins have the answer. Let's take a look at where we finished. Here, this is just our second drop, and Gamex is going to finish on top again. 21 kills, 33.6. That can't be right. We'll double check it. Leviathan, Gentlemates, 5 Fears, and Rock were our top 5 after the first drop, so that may be an earlier scoreboard. Double checking, though. We're going to get everything figured out for y'all. What's your gut telling you? Is Rock doing enough to have the top spot, considering they finished second and second?
Top spots, it'd be close, but I think so. At least top 3. For sure, definitely within that safety realm to be top 7. I mean, because consistency is key, and they've got it.
And Gentlemates were, of course, in that top 5. They just won that last game. They had a lot of eliminations on the way.
Yeah, Gentlemates should be number 1, I think, by a pretty hefty margin. I don't know if Rock have actually had that many kills in their second-place finishes, because even in that final circle, yeah, they finished second, but if you finish second or you finish 5th, it doesn't make a difference. And honestly, you're just sitting and staying alive in the gas. Like, none of those late-game kills came the way of Rock. They were just surviving. So I think them finishing second twice in a row is a little bit disguised for what they actually pulled point-wise.
I was checking in with a few of the watch parties, and one of the highly contested topics was Leviathan. Expectations for our blue team as we see them so far today.
Yeah, they were orange yesterday, right? But here in blue, that number 12 team, they're really doing a good job at Factory, holding it down, and rightfully so, right? They were challenging Twisted Minds there yesterday, and in the beginning, winning it, and all credits to Lays. It seems like, though, Decky is more in the mix today, looking to be in top form.
I'm told we got the second report card in. Should we check it out?
Let's do it.
Yeah, this has to be correct.
Here we go. Leaderboards after map number 2. Gentlemates, as you call down, at the top, 33.6. That is the best score on the day. Evos is the surprise for me, and EXO in the mix once again. Great performance here. I mean, it's not a huge number, but close to 20. If you can keep that up, you're expecting to finish top 7.
Yeah, and you know what? I was really going to quickly point out EVOS Esports, right? You were talking about some of those rotations, especially around the headquarters side. I believe that EVOS did knock out Movistar Koi too early in the game. So between that team and also the zone favoring them headquarters, they were able to get a lot of kills.
Let's take a look at our overall score after our two maps are combined. Who's in your top 7? On the left side of your screen will say Gentlemates. Leviathan is there. Gamex, Rock, VKA, EVOS, and Movistar. But down at the bottom, Blast and crew from 100 Thieves are riding the struggle bus. We checked in with their coach, and here's what Ebates had to say.
Ebates, coach of 100 Thieves. Not an ideal start, maybe. First 2 games, dead last. What's the bounce back? What's the regain here on the scoreboard?
Honestly, like, just making adjustments. I mean, I think that we've been maybe a little too confident, you know, kind of just taking chows like one by one. So kind of just learn how to group up, get together, play as a team. I think that's probably been our weakest point, is just not playing as a team. So yeah, hopefully we can bounce back in the third, or like, you know, this second half of this tournament. It's only 2 games in, so it's a long one. Just got to buckle down and we're good.
It's going to be a long day. A lot of COD still to play. Of course, I spoke to Gabekin this morning. Same sort of idea. There's a fine line between confident and cocky. How do you reel the boys back in after a couple of maps like that?
Just keeping them humble. You know, we have a game plan. Just staying true to the game plan. You know what I mean? When we kind of stray away from that, it's obviously where we get sloppy. So just staying true to that.
Difficult situation to be in, but what a story it will make for the comeback. What are you telling the guys now to keep them well focused on the next few maps?
I mean, our preparation is, you know, we've been preparing for this for months, right? Like we've prepared for this moment, so it's like we just got to get back to that. You know, don't overcomplicate it. Stick to the basics. Like, these guys are insanely talented, and you just got to shoot your gun at the end of the day. Like, we all know how talented those guys are. So at the end of the day, just get back to the basics and do it right.
We'll see one go through the net, and after that, sky's the limit. Mate, thank you so much. Good luck. Thank you.
Is there such thing as being over-prepared?
You know what? That is a good question. And I would have to say I don't think they are over-prepared. And in this case, they're struggling. And one of the things Ebates said, we're not playing together as a team. And one of the things you brought up during the listening was, well, they seemed a bit discombobulated. And I think that's very apparent as to why they cannot regain. They are a team that should have no problem regaining. They land. They fight Movistar Koi, a fight that's been taking place since, really over the past 2 days. They start losing it. Now, where do they go? Stronghold, immediately running into issues. Then, where do they go? They don't know. Their regain game, which should be very strong for a team, at least with players at their caliber, should be incredible. But they continue to struggle. They've got to dig themselves up, but I think they have the mental fortitude to be able to do so.
I'm not a coach, but if I was, I would say, Blast, pull out your pockets. Each of you grab one of his pockets. We're all running in a triangle. Just run together, because trying to split and do too much may be biting off a little bit too much to chew here.
I think you just scrap control and start leaning towards factory drops.
Factory?
Yeah,
Leviathan. It's open?
It's open. It's just them and Leviathan. Why not give a different team a go?
That's an interesting take, and it could work out, but Leviathan is strong.
Players are ready. Drop number 3 of 8 loading up right now as we send it back to the Qiddiya Arena.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You know us, you love us. It's Dandro and Enigma coming in here for the next 2 games. I know you're pretty happy, buddy, as we come on into the Gentlemates winning a game. I gotta say, they not only just catch the W, but they catch a W in a very clean and fantastic way.
Yeah, it's a lovely thing to see them kind of. We talked about it earlier and a little bit with Goj when they were casting. There's an element of confidence there. There's an air about them that says that they're here to play. And a lot of people be like, oh, well, it's your big fish in a smaller pond here at LCQs. Let me remind you that that's not how it's working out for many of our bigger teams. Of course, we're looking at you, 100 Thieves, down towards the bottom of the board, and whether you can bounce back. But yes, for Gentlemates right now, it is a great passage, nice and early. That will lift pressure, no doubt feed their energies through the rest of the day as that crowd wills them on to victory. But of course, so many other teams here fighting for the top 7. And even with that 100 Thieves roster down towards the bottom, I agree with what the desk is saying. You can never count them out. It only has to drop once, and they will run through the rest of this tournament.
They did it through day 1 of group stages, right? They were looking at the right side of the leaderboard, and next thing you know, all it took was one fantastic game for them to be able to be on that other side. We thought they were going to qualify. Yesterday maybe didn't go as best as they wanted, but you can never count out Skullface. You can never count out Gabe Kuhn, and you sure as hell can't count out Mr. Blast. But It's not going to be easy. A lot of teams in this lobby looking to make it difficult. I love what we've been seeing from a number of these squads that are here. Got to give a huge shout out to Gamax because I think, you know, they did not look great through the group stages, but here they are. They are ready to go. Feeling good after that game win in game number 1. Absolutely cooking. But ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing the action here in the LCQ in game number 3. So let's lock on in, everybody, as we drop on in.
Consistency being key for some of our teams, of course, floating on in. For others, it's about walking out of the fires. And, well, immediately it's going to be about this contest. Stronghold is Inner Circle, and EXO lay claim to the same building. It will be EXO with the lion's share of the kills on the hunt for Bray, who's just going to turn tail, try and find a safe space, hope and pray that his teammates get back in on time. Of course, the window relatively short at this period, so should be fine, but, well, I think you can kiss Stronghold goodbye.
Yeah, Notreus was not too far away from the young man Bray there. Could have gone in on. Maybe got that full team wipe if he wanted to. Living Quarters, this is a new POI that we're starting to see some action at here, Enigma. I feel like this POI was mainly left alone, mainly uncontested for most of our group stages. Some of our teams finally realizing, maybe with Falcons not in the lobby, this does open up the map just a little bit. We see Kazu get taken on out, playing on top of that gun. And well, Vidati, maybe you can slide on out, make Vale pay for that trade. It's just not going to be enough. So you got boots on the ground if you are VKA. You've staved off this push from your opponents ahead of you. 9Z, maybe you can go ahead and back on up. 9Z, definitely need a good game here. Only 7 kills, 9.8 points total. You're going to need more than that if you want to try and make it to that top set.
Yeah, I mean, 9Z, they come into this tournament, of course, the underdog, and, well, you will answer back if you are Vale, up close and personal, sword in hand, VDAT cut down. And the thing is here, like, of course, they come in as underdogs, but they did talk to us in the player lounge, and they said that they had a couple of plans for LCQ, so let's start to see them if you're going to make that happen. Zoo on the board for the team will feel pretty good as you lay claim to the living quarters, quite frankly, as your own for now. You are going to have an Inner Circle quite close, but you're going to feel that you've done enough here to loot up a little bit and start to find yourself some money for that buy. Yeah,
and I think that's really just sort of what you want to try and do here. If you are that squad, get that money up. You have that buy that you can really use to your advantage. AG Global, they have a buy down at Grandma's if they can manage to get it, but unfortunately for them, EVOS have sort of made their POI be a little bit too mixy, more mixy than they would like. You see Showstopper down here just maybe trying to get an eye on Skummin, who is looking up towards the top, has a realization that, okay, Jowad's in the tower. Is there any way I can get some damage on in so my other 2 teammates might be able to help on out? But Skummin, he's a little bit stuck, and unfortunately for Showstopper, he's not entirely aware that maybe this little bit of a wall is a wall bangable. But thankfully, your other 2 teammates, they're going to go ahead, back you on up, get the cleanup, get Skummin out of there. And while even though, yes, you might lose a player, we are very early on in this game, and getting Skummin out of that position, very, very crucial.
Yeah, great work there by the EVOS players. Just to swarm back, protect Showstopper, and ensure that your lighthouse is protected. Get Robstar back up in his copy hole, and watch on over as we get this wide shot here. EXO trying to find a way up out of Stronghold that they won earlier on. Now going to make their way into living quarters. We've seen a couple of teams become a little bit unstuck here. Your contest will be against 9Z Globant. Elato, the top. Big green here. Sniper rifle in hand. And Robstar, he'll open up elsewhere onto Volcom. So it all slows for a moment. A little bit of breath for everybody in our lobby. And just as I say that, we're going to look on over towards Harbor, where we see Kazu find one, get cut down, answered back by 5Beers.
Yeah, 5Beers just deciding to play this side of the map, pushing on forward, finding that kill is really, really solid. And Scythe on the back half, he's able to bring down Taney as well. So Inner Circle actually maybe potentially get wiped already. We're going to wait to maybe fully confirm that. I'm seeing 13 out of 14 at the top, so I think that we are good. Inner Circle, not a great game number 3 for them. It's a contested Stronghold hot off the drop, and just unfortunately, it's just not able to regain. 5Beers going to go ahead and stop them. Rock, already a fantastic day so far. Feeling very, very solid. So starting to move their way up from that Industries prison side. And well, prison looks pretty open for the time being. So They need a wrap back on up. They can manage to have it, but Gamex going to be shooting from range, not really giving them the opportunity to really get this rotation for free. If you're Prodigy, you got 2 smokes in the backpack. Can definitely invest some of those resources for that wrap if you need to, and I think it might be wise to make that happen.
No, I agree with you. One of the things to note here is how much slower things seem to be playing as opposed to our group stage games yesterday. An important note on that is because we know how important placement is, but to really clarify just how important 25 kills is what Rock Esports come into this map on. They are in 4th. 25 kills is also what XO Esports come into. They are 8th. So that is the difference between qualifying and not, well and truly in that multiplayer. And I think a lot of our teams are recognizing that, slowing down the pace and trying to find safer rotations.
I'll definitely be curious to look at some of maybe the average placements of some of these teams coming on in, because I totally agree with you. It really is the key difference maker between some of these squads. And well, for Leviathan, it's been a great day for them so far. Currently sitting 2nd on the leaderboard. As Stukex, he will be able to find Scythe. A nice little trade comes on through, and you might try and surge on forward. Can you find Big Man here? He's only the last player alive, 4 or 5 fears, and he's just trying to stay alive. We're still very early on, only 2nd circle. Resurgence going to be ticking. Can you manage to stay alive to get the teammates back on in? I don't see them here on the minimap just yet. Big Man will fall, and just in time, he has a teammate respawn back on in. So great job, though, from Leviathan to kind of push out into gas, be able to find that. It's a very aggressive play to be making this early on.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it because it gives them complete control, basically, of that stuff inside. They have Harbor all the way down to Factory. Will give them a nice rotation off towards this circle. Late on 100 Thieves, we know how much work they have to do right now, and a big kill from Blast. We'll come through onto Elolam. He's on 7. This is so much better. You could argue they've got more points already than they had in their previous 2 games. Yeah. So the start that you needed if you are a fan of the Thieves, and we will see Gabe Kuhn get back in as well. So 3 set up, Stronghold still going to be held here by this XO roster. You're going to have company from the Frenchman in VKA, but they're going to be weakened up. Katu's getting back in, Azen's in the water, Vidati's just trying to stay alive.
You are full signing this right now if you are XO Esports. Hamoud, he's on 7 as well. This Stronghold POI drop, they know that, hey, this is free, this is open. And while maybe they might not be able to do this strategy in finals, you can do it to get there, and that's what's most importantly. You swing on up, you find Kazu, and there you go. Looking at 8, fantastic.
Not bad at all, XO. They will... sitting very much so on that bubble of qualification. Of course, we've still got quite a few maps to go here, but a great start lifts that pressure, lets you play with more freedom later on. For all of these teams right now, that's what you're fighting for. Walls will find Scummin in the feed, the wide shot. Rock Esports start to figure their way across from prison. They will have company from Gamex just off towards their southern side, so it's how you play it from here. And let's find out, my friend, as we jump in with a listen in.
Well, we're going to be able to bring that back on in here. Rock doing a great job playing towards this bottom prison side. Just go ahead, cleaning up some of these squads. They know this POI like the back of their hand. It's no surprise to see them kind of come back on here to their familiarity. I think that's the one thing with Rock that I've really, really enjoyed seeing is that they've made prison really their own identity to be able to have, and they are no strangers to maybe moving out of that POI for a little bit, and then they can come back on in. Leviathan, they can manage to do the same here at Factory. They don't have to fight with Twisted Minds here today, and it seems like they've come back to their home, and they're having some great success with it.
Yeah, they were incredibly successful in European qualifiers, stunned everybody with their performance. And it was off this Factory base. It's understandable to lose the fight to a team as good as Twisted Mind and have to find some different strategies. But today, they can find home comforts and they can well and truly put them to their advantage. Jawad going to be the last of the EVOS Esports roster, tucking at the very top of Factory. That rotation is going to have to come through pretty soon. It's off towards Living Quarters of Leviathan. You're going to have company there. But we get a look at this XO Esports roster, and they are still holding down the Stronghold. The Frenchman in the water will find a couple of kills. One for Patsuka, one onto Elo Lab. But it's how you get out of here. And there's nothing pretty about this picture if you are a fan of the Gentlemates. As they scramble, they scrape, and they're having to swim backwards, head off towards this eastern direction to give themselves another route in.
Yeah, I mean, I saw those shots from range and then LC-10. I don't know if maybe you just don't have an AR or no long-range option in your back pocket, but gotta imagine maybe some ciphers in hand for EXO Esports. We could be seeing a very dwindled Gentlemates team, but the fact that they managed to kind of stave that off and are able to get out of the water for free is absolutely wild. Continuing down here at the stronghold, because the Gentlemates, they have hopped that wall. They are in the mix here. A couple of teams playing alongside it down here. Of course, you have that EXO Esports roster. They are here, but above them is going to be Fnatic, just trying to maybe claw their way back in to this upper side. It hasn't been a great week for them. This could be the turning point. If they can manage to take down the Gentlemates and also bring it to EXO Esports and really control the stronghold side, it could be a huge boon. You gotta go through a number of teams to make it happen, though.
You do, indeed. There'll be so much action going on there, but for now it's for Leviathan to push through living quarters. They, of course, have company in EVOS Esports, as well as that 9Z Globan team that desperately need a bit of a map here. Jawad on your screen is trying to set his team up. You're going to be missing Robstar in this, so 2v3 in any fight means you need to find an early engagement, potentially use that money to rotate off, but I don't know how free that buy is going to be if it does exist out in the open building there, and I'm not actually seeing, oh no, I am seeing it just off towards that bottom left side, so it's trying to make that dive, but 9Z Globan are protecting it, so anyone that wants to make that play, good luck to you, as Elito finds a crack with the sniper rifle, and just trying to watch over, find a couple of freebies. Those teams from prison on the next circle will have to drop. If you stay alive for long enough, this Argentinian squad could profit.
Yeah, but AG Global, I kind of like their positioning right here, dude. You're seeing those sniper shots come on through. Rated, he's going to be able to find Big Man and cuts him on down. And if AG Global is able to hold this side up towards headquarters, they might be able to look down at all of this side of living and just kind of start frying if they need to. Because all of these squads stronghold, they have to start making their way on out. You can see already on your screen, some of these teams are starting to move. Fnatic, Gentlemates, basically just going to part ways, start going out. EXO, they've already moved up. They've laid claim to one of these buildings. And you can see on the other side, EVOS, they're there as well. So as the zone is starting to close on in, so many of these teams just trying to get their ground, make sure that nobody is going to have an opportunity to rotate in for free. EXO laying down shots onto Fnatic down below, going to try and maybe back them on off, and yeah, they're going to have to go in a completely different direction. The only problem is here, they got to run directly into the Gentlemates, but it seems like Exian, he's found some early shots on in. The armor crack is there. You're able to get the knock onto Enkyo. Teammate Patsuka finds Gromlock on the other side. Hollow, the lone man, has to be able to make it happen, but unfortunately for you, Leviathan, they smell blood in the water. They come online. They start pushing on up. Stukex currently sitting on 5, trying to be able to find this, but I think for Leviathan, they realize this might be a little bit too mixy for our liking. Drop the smokes, run away.
Great bit of work there, by the way, from Stukex. Just give Decker the opportunity to self-revive. Fnatic then going to have to rotate through the low ground. There'll be that sole player of Halal for the Gentlemates up towards that top side, but control center still belongs to the Thieves. They haven't seen much action recently and will surely collapse in soon. Squad 4 wiped out of here. Onto H-Mood, who has himself 10 kills, by the way. EXO Esports starting to feel themselves. It's a difficult rotation out, though. You've got to decide who you want to fight, who's going to try and hold you. Showstopper will find a bit of blood, but that will be EVOS. No, sorry. EVOS, yes, wiped off the board. They fall very quickly. And EXO, they're starting to try and collapse in up against 9Z. Goodbye. Going to try and shoot some bullets into the back. LC-10 will not do it for him. You fall, you're cleaned up. And EXO continuing to roll here.
Gentlemates wiped. Fnatic wiped. You can see already EXO, they're moving on up, but look who is maybe in their way. 100 Thieves looming on the other side, and it looks like AG Global have come down from their top side and are trying to move their way on in, if that is possible. No, that's actually Rock Esports. My apologies. They're being able to come on through, but Gabe Kuhn, he finds Nate Dogg. Final member of AG Global taken on out. Look where this zone is starting to pull here, Enigma. It's on the high ground. It's up towards the top, and I think 100 Thieves maybe have a little bit of a learning from yesterday when they lost that game against VP. They want to hold this high ground when it comes down to this final zone.
Wars will be knocked. Skullface up over the top. You're also going to have company from H-Mood in behind, who finds the final blow. So 3 on 1v1. You will see H-Mood put up a little bit of a fight, but 12 kills in the feed. It will be the end of his reign of terror as 100 Thieves finally come online in day 3 here in Riyadh. And with a big map. I will say, I don't know how many kills they have across the board because they didn't see much action towards that middle portion at Control Center. But their early work, their late rotation positioning, that is what gives them a map they sorely needed.
I think it's a decent amount, man. I was watching that kill feed and I was seeing Gabe and Skull were popping on up. Right at the end there, you can see, it feels like almost a weight lifted off 100 Thieves' shoulders when it comes to the end. They haven't even finished the game yet. Blast is standing up. He's trying to get the fist bumps, keep it going, and Skull's walked. He says, no, I need to clean up this last last player before we could do that. But thankfully, they get the job done. A huge bounce back here in the game number 3 for 100 Thieves. But kind of the unfortunate asterisk to that win here, Enigma, is that, yes, maybe that's enough to get them into the top 7. It's not going to be enough to just secure their day. No. So it could be a nice little momentum shift for the squad, but they have a lot of games left to go.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is going back to the game plan. As we saw Ebates, the coach, talking there in the break, it's a case of playing together as a unit. They clearly had a game plan, which was set ourselves up in control, and wherever that circle pulls, we just play for the late positioning and profit off the multiplier that the points earlier on have given us. So 100 Thieves there clearly have had a moment to sit down, talk to each other, your leaders in the room, just reminding your boys. They're under so much pressure right now. Everybody has their eyes on you, and they know that in that arena, but they've very much calmed themselves, set themselves, and come out with a huge map here in 3. I will say, though, quick look at that roster.
Yes.
EVOS, they didn't do too badly, but EXO Esports, they were the ones that were frying out there. We've seen 12 kills on individual players, and the fact that you're finishing inside that top 5 means you're going to really look pretty after this one.
No, absolutely. And we got to give some shout outs to Hamoud as well. We kind of cut on over, and it is just double-digit kills, absolutely helping lead that team. They have no qualms about landing a stronghold, and I'm kind of curious. The question on my mind, Enigma, was that we've seen some of these contests at stronghold between teams like, Five Fears, like EXO Esports. We've seen Inner Circle land there. If any of these squads make it to our finals, is EXO Esports going to be potentially the team to try and contest the Falcons? They kind of last year, let's remind her, Hamoud and Co., they were kind of the only team to maybe bring it to the Falcons as well. Then, maybe this year they're coming with a little bit more strategy and not really too much worried about it.
No, it's a fair question. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out if we get to that point. Of course, the Falcons have for many a year now managed to dominate all the land around them, push everybody away, and ensure that they have a great setup for their anchor in particular. So, yeah, we may get to that conversation. But for now, it is impressive in LCQs for sure. Going to quick look at a couple of our different squads here rotating on through. Of course, the Gentlemates there, they'll be feeling pretty good despite falling earlier than they would have liked. And speaking of which, let's hop into a quick interview to find out how they're feeling.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Gamax Esports with me. It's Sukra, my man. Game 1, really impressive way to start. 21 kills on the board. You can't have asked for anything better in LCQ, right, buddy?
Yeah, we were just rotating early and getting the kills together, playing as a team, and we made it work.
You did make it work. The early rotation seems to be the secret sauce right now as well. We're seeing that from a lot of the other teams. Game 2 and 3 wasn't quite the same. What issues are you running into and how are you going to fix it?
We just got to rotate early and get the kills we need to get, win the gunfights we need, and that's it.
Simple, effective. I know that you guys know what you're doing, so I can't wait to see what you guys do in the later stages of LCQ. But for now, we've got Miles Ross on standby with Gentlemates, your winners of Game 2. Take it away, Miles.
Thank you, Barney. Yes, joined by Enko of the Gentlemates. Let's talk about that second game. Early rotation paid off big for you guys. What else happened for you?
Yeah, the second game, I just wait the fire cell and rotation for the end game. So I secured the end game with my mate, and I finished the game very good, and I'm finished on the top 1.
Things are looking very, very good right now. Another thing that analysts are noting is a huge amount of patience, beaucoup de patience. Is this another thing you're working on, or is this something you knew already?
Yeah, it's a new with the crowd. It's a beautiful, and yeah, it's a passion with my mates, and yeah, go.
Is it difficult to play with, or is it nice?
No, it's very nice.
It's the best. Thank you so much, guys. Right. More Warzone after the break.
can.
Yeah, play the wall, bro. Yeah, cross left. That's what I'm looking at. I saw cross left. I saw this one cross left.
Oh, play the wall, play the wall, play the wall. Hit one under.
I'm all right.
I'm a diamond. Hit one down, close. One so far. Just drop, shooting the park kid. Not one play. One so close.
I don't see anything right. Close kid, knocked him.
I got my full. Far, and gang.
Yep. I'm back it up.
I'm killing this house.
Nice, come on.
It's all over.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? Come on, I thought it was over. I thought it was over. Come on, finish it.
Let's go. That's what we need. That's what we needed.
Yes, sir.
21 in the dub.
Oh my god, I thought it was over.
Boys. Let's go. That's what we needed. Fucking go.
Fucking holy.
So that's why everyone was saying they could be favorites on day 3. 100 Thieves, after bombing out games 1 and 2, wins game 3. That is going to make our leaderboard shake up a little bit. But as we take a look at these highlights from our third drop, I know you were looking at some locations. What was the early game story?
Oh my goodness, Stronghold was crazy, wasn't it? 5 teams fighting, EXO, Fnatic, 5 Fierce Gentlemates, and there was another that ended up getting into the mix. You know, over the past 2 days, Falcons controlled Stronghold. Nobody wanted to really go there. When they did, they got absolutely decimated. Now that Stronghold is open, everybody wants it for themselves.
And of course, let's just talk about 100 Thieves and Control, right? Finally winning against Movistar Hoi. And I mean, in the first couple of games, I think it was Gabe Kun that was like 5-2, Blasted Skullface 0-5, 0-1, or 0-6. But the thing is we need to get Blast in the mix, and they were able to do that. And of course, you know, they celebrated early.
I want to point out, by the way, Fnatic, I know you're going to be happy about this shift. Working there, even though they don't get a top 5 finish, the fact that they even stayed alive long enough to get up into the final fight was honestly awesome to watch.
Didn't get to the top 5 though, so they don't get the multiplier for the kills that they found in Stronghold.
So, do you know who did get top 5? Hamoud and EXO. We were highlighting him earlier. This was a pop-off game. Hamoud was sitting at, 12, 13 kills. His teammate Notorious was on at least 7 last time I saw him. You get that second place multiplier. This could be their biggest game of the tournament, and you're doing it on the LCQ day.
Again, and the LCQs in the meta qualifier, this is their home, and they literally locked it on Stronghold. You don't have to worry about the Falcons, but taking out Inner Circle was critical, as of course Inner Circle has been a problem. And well, as far as zone pulls, it was going so far down south in Stronghold that they were just really able to just get free kills and rotate
while
in.
Inner Circle got wiped early, 100 Thieves survives their opening fight. Let's take a look at some of their best moments, because Blast and crew were desperate from points. Their coach eBay said, guys, we have 6 more drops.
That's right.
We're not panicking. You and chat can panic all you want. I know what my team's capable of. They showed it here.
Well, I know me and Shift are kind of talking about it. Give up Control, right? Just go ahead and go somewhere else. They tried Stronghold. It didn't work. Maybe let's go Factory. Challenge the Leviathan. But I'm really happy that 100 Thieves go back to their bread and butter, and they actually beat Movistar Koi. That was tremendous.
And Fnatic, who was trying to play over through Doc, and Gentlemaids, who are rotating early from Bio. So, yeah, for 100 Thieves, this is a massive regain map for them, able to not just survive the early game, but clean up a lot of our top teams that are sitting near the top 7.
And of course, we saw Blast at the end of this one, pulling his Dashi, standing up a little bit early, celebrating before the game's done. Skullface had to wind him back in. Take a look here at the final moments as they celebrate on stage.
Skullface keeping him in check, man, right in the middle. It's not over with. Get the final kill. Well done, boys. Nice to see 100 Thieves finally waking up. It would be weird to not see them tomorrow.
Skullface is going to make a great dad. Those kids are going to be in check. Well done, son. All right, the guys from 100 Thieves lock in. We're going to take a look here as our standings are going to be changing up a little bit. Ellen, how did Leviathan do? How are your other teams that you are watching going into map 3?
Yeah, they're doing really well. At least I'm looking at Evo specifically, because even, again, that A versus B group yesterday, which we know the A group was like the group of death, Evos really started to pick things up in the end. And I think even in terms of kills, they were at least placement-wise top like 7 or something like that.
We're going to take a look
Evo's really looking good
in a moment. I'm told, though, we do have the EXO highlights. I was asking for these. I said, Hamoud's on fire. Please start watching Hamoud. Let's take a look at what EXO is doing, because the expectations very low for this squad. Only the locals know about these legends.
Without a doubt. And Hamoud, right? I mean, again, he's the veteran now. He started a couple years ago as the noob on land. Now, after a couple of years, he turns into the veteran. It was the battle for Stronghold at the very start. EXO had company. Fnatic, after they got pushed off of that movie Star Koi fight with 100 Thieves over Control, they go down to Stronghold with 5 Fears and Gentlemates. And it was a battle to the death, without question. But it ended up being Hamoud taking it over.
One stat I just wanted to say, Hamoud had 8 kills before Zone 2.
Yeah. Finished with 12, I think, by the way.
Which is insane.
And I saw 5 on Penguin there in one of the highlights. Notorious finished around 7 with 8 knocks. He was doing really well as the Jordanian, constantly as a shooter. But it's all about the positioning, and the wipes came at the right time. This is their highest placement on the day. Can EXO continue to finish in our top 3?
I think if there's going to continue to be this fuster-cluck of a nonsense battle at Stronghold, yeah, absolutely, because you've got 4 or 5 teams that are just on 100% just pillow fighting each other, and no one's at full strength. And EXO is just sitting here watching everyone rotate into them with how these circles have moved. So far, things have been really smooth in terms of taking advantage of the teams that don't have an identity in the map.
Yeah, one of the things, though, EXO did well in that Stronghold engagement is they rotated early enough to get ahead of the pack. That's something Fnatic didn't do, and therefore they had their back against the wall with multiple teams gunning them down.
Hamoud with a massive game number 3. Where does that put him on our overall kill list? Probably right behind this guy. Enkyo has been dominating for Gentlemates over the 3 days. We look at his kills here, 22. That's a score of 30.4. His team score, 64.8 after our 3 drops.
Yeah, he's been a spotlighted player throughout not just this day today, but in particular the last 2. He continues to provide consistency for Gentlemates, which is leading them to skyrocket up the leaderboard.
Yeah, not to mention the damage that he's been putting down. I mean, hey, he will get into positioning, but we saw him in that game that essentially they won, right? He had the high ground while his teammates were picking up the bottom.
Shout out to the admins. They got done doing all the multiplication needed for this scoreboard, and here we have your final answers. Leviathan, how good did they play? Well, 51 kills after 3 drops. That is good enough for first ahead of Gentlemates. If we can start to zoom in on our blue team, Leviathan is taking it to another level. The real question, though, is who is going to finish in our top 7? VKA. The former mouse and keyboard players, the auto-aim abusers, are now on on controller. They're back into your top 7, Taylor.
That's it, just barely, though. I think the big takeaway from this entirety of the scoreboard is the fact that it's still very, very close. Break it into top 7 for even rosters such as Inner Circle, despite being so far away, have a chance. We've got 5 games after all, but for 100 Thieves jumping up to 5th, I know a lot of fans are happy for that.
It's kind of weird. 15 points a game seems to be good enough to keep you in the top 7. Will that be true all day? I don't think so. For now, though, Shift, let's zoom in on the mini-map. What do you got for us?
Yeah, Gentlemates game number 2, they are really reaping the reward of finding a ton of free space. So I was kind of want to break down where their drop is and how that map started to progress. So we talked about where they're actually starting things off at. Bio has been 100% free for them. The only contestant nearby has been 5 Fears down in Chemical. So what they're doing is getting the very early loot. This is like a minute 30 into the game. They're getting the very early loot and then rotating down and putting pressure on 5 Fears. This is a head-to-head that they feel that they can absolutely dominate with. So as you watch it play out, that's kind of what happens. You find the kills very cleanly, and it ends up leading to a position that everyone else is focused on the middle of the map. So they're able to take over not just Bio, not just Chem, not just Industries, but a good 75% of the map, because everyone else is worried about what's happening down here between Movie Star Koi, Fnatic now in the mix. This is game 2, and of course 100 Thieves. It's just this giant battle that continues to happen on the lower part of the map. But meanwhile, while everyone's focused on that, including teams like Team 4 that are rotating over, what you're going to see happen is, hey, we're locking things down. I could go ahead and take a nap inside a Bio right here, and all of a sudden, everyone else starts to move up the map and take away space. So they end up finding a lot of success across the map. You fast forward to a different part in the map, and this is now where you start to see the late game start to develop for them. Again, so much free space, moving down through Harbor. Now to even have a position to contest Leviathan, who has been free inside of Factory. The only thing you have to worry about is Prison. But honestly, at this part of the map, you're not really caring about that, because all you're worried about is getting your 2 players forward. Go ahead and again, set up your bedroom inside a Harbor. That's going to be your lockdown spot while everyone else continues to fight. This works out well. Leviathan's going to get pushed off. It's going to clear off Factory nearly completely. But as the last circle starts to come into play, the one thing that I really enjoyed about this particular map from the side of Gentlemates was that they got to read that, hey, we've got a lot of free space up here. Let's actually take a late rotation up to Prison and find out if we can get some high ground action. So you go into the end of the game, you're able to find yourself positioned to clear out Prison, and now you're in headquarters. And this is where Fnatic, I think, really dropped the ball. They're sitting inside of headquarters with no action in front of them, and they're not even bothering to play off of all the action that Gentlemates has from below. They're sitting there saying, let's just make sure no one pushes up from behind, and then you're going to get that drop-down play that starts to come through on the low ground. You clear out the two major forces of contention on the bottom side, and then you rotate with the circle again to once more have high ground control. Fnatic's not in a position to punish for that overextension and ends up allowing them to win the game. So really good map control. I think the biggest thing is it just continues to start from that free position, and then you've got all of this extra pressure depending on where the circle is, either from the top, the middle, or the bottom. It's been really, really good for Gentlemates.
Patzuka, take the collar off. It is time to push in on your opponents when they are engaged. If Fnatic wants to climb up the leaderboard, you got to finish on top to get that big multiplier. But Gentlemates, a perfect demonstration of their movement around the map. They've been playing Coast Guard, little perimeter boys early on, but once they get high ground, it's game.
Yeah, they've been really clean, and I think the thing is they're evaluating the fights that they need to take very, very well.
Yeah, and they also don't have Vision now to worry about. They don't have Twisted Minds to worry about, and they don't have the solo of Biffle to worry about either. They recognize that, and they capitalize.
Stream Crazy so far through 3 drops. Gamex from Puerto Rico takes drop number 1. Gentlemates from France take drop 2, and the NA boys from 100 Thieves are going to take drop number 3. Will any of those get a second win, or will we have a new winner at the end of drop 4?
Well, the team that we've been seeing most consistently is Rock Esports. I want to see them take a win because they have been into the top 5. Can they do it this game? I think so.
If you're looking for one of the most explosive rosters, it is Inner Circle on your screen right now. Teeny dropping the most kills on day number 2 for any individual. So far, they have been silenced, wiped first in their last drop. Taylor, how do they bounce back?
Inner Circle go back to their bread and butter, what works. I want to see them head back over towards the bio side of the map. That's what was working for them. They've been changing up today. There's no reason. Go to what works.
Headphones are back on for Gentlemates. XO looks ready to take the stage. Final thoughts on your Fnatic crew?
I love them. I love them a lot. I think they're making really smart reads. I mean, getting it over to Stronghold to reset after they got pushed off of control this last time by 100 Thieves. They were successful there. They were able to win out a number of battles, give themselves a chance. That late circle just kind of screwed them a little bit with where it was.
Looks like we're just waiting on Vision from Rock Esports. And Ellen, you mentioned they have been top 3. Second, third. That is the most consistent anyone has played all weekend. How are they doing it, and why aren't they higher on the leaderboard?
I mean, of course, holding prison, but yeah, we saw Wars getting a lot of snipe picks, you know, and it's just like patient plays. But the thing that Alan had mentioned before was like, are they picking up enough eliminations? Maybe not a lot, but the consistency in their placements has held them in 4th. So as long as they keep doing that, I think the plan for Rock is we don't need to get too overly aggressive. We've seen some of these teams say, hey, let's pick and choose our fights very carefully, and I think for Rock, you just keep playing that way.
Yeah, I think consistency is key for Rock. They've got it, and I want to continue to see them do exactly what they're doing. No reason to do anything crazy or try to get wild with their game style.
There's a look at the team in first place through 3 drops. Leviathan is on top of the leaderboard. Gentlemates right behind them in second place. They look to continue their winning ways. Who's the player to watch from that squad? Who's been impressing so far, JJ Redick?
JJ, no, you did not with the JJ Redick. If I had $1 for every single time, I'd say Decky or Stukex. Honestly, Stukex is a guy that I interviewed, I believe, day 1, even before the competition started. He said he was going to look to go all the way, and he's doing so.
Lazy as well as all smiles right now. It's time to send it back to the casters for drop number 4 of 8.
Wow, it's great to know that we have an NBA coach sitting on our desk here for Warzone. I never knew that we were around such royalty. But where else would we be here but the Esports World Cup? Nice little break there. All the players got a chance to stretch their legs, kind of be able to go to the bathroom, maybe regroup, reset as a team. And I kind of wonder, we just watched 100 Thieves, a team that struggled through map 1, map 2, really come back with some fire in map number 3. Will that break cool them off, or is that even a better chance for them to regain, say, hey boys, that game is exactly what we need to do going in here to drop number 4?
Yeah, I think for many teams it could ice the kicker a little bit, right? But I think for 100 Thieves, you end up in a situation where if you want to prove that you are one of the world's best teams, you've got to see moments like that as an opportunity to remind yourselves, boys, we just stuck to the game plan and it worked. Let's make sure we're doing that going on from here. We heard from Ebates earlier. He said that there was moments where they're being overconfident, over-challing, maybe not necessarily respecting the lobby that they have in front of them. This is LCQs, yes, but all these teams qualified to get here. They're really good teams, and I think sitting down together, talking about that, and just reminding each other that you are each other's best friend, and the best way to see success today is what you wanted to be doing.
One thing that was also interesting about that game is, well, the game that 100 Thieves win, who was the team that went out early? Movistar Koi, currently sitting down on the bottom side of our leaderboard. So is correlation causation? Some would say no. I say maybe. And this lobby might be a realization of how that could happen. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. After a nice little break, we are getting ready to hop on in to map number 4. The Juggernauts, the momentum is starting to get felt. The stage is rising as the tension does, not only in the arena, but also on the map. You are trying to be top 7 to make it back to the finals, back where you belong, so that way you can prove you deserve to be here in Riyadh.
Yeah, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this will be the halfway point. After this one, you know exactly where you stand, and you do not want to be staring down the barrel of an early exit. And as our teams float on in, I can let you know nice and early that the circle's going to pull largely off towards the same kind of direction, maybe a control center finish for us here. And that would be something that the 100 Thieves would welcome, considering how they looked on day one with those. We move on over to the man that lit up last time, XO H-Mood here. He was having himself an incredible performance in map 3, looking to squeeze and help as his teammates fall to Inner Circle.
Yeah, Inner Circle doing a great job, though. I think just playing a little bit more together on this drop. We see Penguin go down, we see Notrius go down. Teeny starting to light on up. We saw a number of games yesterday where that young man was shooting. He was firing on all cylinders. Another game like that here in game number 4 would be a great way to kind of get momentum back on your side. Over at Control Center, though, we still see this battle between Movistar Koi and 100 Thieves. Blast just slowly but surely making his way up the stairs, and you're seeing a lot of stuff get invented, and I'm seeing a lot of Marines in hand as Gabe slides on out. Skullface, Gabe Kuhn. It looks a little bit too clean, but there you go. Netos, he's good for a trade. He cleans up 2. It's all on the Blast, and just like that, he's got to skedaddle. He's got to get out of here if you want 100 Thieves to stay alive. The shots are a little bit too good, and 100 Thieves, after you get a map win, is starting to look good. You take a break, you come back into map 4, and well, you basically give all of that momentum right over to your opposition.
I mean, Nedots just goes nuclear, right? Gabe Kuhn slides in, finds the first, great stuff from him. It's an instant trade out of Nedots, and then he also finds Skull, which flips the entire script of that fight. Blast is forced to back off because the self-res comes through, but he's aggressive on the hunt and finds the final blow up towards the top of prison there. Nate Dogg gonna get up and over, finds Showstopper, gonna be shot actually from the tower. That's likely Robstar peering on over. You get a little bit of a shot of him there. He's gonna slip and slide away. And well, EVOS, they've got a bit of work to do here, sitting right on the bubble. They could do with another good map here to keep things moving. AG Global, they're also right there. This wall up towards headquarters, important for both of these teams right now. We get that wide shot, setting us up for everything that's to come. Reminder, likely playing off towards Control, and the bow is going to be a huge part of that conversation later as VKA square up against Fnatic.
I like this. Kazu immediately just going to drop on down, make Patsuka play for taking out his teammate in Vidati. So great work there. Is Volcom just going to try and look for Kazu as well. Nice little armor crack. Won't be able to convert that into anything, though. Initial engagements kickstarting our map 4. We're already missing one team, and it feels like maybe a little bit of respect going on through some of these squads already. All 3 members of VKA alive and well. You got one floater hanging out up towards the top. As Volcom is here, but Fnatic, they're coming in from the skies, pistols in hands, and I don't think you were ready for Volcom to have an LC-10 in hand. He's able to find one, but it's just not enough, but the party ain't over just yet. Vidati will surge on forward, find Patsuka. Volcom does get the full onto Exian finally, as VKA, they just stand their ground, and they basically just watch all of this fight happen in front of them, and they say, oh, great, points,
Yeah,
we'll take them.
It's no third like a third party, apparently for Fnatic, but they land and are not welcomed. Anyway, on over to Rock Esports, who have plenty to do off towards Concrete. They get knocked if you are Gromlock, finding that finish. Gentlemates continuing to slowly work their way across from Bioweapon, back with VKA then in this fight that continues to go on. Fnatic are going to hit the boat yet again. Kazu stepped out to try and find Tenex, might have overstrayed because Gromlock is going to put him in a bit of a blunder. Vidati will at least find Patsuka, going to be chowled up, cracked himself, bit of back and forth here, and Fnatic continue to suffer. The Frenchman will punish them for returning, but Movistar Koi want every bit of this fight.
Yeah, Nedots, you're still up at Control Center, so you're kind of okay with your duo just going ahead, trying to fly out of the boat. and go Clamp! He's able to do it. Finally, a little bit of revenge that's there. And look at Volko. He just sees these two members of Gamax, knows they're probably over in the water. Just gonna try and maybe clean them on up. Anybody trying to hit this ladder, not entirely sure. You'll see Sukara out in the water as well. But I think for the time being, go ahead, maybe try and stabilize this fight because you got the Gentlemates raining bullets on you from afar, so you don't need to get overzealous. You don't need to try and clean that up into the water. Just get back with your team. But Movistar Koi, fantastic play. Said it when we came into this game. Hey, they need to have a good one if they want to try and get back on into the mix. You can't let 100 Thieves run away with this. And well, with Thieves going down very early, they definitely take the opportunity into their hands.
Yeah, they have one. They got to seize it. We take a look at a couple of other teams that are going to need that. 5 Fears. They're down towards the bottom of the pile up against AG Global, who sits on the bubble. There's a big win here for Nate Dogg to get things going a little bit inside prison. Of course, you're always going to be worried about where Rock Esports are, but actually they floated on off towards the southern side. They're actually in a bit of a regain situation. So it's EVOS who are here to fight this. I say that. Woo! Big Man tries to approach. He's going to be cut down by Nate Dogg. These boys have got to find some momentum, so let's find out if they're going to find that with the listening.
We're back to Grandma's if you can. I'm time. I'm gonna hit Lodi.
I'm throwing a recon up. I'm throwing a recon up in this corner.
No, just come to Grandma's.
Okay, give me time. I'm gonna let you know. He's not in Grandma's. 2 G2.
Yeah, it's fine. You wanna get a PA? You wanna get a PA? No, they're playing us.
Okay, ready, take a plate. Yeah, flash. Hold on. A live bone. Come. They're mines.
Yeah, don't even push them.
Come. Oh, no. Come. Okay. I knew.
Pushing you right here. Live, one shot. Knocked.
Dead. Wait, let me play. Wait.
No, he's not. Oh, my bad. That's what I mean. Stop. Not big. Go G2. You can reset in G2. He's going back. Jump across you.
AG Global into the mix here at Grandma's. A little bit of a cluster at the beginning when we came on over, but Nate Dogg, that drone coming in and clutch there, giving you the live ping on anxiety. He was playing on his roof. Unfortunately, though, for Nate Dogg, he now has 2 members of EVOS landing on his roof, but he might have been able to find the hop-up. Jumps on in through the top. Unfortunately, his feet land him right into the fire and the flames. A lot of damage going towards his way. A great job from that team to make sure that you do not be able to control G1, G2. Scummin last alive, and he's right underneath the 3rd player of Robstar, hanging out over there towards headquarters.
Yeah, tough time for AG Global right now. Thoughtscommon did a lot of good work through that listening, but unfortunately, it amounts to very little. Maybe a couple of extra points on the board. Let's get a look at this Living Quarters battle then. Fnatic, who continue to try and just be a part of the conversation in this tournament. We'll have Inner Circle for company. You're also going to have a couple of players here from 5 Fears who will look to square up. A couple of fights going to happen. Inner Circle will find Patsuka. Engsian's going to trade onto 1. You then take damage from over Sife's side. And you hear the footsteps. Engsian's got to slip. He's got to slide. Whoa! He finds the track on 1, but the double team is there to clean him out. And yet again, Fnatic into the regain blender. There is another team rotating in towards the backside of this. Leviathan interested in every bit of that fight, and they will set themselves up for later.
And you've got a little bit of a look at the map on your top left corner there. This whole fight that's happening on, guess what? None of this is going to be in zone. So if you manage to win this, you still have to make your way on out of it. Think if you're any of those squads, get the hell out of there. Try and get on into the zone. For the Gentlemates, though, they're actually kind of holding pretty good mid-zone right now. They say, this is our boat. I am the captain now. If you want to try and take this ship, you have to take it from our cold little French hands.
Well, they have themselves a buy station, of course, down here, so they'll be feeling pretty good about that. A little bit of cash in the pocket, plenty of plates, the ability to hold it for some time. The interesting thing here is, of course, you're 50-50ing your bet here, because Control Center could well be a pull that we get towards some point. You don't want to be pushing uphill, and right now that is going to be held by Movistar Koi, who fought for it early. A couple of swimmers here out towards this dock side. We are going to see Engsian clean up yet again. Fnatic continuing to suffer. EXO, I mean, it's not a great position right now, but I'm seeing 7 kills on the board for Penguin, and quite frankly, they've managed to step up their slaying enough to lift them into that top 7 conversation. So long may it continue if you're a fan of that squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a bad map, but if this is your worst map of the day, this is going to be very tough as we start seeing just a number of squads out here. And so while these swimmers are having this battle on the edge of zone, I'm seeing some action happen up over towards prison between a number of the squads. You can see Nate Dogg in the feed there, trying to get active, trying to be able to have AG Global get back on into this as well. We're starting to see the fishes start to fry each other as pistols are out, the shots are in. Zakar, he's going to be able to find goodbye 60 hertz, and with that, we probably are going to see 9Z taken off the map. Cluster will come in up over the top, trying to clean up some of those squads. Down towards the tunnel, though, we have Prodigy. Prodigy, who was just trying to reap some of these kills as Jawad has to back away.
Well, while we've been watching all that stuff in the water, Rock Esports have been on a bit of a hunt. They've cleared out so many teams off towards this eastern side. They have a massive amount of map presence, and a circle squeezes is going to force teams off the prison as well. We should be able to catch them. This is Jawad and Robstar just about trying to stay alive. And right now, Rock in a great place. Gentlemate's going to try and hold on to that boat. The circle will pull off of Control Center, so that will suit the Frenchman. It will also suit this squad on your screen right now. And everyone else got to scramble on that rotation. Inner Circle have a full 3 to try and fight this. EWC Esports rotating over from headquarters, and everybody else scrambling in bits and pieces.
I like where Rock is positioned right now, and I like where maybe Gentlemates is positioned a little bit more. Just holding down this boat, you'll actually be able to control this entire, basically, northern side of the zone. While Rock, they might be able to push on up and control all the people leaving prison and Control Center. A little bit until we get to that, because, yeah, Control, it's about to get super mixy here. Jawad and Robstar going to be able to find Volcom in the kill feed as Sight from 5 Fears playing alongside Big Man. Only 2 that are going to be on here. Obs found on the fly and going to be taken on out. 5 Fears. They're finding the kills here and there. It needs a huge game to be able to get them back on in. This could be it if they could just manage to stay alive a little bit longer. For the Gentlemen, we see Fnatic get wiped at their hands as they are just looking to use this boat in any way possible. Inner Circle still up here. Evos still up here. A number of squads still towards this control. Everybody fighting for this power position, because the team that comes out on top, they're going to be able to reap the rest of the lobby. And well, if there's one squad who knows how to play out of control, it's going to be Movistar Koi.
Yeah, and now Evos, though, going to try and hold them off towards this northern side. Robstar just trying to stay alive. Showstopper's going to be low. Jawad trying to support as well. Robstar's going to have to dip for now. The Movistar Koi players looking to get up and over this. They're going to have to jump at some point. Gas going to force them on forward. And they land into the Inner Circle as well. 3 different teams about to scramble over the same point. And we see 5 Fears, and we see AG Global wiped off the map.
I mean, the Gentlemates, the fans, they're feeling pretty good in the arena right now. It's already been 1 map win for the Gentlemates, and they are frying right now. But you got 2 members of XO Esports. Revive comes in down below. Last player still on the outside, and there's Khabood. But unfortunately for Gentlemates, they're going to have to move off of this boat that they've played so beautifully often and get into the zone. The problem is you have 2 different squads, they're going to try and hold you on out, while these teams at control try and stay alive. Inner Circle eliminated, done and dusted. Hollow's going to be able to find Robstar from Evos, and I love this. Gentlemen, they're starting to rotate up towards control. They want to go for the high ground. Streaks coming in up over the top. Hollow's going to be the front man. Can he manage to play this rock? Can he manage to create the space for his 2 Slayers to back him on up? Can they get on into the zone? This shack is going to be a main way they can do it. You have Rock across the way playing their own shack, and down below, well, it's XO versus Leviathan.
Jawad just going to lurk in the back here, and this is what the Gentlemates are worried about. They want to ensure their backside is cleared out so they can focus on the fight at the front. Kills coming through for Rock Esports. They will wipe Leviathan off the map. Jawad, what can you do? Can you be a factor in this fight? Well, actually, you're going to be found by Prodigy. Circle's going to pull back towards the Gentlemates. So how do you set up for that next fight? Rock Esports, they're going to try and ascend on this quickly. The Frenchman tucked into the shack, just trying to stay alive for a moment.
Trophy system's going to stop a lot of these aids flying off through wars, looking to maybe find the opening that they need, but Prodigy, he hops through the window. Can he manage to find Follow? It's just a little bit of a do-si-do, but Enkyo and Hollow, they find Vision. Hollow finds Wars, but Prodigy, he's good for the trade. He's trying to be able to find those cleanups. It's just not enough. It's the little French Prince from behind. 11 kills and a 2nd win on the board.
The Gentlemates continue their impressive day here in the LCQs. Was not without contest, but they fought for that boat. They recognized very early that this is where the circle could pull off towards. They could make a safe rotation in towards next circles from there, and they picked their moment as to when to approach that control center fight. 3 squads scrambling over the same patch. Landy recognized that they can do what teams like the Falcons so often do, and just instigate that from the backside, pick up a couple of exit kills, and then it's protecting that backside, making sure that they can just focus on the fights going forward. Do they get blessed a little bit of the circle pull? Absolutely, but they stay alive for long enough. Just recognize that they can back off towards that shack, welcome Rock Esports in, and slaughter them like the firing squad they so often are.
We see it time and time again. High ground will win you games. The Gentlemates prove that yet again. 4 maps done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what? We still have 4 more to go. We're going to go to a quick break, and we come back. We're going to be dropping in some map fun.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Il est mort, il est mort.
Dans les box devant, faites gaffe.
On a la poule.
Il est mort le mec dans le dos?
Oui.
Ok.
Je suis sur le top, c'est trop bien.
Ok. Je dois me plaquer à l'intérieur.
On est derrière dans la zone.
3v3 les gars, 3v3.
Y'en a qui push. Bien touché. Un qui push, close au wall à droite.
Ouais, à droite.
Mort à droite. Mort. Close. Mort. Nice. Encore un.
Je me place une plaque, tranquille.
Se crack.
J'arrive, je me sers.
Let's go. Comment dégueuler. Comment les gars. Putain gros. Let's go. Come on G.
Someone warm up the baguettes. The French are ready to party here in Riyadh, and for good reason. Gentlemates, the first team to walk away with 2 drop wins. This is their second in just 4 games, and I asked before the break, would anyone be able to do it? We thought with as many challengers are here, it's unlikely. They make it happen again, Dream.
Yeah, I mean, at least finding themselves in the top 3, huge, of course, but this final moments, it was a troll, right? Rock was set up early around that prison side, right? They played for zone, but the zone pulled towards the Gentlemates, and of course, Gentlemates picking up a lot of kills along that dock side.
Wouldn't be a battle royale if there weren't a little bit of zone RNG. But again, I just have to go back to like what we were talking about, even through their game 2 win. They're getting the northeast side of the map for free. Like, it's a real estate sale out there. So when you start to see the circle moving towards the north, they have a free pathway to make their way through industries, down towards docks, and find all these teams that are floating in the water. I mean, they found so many free kills, literally dead fishing out there.
It was good to see Evos making another late game run. Unfortunately, they're cut down, but Rock again in the final 2. This team is without a doubt the most consistent. I think they are currently a shoo-in for the top 7. Will they eventually win a game before we leave this venue tonight?
Well, they nearly do. I thought they were going to be able to get it, but they fall just short. Inkyo had the high ground, and he was overlooking everybody, and it was, of course, Gentlemates were able to take it. But when I look at Rock, 4 games so far, 3 second places, 1 third place. Consistency is key. Yes, they're playing slow. They're not getting a ton of eliminations, but they're still racking up points in a positive way. I'm happy with the way Rock are playing.
Rock are playing without the audience. They don't have the crowd buff. Gentlemates are maximizing that buff right now.
And I think the thing, too, is, like, again, where are our hotspots off drop? Stronghold and Control are our 2 most contested spaces. So outside of 5 Fears, who've been really soft today, Gentlemates are able to get fully loaded up, come back in and take care of a handful of third parties. Like, we aren't seeing the same rotational battles through Prison like we had been all day yesterday and the day before, where it's late game. Teams that are winning their POIs now have to fight in these close quarters areas. That hasn't been the case. And Gentlemates are just like, all right, thanks so much. We'll come into this fully healthy and just destroy you.
One of the coolest things I've seen at EWC are the fans. And this year, the French fans are here
because of one person in particular, Gataga. I talked with one of the fans in the convenience store, and he said, yeah, Gataga flew us down. I asked, was it broken? Was it squeezed? He said, well, they're all great, but Gataga I have to thank the most. How big of a move is this for an owner to put their own money out there to send 60 players down south?
I mean, that's huge. I mean, we've been hearing the players too. It's amazing to see so many orgs involved in the Warzone space. And I mean, to throw your own cash, like that's something special. We could see why this fan base was just so unique.
Well, I'm thinking, like, has any other org owner really done this to this scale? I don't think so.
Scale. No, I don't think so.
60 people is a lot of people to fly out there, plus on top of your own fan base.
Hey, Nate Shot, stop opening cases. Let's send some 100 Thieves out here next year. For now, though, I hear Miles is with the Gentlemates.
Here, now on the Gentlemate side of the stage, the match is on. We'll try and keep the energy up, fellas. How are we doing?
I'm great. For real, it's exceptional. So, yeah, we're gonna win today. It's our day. We're gonna go to the final. For sure, it's our day.
Your voice is still strong after the singing.
We have voice, we have energy. Here, it's fire. The best team, the best group here. So the best crowd.
No shortage of energy here in the crowd. We'll let them get back to the game.
Game is ready. Fans are getting loud, and that means we have another drop underway. Let's find out. Can the Gentlemates go back-to-back? They already have 2 wins.
All right, thank you, Chris Puckett, and our amazing analysts. Goj and Ton back here in the booth, and I gotta say, halfway through the LCQs, I don't think it's going the exact way we thought it would. 100 Thieves, while we were gone, had a moment of brilliance, and then when we were back after grabbing a bit of food, they got dropped first. So I don't know what's happening, but our leaderboard is certainly all over the place.
Well, I'm looking at it as 3 teams who I fully expected to be pretty much cruising through. Well, at least 2 of them that I expect to be cruising through. We're 100 Thieves in a circle, and this is how things are lining up now after the halfway point. They're sitting in 9th and 11th respectively. Maybe start Koi sitting in 12th. Like, what are we doing? Like, we need to step this up big time. It's all very well getting that win underneath your belt. We thought that would help them along the way. But they are really flirting with danger now. They are, I say, at least a win off, getting themselves in the conversation right now, our Thieves.
Yeah, let's talk about the top 4 teams. Obviously, they've separated themselves from the pack a little bit. Gentlemates, Leviathan, EXO, Esports, really strong teams. And then Rock, unbelievable placements, a decent amount of kills. But the other teams are slaying out. And something that we maybe weren't expecting was to see EXO Esports just slapping people around in Stronghold and finding kills along the way. They're pushing up at almost 80 kills in 4 maps. That's insane.
Thieves, though, on the other hand, are sitting as the 3rd lowest slaying team in this game. It's all very well sort of thinking, okay, well, maybe, you know, they make it out of control, a few kills, but they cannot find a late game to save their lives. However, when we see they did, they go on to win the game. For them, it feels like feast or famine right now. For the side of 100 Thieves, they need to step it up very, very quickly, or they will not be seeing themselves in this competition tomorrow.
Well, Game 5 underway, the second half of LCQs. Do people change it up or do they keep it going? That EXO Esports team around 80 points, 60 kills. That cutoff, though, is AG right now in 7th place with only 48 points. That means our metric for success on paper is going to be around 96 as we get into the map. And you can see our zone is on the northern side. Stronghold not in zone, living quarters cut in half. Control center only in zone for a moment. But for now, the Gentlemates are contested for the first time as down in Stronghold, the continuing fight of this inner circle versus EXO.
Inner Circle are another team who we didn't really touch on that too much. They are on the bubble, as are Thieves. Look, it's far from over for them at this moment in time, with especially the potential they have to bring a decent game into. We've seen, of course, both these 2 teams, Inner Circle, Thieves, find big games, but it's the inconsistencies that could go on to hurt them. But here we go, into the game. Stronghold, a little quiet of a fight over towards this side. Things kicking off towards headquarters, control center. Well, I don't need to tell you how things are going there, but over towards headquarters, the same old story. Teams juking it out.
Yeah, nothing's really changed on our map, hardly at all. EXO, Inner Circle have been fighting for a very long time. Up on the north side, the only change is really a return to form. Fnatic has decided to re-chow Gentlemates up there in Bio, which is actually going to give a lot of room for 5 Fears in Kim to be able to play for that. So we'll pay attention to that while we watch this fight on our screen. That 5 Fears team, potentially a good map at hand if they can capitalize on it.
Looks like Thieves have got themselves a little bit of a purchase over towards Control Center. So they're going to try and get some things going as we go over towards Stronghold. Both these two teams still struggling to get a hold of each other. There's a lot of action going on across the other side of the map as well. Right now, though, gunfights not quite blessing our screens just yet.
And these two teams are important ones, but Leviathan, a very important team, over 80 points, 2nd place overall, only behind the Gentlemates, and this is one of the reasons for it. They have this factory drop completely to themselves. Twisted Minds has already made it to the finals. Nobody else decided to contest them. But to Control we go, and here we take a quick look at it. Skullface in trouble as 100 Thieves. Movistar Koi continuing to trade blows. All of a sudden, Blast by himself. Blast does clutch up in the fight and take down one. Should get the trade here and keep his team alive. There was a moment where there was a chance 100 Thieves would have been wiped there. All of the alive players were in that building. That was scary.
That's a lot better from Thieves, though. Managing to get themselves ultimate control now of their side of the map. And just to speak on this circle, it seems as if to be cutting off Stronghold, cutting off Living Quarters. So those teams over towards that side are going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation. But looking at where G-Max have found themselves, they went over towards Bio. Gentlemen seem to have been forced away. That won't threaten them too much towards the top side of that leaderboard, but they will have to go for a regain. And now it's Fnatic fighting over it with G-Max.
Fnatic with maybe their first win in Bio since maybe the first map of the day in group stages, and unfortunately G-Max is going to come in and trade one out at the very least, but here we go. AC has found an angle, does take down 2, the third, the anchor, not here. Another nice win for Fnatic, a glimpse and a glimmer of hope. They might be able to creep up this leaderboard with a good map.
And you take those kind of gunfights all day, right? You very thankful for the 2 kills that come through. You haven't really lost a great deal. You keep things rolling. Looking over now, though, towards 5 Fears. Looking to just try and clear out over towards the harbour side of the map, or over towards Chemical Engineer, I should say, and they are doing a fairly good job of 5 Fears this time out. They do need to step it up, though. We do need to see a big game from them, but team number 1 are being wiped. The first ones we've seen drop, that will be VKA from this game. They're currently sitting very much on the bubble, so a poor game then for them. I hope the rest of the competitors around them are also going to have a poor game.
Inner Circle doing what they usually do in LCQs thus far, which is play from Stronghold, swing up into Living Quarters, and wipe anybody that they can. Unfortunately, they haven't had a great day of doing it. This time, found success. EXO not really on the board at all. They've scattered to the winds. This is the first time we could see Inner Circle have a decent map, but unfortunately, Leviathan swings up from Factory and punishes them. As much as I wanted them to have a good map, all of a sudden they are in deep trouble with Bray, the only one alive, as Teeny's going to get found out here.
A significant amount of trouble, because the problem was they had headquarters team AJAL sat up there, raining hellfire on them, as well as Leviathan finding 2 picks. So now all of a sudden Bray just needs to survive. The time of the redeploy should be coming in. They should be okay. But a tough position to be in. Bray will be okay here. It seems as if everybody else has just chosen to ignore him. This fight's now starting to break out over on the other side of the map. Gentlemates have actually had to make a reposition over towards Chemical Engineering, but over towards the dock we go. G-Max have made their way here from where they were in bioweapons. They lost that fight against Fnatic, trying their go over up against Movistar Koi.
Northwest side of the map, an interesting place, because Imkoi, as a reminder, lost out on control this time around. 100 Thieves do have control over that southwestern side of the map currently, but that is being pushed out of the zone. As you can tell with our current circle, we are moving kind of to the mid-east, if you will. Prison well within this zone, but all those folks on the shore, on the west side of the map, are going to have to move, including this team on your screen right now, trying to hunt down EXO. This is a big team ahead of them, able to find a couple kills, gave nice spot, but we gotta back up. The gas saving a couple solos from teams getting wiped.
Yeah, and you can see Penguin what he's trying to do there, trying to get a cluster out to give them a little bit of cover, and just gives the fattest shoulder I've seen all day. Hamoud, he doesn't know he's in so much trouble. Raided comes down from his high tower, and all of a sudden causes absolute pain. Over towards the EXO Esports guys. This is looking like a decent game from AG Global. They're finding a decent amount of purchase over towards headquarters. They're finding kills as well. But a big fight about to go down inside a factory. We can see that IOC have made their way over here. Inner Circle are here, but as are the squad of Leviathan.
The Leviathan have been crushing it in factory. But now with several teams regaining there, they're backing up, not thinking that they have a good foothold to control this entire building. can see Inner Circle is fully regained here. The question is, what resources do they have? The Leviathan are going to have a advantage. Skelman is going to get Mixie. He can. There's nobody else around headquarters. There's hardly anybody in that south side of prison. So Skelman's going to go get active, go hunt for some kills. I really like this play from AG. They need to play a little bit more high risk.
Yeah, he's in the meat of the sandwich right now between two different teams in IOC and Leviathan. Can he manage to find a great deal? He's actually found a couple of kills here. TV will fall. Squad 6 has been wiped, so we've already lost the side of Fnatic. They're not really having a great day, but the fight continues over towards his side. 3 different teams getting involved. Blaze getting out. You can see that Scummins still was alive and kicking. Rated then get themselves involved. We can already see they have one player left over towards the headquarters. The anchor is still there. Rated gets amongst it, finds a kill. Not a bad exchange at all for AJAL or for the side of Leviathan.
I really like that play from AG, and the desk will break it down, but basically we saw that Nate Dogg was free in the tower. He was able to spot everybody around him, so he sent 2 out to save Scummins, get a few kills, but we swing back to 100 Thieves. They've wrapped all the way from control into prison. Reminder, prison's wide open usually at the beginning of the map besides Rock. You can see Rock beginning to scatter inside of prison. 100 Thieves have sent all 3 in the mid. They're now playing top prison together, death ball style like the desk was talking about. It's working for now.
Yeah, they managed to get rid of a few players on the side of EVOS Esports who, well, are being held up together at the moment by a showstopper. 100 Thieves now have that top prison control. Everybody else now starting to make their move down towards the bottom side, over towards the dock. And if you're G-Max here, you can do with a decent game. You win game number 1. You're right now on the bubble. Can you find some kills here?
Yeah, win game number 1 and basically don't do anything besides that. But that'll drag your average up. Just need a decent game. Unfortunately, Movistar Koi has completely regained playing around Ammo Shack after losing control. You're gonna have to move to zone. G-Max with player disadvantage means that they have to find an off angle and hope that, frankly, Movistar Koi scams a bit. Flank around the right side. They had no clue he was here. Goat Clamp gets a freebie and a half. Should clean up this entire team. Down goes G-Max. Gamax Esports, I believe, is out of here.
Nothing to be said from Gamax for the rest of this map. A lot of kills starting to come through though as teams starting to migrate towards the power position. Right now, Prison's looking like a good spot. You can see Chemical Engineering. There's a big fight going on there between 5 Fears and the side of Gentlemates. That is very much ongoing. You can see Enkyo and your kill feed finding shots on Anxiety. Stukix will find something on a Rubstar. There's many teams in and around headquarters who are now going to have to start and make a move. Do you chance it, go down Factory Harbor side, get some, well, less populated buildings underneath your control, or do you keep the high ground? That's the decision they got to make.
Yeah, it's these 2 fights. The one on your screen right now for
Good
Harbor,
shot.
and then the north side for Chemical. We'll check in with both of them, and Scummins is frying. And frankly, it's about dang time. Finding Lays, gonna get a power position and call his team over. Look, immediately Rated comes swinging in to help out. They're gonna play together on the front side so they can contest this squad up ahead. 9Z finally alive going into some of these final fights. I mean, we still have 11 teams. They're not even into the multiplier yet.
Starting to get Mixie over towards Prison. Thieves still in very much control of this building. But you can see beneath them, teams like Inner Circle, teams who are around that bubble as well. This is a crucial part of today. A lot of these squads need to get a one-up on the ones that they're right next to, and this movement of the circle you can see in your top left corner, Prison is no longer part of the safe zone. They're gonna have to make a move sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this is a really interesting zone. You can see it on your minimap slightly. It basically just covers all of Harbor and a little bit of Chemical. So the fight for the north is going to be that 5 Fears and the Gentlemates. On the point right now is 9Z. Here's a quick look at it in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 9Z is that 3 orange team. They're dead center. At the bottom is AG in yellow. At the top is Gentlemates and 5 Fears. Those are the 3 angles. Everybody coming out of Prison probably going to chalk each other trying to rotate in.
And Thieves have done the right thing here. It was getting a little bit over-contested towards Prison. They made their way out, but they may well be fishing a barrel right now. They're below IOC. We get a look on this. Here we go. Braincoat now starting to fight some fire. Can they get a little bit more here as Blast will fall on down? Gabe's just about live and kicking. Skullface is here as well. Brazy, the one next on the chopping block. Gotta find the shots, cannot find them. Is anybody from Thieves surviving? Blasting Gabe just about getting themselves out of dodge, but dropped again. Gabe found from Rated. The late move does not work out for the side of Thieves. They will fall out early once more.
Inner Circle getting punished as well. Like I said, teams coming out of prison are going to get held. They're going to chalk each other, and Rock comes out the latest and gets actually paid for it. Rock Esports, the only team to actually come out of prison completely unharmed, so they're going to come join the fight on that AG side. So we go to the north, and here's the fight. 5 Fears up above, Gentlemates down below. Let's see where this zone pulls. This is going to change everything, and it does go to Harbor. Everybody in this chemical building, you got to come out of it.
Yeah, both these two teams have just been trading blows left, right, and center. But a big fight is here. Team number 13 is gone. Movie Star Koi, another team we were expecting a lot more from, will fall out in 8th. But honestly, these teams over towards Chemical Engineering have been, as I said, duking it out throughout the majority of the game. But we are looking at the kills. Scythe had plenty. Anxiety has 12. 5 Fears making a really big move this game. If they can find themselves a high placement, they're on for some serious points.
AG does get blessed with a zone. They got to rotate, and unfortunately, Rock Esports is there. They trade out 1, and Raided's going huge. That's 2 down. Gets traded. We have 1 more alive. It's going to be Nate Dogg on the backside, but he's prone, scumming, swinging around the low side, just trying to get to a piece of cover. I think Vision might have missed him. I'm not sure he knows he's in that shack. But with the trading of blows, they're just going to try to regain, while on the other side, Big Man, Scythe, Anxiety, watch out for him. Scum is trying to make a play, and he gets wiped out of here. AG, a decent map, but not the map they wanted, as Rock Esports has yet again made it to the top 5.
Vale will manage to find the kill. He'll take down Scythe as well, so 9Z Globin, they're going to put themselves in the mix once more. This looks like a good placement, and look at all the kills, everything coming through, the streaks are in, and plenty of players falling down. Who's going to come out on top? Grommelok will find out a Prodigy. Squad number 10 is gone. That is Rock dead. But look at who we have left. It's Grommelok from Gentlemates. We have 1 player down towards the lower side, just underneath the 9Z Global team. But we also have 5 Fears who are an absolute heater, still alive and kicking.
Here we go. Big Man out in the open, in a perfect timing from the Gentlemates. Wipes 1. 5 Fears, a great map as expected because of Fnatic's chalk on Gentlemates. But the Gentlemates have somehow come out alive. Grommelok by himself trying to wipe this 9Z Globin team. Frankly, they had the best position, but our moving zone is actually going to favor XO Esports somehow, someway. Back inside the top 5. Grom can't do it by himself. Gets punished for it. And now it's 9Z versus XO Esports. Who's going to win it? It's the high ground all day.
Oh my god, they managed to get a call back in, and it is literally fish in a barrel. Vale trying to survive. He may well slip underneath. Can he manage to just about sneak away? He doesn't have the gunny, he doesn't have the numbers, he doesn't have a hope or a prayer. Hamoud may well just have 2 kills, it may well be about to be 3rd unless Vale can manage to do something. Penguin in for the trade, thank you very much. EXO will find a win. They were sitting in 4th place, that could be a big one. I don't think the kills were necessarily out of this world. Well, they will take that all day long, but the story will continue. Inner Circle, 100 Thieves, Movie Star Koi. We've got to see some more.
XO Esports, the heroes of LCQ right now, crushing it in the kill category, in the placement category, and inside the top 7. Hometown heroes of LCQ. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this squad. They came to play today here, Ton. Really, really well done.
Questions to be asked over a lot of teams there, though. There was, I want to say, actually, in the moment where AG Global had that kind of second where you see Rated find 2, nobody else from that team was able to follow up. We didn't necessarily see the fights before that, but he'll be asking where the trades were. Where were my teammates? I found 2 downs. We still lose the fight. So questions will be asked there, but still a relatively decent game from them. It's not necessarily about these... Like, I want to kind of give the example of Thieves finding a win and then plenty of, 9th to 14th places.
Yeah.
Those middle-of-the-road teams who are chipping away, picking up 15, 20 points a game, they're the ones who are going to go through.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, AG was sitting on the bubble going into that game. So the fact that they were able to make it to top 5 was a huge win for them. And I think I was really impressed with their chemistry that game. They're finally coming online. Let's head down to the stage, though, and hear from some of our players.
In the words of I Hold Shift, are we joking? Because the level of consistency we are seeing on stage from these boys is absolutely outrageous. So I thought I'd jump in and have a quick chat with them. Wars, let's start with you. This consistency. Until this map, you were top 3 in every single game you played, and you just came 5th. So top 5 in every one. How was the consistency possible?
I don't know, I just feel like we're playing a lot better in terms of like keeping our lives and just sort of not just getting wiped at the same time and stuff. I feel like we're doing a lot better. If one of us dies, other person just backs up and we just completely wait until the third person's back, and it just makes things a lot easier, yeah.
Vision, what are we thinking about not being able to secure those first placements? Obviously, there's been a lot of situations where you guys could have claimed that top spot. What do you think's holding you back at this point?
I don't know. I think personally myself, like I feel like my teammates are playing great. I think I'm just making a few mistakes here and there today, and I think if I can improve that for the last 3 games, we'll be fine. We will be winning games. For sure.
You will be. I'm sure you will be. It seems that kind of the word of the day right now is patience. A lot of people that have that patience, like you guys coming out of prison in that last game, that pretty much ensured your survival, that you guys came out last to take the fight. Is that something you guys communicate pretty often? Like, we need to hold and wait until it's like the key moment?
Yeah, it's not just that in as such. It's more of like, we saw that team sort of rotating out, so we just wanted to like mirror that team. So like, you know, they were obviously already fighting sort of broken, and you know, so that was our opportunity to then come behind them and still sort of the spot that they were at.
Well, boys, we've still got a few games to go, so I'm going to let you guys get prepped and ready. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be back for game number 6.
واحد داون
رقم 3
واحد هنا وين شت حمود؟
وين شت على اليسار ارضي
بطل هنا حمود تحت قدام شوي ها حمود واحد ضدنا بنزل لك اصبر بنزل لك
تفل هنا. تفل.
Listen them mate.
Hello.
Hamoud knows where that camera is, celebrating after XO hits a surprise win in map number 5. They were already second place in an earlier drop. Now they finish on top, and that is huge because we've heard Spanish, we've heard French, we've heard English, Arabic now in our EWC broadcast tonight. But Alan, going into this drop, you were saying just how tight the bubble race is. From 5 to 12, how many points separate them?
16. You want to go from 6th to 13th, it's like 12. So, I mean, it's just anyone's game right now in the middle of the pool. The top 3 are gaining tons of daylight between them and everybody else, and some of it's by way of finding big kill wins, but mostly it's just been consistency because they've had free drops. Your Leviathans, your Gentle Mates, everyone's griefing each other, and all these teams are going to end up beating each other senseless to where it's going to be a roll of the dice to see who gets through in the top 7.
It's been quite an interesting day, but Coach Reddick, who's playing like LeBron and who's playing like Bronny so far?
I think LeBron, without question, has to be Inkyo. Inkyo has stolen his show today. He's been playing incredibly well for Gentle Mates, more specifically setting up for those late zones. I know we kind of talk about him on the high ground. Yeah, it's easy to control high ground, but Inkyo does it in really one of the best fashions out there. Hamoud for XO. I don't think XO does as well as they do currently if it wasn't for Hamoud. Hamoud is definitely
so who's your Bronny?
The torch. Who's the Bronny? Honestly, I'm going to throw it out there. It's going to be a hot take. You ready for it?
Hit me.
I think it's Blast. I really
Blast
do.
in Summer League right now.
I think Blast is Bronny Jr. at this point. And the reason why, Blast is the guy you expect to be popping up performing well for 100 Thieves, and he's simply not doing that. And there was a big mistake a couple of games ago. Instead of staying alive like he needed to, he gets overly aggressive, a bit too confident, and pushes into Movie Star Koi, therefore being eliminated. 100 Thieves is out as the first or second team. So for Blast, for me, he doesn't perform well. We see results like this for 100 Thieves.
We're going to be zooming in on Blast and 100 Thieves in the future. For now, let's check in on our results. 5 drops in, and Gentle Mates are the first to break triple digits. They're up to 115.2 points. Rock Esports, you heard Barney say 5 drops, 5 top 5 placements. That's good enough for 98. The real bubble squads to watch out for. I have 5 Fierce, Evos, AGAL, Inner Circle, 100 Thieves, Movie Star, and Gamex, who won a game earlier. That includes VK8, not too far behind them.
Yeah, which is crazy because I think from 7th to 13th is only like 9 points of a spread. But also, how about that big game from 5 Fierce, right, Alan? They did jump from 13th all the way to 5th. So for these standings, though, they could be shaken up so easily.
Fnatic in 14th, Alan?
Well, Fnatic is assisting teams like Gentle Mates and 5 Fierce right now, depending on where they want to drop at. Like, Fnatic dropping on top of Gentle Mates. 5 Fierce has freedom to loot as they want to, not being pressured by Gentle Mates. They rotate into that fight late, they win. It's the same story that we saw in drop number 1. If Fnatic decide they want to drop over towards Docks and start to try to grief on 100 Thieves and Movie Star Koi, they're just not finding the success. I mean, this is the thing, is like everyone's taking the first 2 circles as their entirety of the game, and no one can reset. It's too free for the top 3 teams at top.
Less than 1 point between 7th place and 8th. That decides whether you're going home with your key crush tonight or living and playing again tomorrow. Who moves up, who moves down? Ellen, who are you watching?
I want Rock to win this one, but moving up, AG Global. They were able to have a really good game that last one. Credits to Nate Dogg staying alive. A lot of that headquarters action, but staying in 7th. I think they're gonna make it through.
Yep, that was very confident. Thank you.
AG, without question, a scum, and he's got the bald head now. He's furious, and he's looking to cement a dynasty.
It's time to get the party started. Rock is loaded. We send it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Chris Puckett, and our amazing analyst. Ton, you and I are having a good time here in the booth, but I've got to say, this leaderboard is scary. Talk about not a good time for some of these teams. Razor-thin margins here on the bubble. Like the desk said, AG holding that 7th place position by 0.8 points. That's unreal. And then the spread from, 7th all the way down to 13th, second to last, is 9 points. That's like nothing.
It's less. It's 8.4.
There you go.
I mean, it's so tight. For all that, look, I think we've been really beating the drum about how 100 Thieves are massively underperforming. Movie Star Koi are massively underperforming. Inner Circle underperforming. Thanking their lucky stars that the top end of things are just running away with it and keeping everybody else close.
they are being blessed with the fact that Gentlemen are playing well, Rock Esports are playing well, Leviathan are looking great, as are XO Esports. The top 4 for me, and those teams I just listed, I think are fine. Right. It would take a monumental collapse from those 4 teams at this stage to fall out. Now, I think they built up too much of a gap. But after that, it is still anybody's game. Hey, even Fnatic could come out of this one win, they're straight in the conversation.
Well, I think that's the key. It's like Warzone, we always talk about it kind of being I think Alan put it as a clustercluck. And that really is what it is sometimes when the leaderboard is really, really close, because it is just one game that can totally change this game. We just had an example. 5 Fears, they make top 5. They don't even win the map. They had a crazy amount of kills. They jumped from 13th all the way up to 5th place off of one single map. It only takes one, and albeit 5 Fears certainly earned it in the last one, it was Fnatic chalking Gentlemates off rip that gave 5 Fears the breathing room to slay out and move around the map. So we'll see where our zone goes. This is our 6th map of the day, folks. We are playing 8 total, and the leaderboard could not be any closer. Less than a point here on the bubble. Let's get into it, Tom.
There's a big opportunity for some of the teams who dropped down towards the south side, stronghold side of the map. Bioweapons, chemical engineering, half of industries already cut off. Expect those teams to start making moves. Expect a lot of teams to maybe migrate further south a little quicker. This is going to get mixy from the off. Kills already starting to come through on your screen. IOC finding the kills that they need. They absolutely need to get things going. They're currently sitting 8th, and that is a nice stop.
Yeah, Inner Circle winning out in Stronghold is a huge boon for them. We've
got 3
really
gone.
shown already. It looks like 9Z Globe and out of this map. Yet again, getting frustrated about their first drops. They are probably nearly out of the equation, depending how the last 2 go. But in this map, with 13 teams on it, does look like Inner Circle is going to fully win out on Stronghold, and because of that, they're going to have a lot more room to work. Their traditional path that is kind of worked to put themselves on the bubble is move up into living quarters. You should see them fighting V-Dotty and Co. at VKA here in a moment. But to control we go, a very important fight, and right now Imkoi seeming to have an advantage.
Go did well to stay alive. Campbell fall. Actually, is this going to be all 3? Are they all gone? Oh, not quite. Oh, are they? No, they are. No, Velcom was there. There you go. Movie Star Koi gone. Teams get control of exactly where they want, and very, very quickly. And that's one of the competitors. That's a team who are 2 points, not even 2 points, 0.2 points behind you. At the start of this game, they are gone. They are done. And they will have to do something special over the last 2 maps. Thieves now in complete control of Control Center.
What a weird fight. I want to look back on that one later. I think a Thermite might have connected with Imkoi. Either way, 100 Thieves not totally out of trouble, because guess what? Fnatic, it's not a north zone, so they come back to the south. They land boat. They're coming in for the third party potentially. Blast has cleaned up one more. That's StuKex getting into the mix. I think it's Leviathan just kind of running around the map trying to find kills since nobody can test them in Factory. I don't mind that at all. There's a moment to breathe here as 100 Thieves try to get some information of where some of these players are at. Of course, Fnatic on top of them. They're not too worried about the gunfight, especially because they have a 3v2 ahead of them. Patzuko playing anchor on boat. That fight should probably take a long while. So we swing over. Guess what's happened over here in Chemical? Rock Esports said, hey, prison's boring. Why don't we go over to Chemical, take back our building, and force 5 Fears out of here?
So they originally went towards prison, but then cut off over towards chemical engineering. They forced 5 Fears over towards Harbor. Bioweapons team, that's Gentlemates, come forward and get nearly wiped. Good job, actually. They had their anchor over towards the other side of the map. Irrelevant than that, they will have to go for the regain. Really nice start from ROC, but going over now towards the living quarters. It is getting mixy. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different teams in and around this area. Who comes out on top?
As expected, VKA in trouble, getting pinched by multiple teams, one of which is Inner Circle swinging up from Stronghold. When they win the fight, they swing to up into living quarters to take some kills away from Gamax. Gamax had a great map 1, basically haven't done anything since then, and now they're outside of the top 7. They've got to win this fight here in living quarters, and then frankly, get out of living quarters. I am not a fan of this POI. You can get pinched from so many angles, and that's why you keep calling out how many teams are here.
Yeah, Gamax really having a bit of a struggle. Eventually find a couple of kills though, and that will give them just a little bit more breathing room in and around living quarters. Still though, you do see VK over there as well. They're getting involved. Squad 5 wiped. Who have we lost? That will of course be 5 Fears. That's a bad map for them straight off the rip of having a very good performance. That's an interesting perspective. Oh no, they did not get wiped. They have somebody up and running. Thank you very much, Codcaster, for that one, but they are still very much alive.
5 Fears alive. Barely. That means we had that respawn come in within the last single second before the team was wiped. 5 Fears still on the map. They're going to have to regain, though. As we get back into it, Robstar, EVOS, they are contested by AEG. They've been fighting a decent amount throughout the course of the last several maps. And a big one to take a look at because this Robstar team, EVOS, is technically inside of our top 7, but they're not fully safe, like you mentioned.
Nate now for AG Global. Still lingering in that area that they typically would. Incredible work from them to try and find something, but big man now this time around, 5 Fears will get wiped. It's not teasing me anymore, is it? So not much that they can do there at this stage. Fights coming in over towards the other side of things. Kadzu trying to find some shots over towards IOC, who are in a little bit of trouble now, having to back on down. Living Quarters fully does belong to VKA. IOC, to be honest, it's Stronghold, absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Inner Circle, usually they were able to win that fight in Stronghold. They're going to keep one up in the tower in Stronghold. They're going to hold that tower, play anchor, send the 2 up into Living Quarters. They fight around, get a couple kills, and then they all respawn. So she should see this Inner Circle team get back into the mix, either against VKA or maybe up into this fight if it continues for too long. 100 Thieves and Fnatic still jockeying over Control Center. Doesn't seem like there's another team that's going to come up here anytime soon. Just these 2 teams fighting for a bit, trading blows.
Thieves just about keeping themselves in a good enough spot to, well, survive at this moment in time. Yeah, okay, there comes the regain. This Skullface will survive long enough. But for Thieves, they will look to try and get some purchase back over towards Control Center again. They've only actually got 1 player really dealing with them, but another squad has been wiped. That's Penguin and Co. gone. EXO out of it.
Yeah, they've just been in a blender. Again, when you lose your POI, we're a bit in trouble, trying to regain, try to fly over to docks. I think it's Gentlemates that were at least able to take down a couple, but to the tower we go. AG Global, they still need more. AG is a team that's been playing in headquarters since the beginning of group stages and are finally finding some momentum in LCQs. They're slaying out. They're actually sending Nate Dogg as their anchor either into tower or somewhere into HQ. Right now, they're trying to get Robstar out of that tower to take it over.
And this is a different look from the side of Gromlin. Very much on the opposite side of the map than they used to, but I'm very much used to fighting a team like Fnatic. There's been a long, ongoing battle between these 2 squads. Pazuka trying to survive, and this, of course, is their anchor. If they do fall, they do not have him to rely on. The rest of the team over towards Control Center fighting against Thieves, and you got Grommelok and Co. on the other side. This is a dangerous position. Enkyo, he's creeping, he's sending it. Pazuka, is he falling? Yes, he is. Now the rest of Fnatic have to be so careful. You can see some of them backing away from Control. They want nothing to do with the fight up against Thieves.
Well, Leviathan, yet again, free down in Factory. Sure, they've won a couple fights, but nobody really contesting them, and because of that, they've got control over a pretty big position on the map. With new zone, though, it does look like we're actually pulling a little bit more central. I think we might be going back to Control here, Ton. Good news for the Thieves fans at home. They might have a chance to win a map that actually pulls to them. Wow. Robstar, Showstopper in trouble. EVOS on the bubble potentially, pending how this game goes. Rock for the first time, actually showing some kills. They are getting active this time around, and it's paying off.
Yeah, they got significantly more active over this map, but plenty of kills coming on through. Keep an eye on some teams potentially getting wiped here. IOC maybe in a little bit of trouble after finding a couple of kills themselves. The circle about to come in. Can we see how it's going to go down? Which way do we go with it? In a circle right now, though, are a team who need to get moving. Right now, they are safe, but let's go for a listen. In a circle, they need a big game.
Yeah, he has an advance. He has enough for an advance. Go back to Barry. Back it up. One just on the back. One just on the back. Red. You have to get an advance.
You want me to battle? Yeah, battle. And pop instantly?
You don't have enough. Oh, some kid laying tower, I think. Tower.
Tower.
I might land the advance.
I don't have enough. Come on.
Shit on!
Right up there.
Another one.
I'm helping you.
I'm dead. He's top tower. He's gonna be rezzing.
You want me to zip?
Overall, pretty good comms, and unfortunately, they're trying to push a fight that is nearly impossible to win. Winning that top tower, coming up the zip with a ladder, they're gonna get punished for it. Fnatic finding some sort of headway with kills. ACN on 4, actually good position. If Fnatic's able to win out here in Stronghold, they're gonna win the south side of the map. A couple quick updates across this zone, though. It is pulling Control and that boat outside of Control. We've got Gentlemates moving all the way down the west side of the map onto that boat, and still 100 Thieves in control of Control, as Brave finally fighting back against Fnatic. His teammates able to respawn.
Yeah, just about, but I've got to question the push. I mean, right, you've got to push so quickly together up towards the top. The coordination not quite there, and Brainco get punished for it. Bray continuing to survive. But the rest of Fnatic, who they have been trying to deal with, very much on top of the roof now, and Stronghold becomes kind of unattainable for the side of IOC at this stage. The only time they're going to be able to make a move is in, well, probably about 45 seconds, when the side of Fnatic to get forced away. But fight's going on over towards this side. BKA finding it out here with Leviathan. Can they continue to find it? Kadzu will fall. Good shots coming in from Lays. 3 kills to his name. Leviathan looking to take over.
Yeah, VKA can't get anything going in living quarters. I mean, they've been in a blender since the beginning of LCQs. Can't get anything going. Leviathan swings up from factory, wide open, able to take down just about everybody besides now the new floater, who's going to go probably out deep into the water and just try to survive for some multipliers. The big fight right now is going to be this Inner Circle team who has somehow, some way stabilized in Stronghold after a brutal one against Fnatic. You've got this Leviathan team holding them out in living quarters. The fight at headquarters is a big one, though. Up the hill and through the woods, if you will. Wow. This zone will pull directly on top of control. 100 Thieves are chilling. Everybody in headquarters is going to have to fight their way out. Everybody over on the boat going to have to fight through the Gentlemates.
Yeah, 100 Thieves knowing the script writers had them locked in here for this game. Control center looking good for them. This is not a good position for IOC. Fish in a barrel, quite literally. Caught by Leviathan. Braille will fall, or will he? He just about gets away. By the hair on his chinny chin. Orbs will fall, as will Teeny. So he will continue to survive. Somebody else just trying to survive in the water for the side of Fnatic, right alongside him, but a bit of a push coming in over towards boat. And the problem here for the side of Thieves, Gromlock and Code, Gentlemates over towards the boat, they will be a big issue, but a big issue for these teams in and around headquarters as well, somehow getting to some sort of cover. They have got no man's land between them and Control Center.
3 big hitter teams all fighting for HQ. Obviously, this is Rock coming in late to the party versus EVOS and this AG team. Rated on 6, but it frankly bodes well for this squad. They've been frying, albeit holding HQ. And down goes PKA. Crom gets it with, I guess, some bouncing baddies. What are we doing? Some spring mine kills on this day and age? Good grief. Fnatic also full out as well, which means we're down to our top 7 as we trade blows inside of HQ and the edge of prison that is still in new.
I'd be really curious to see how many kills Thieves have got, because they've been keeping themselves very, very quiet here. They haven't felt the need to get active. I think they know like an okay game is fine. They're in a prime position to go on to win this game, but these two teams in headquarters, not necessarily in the rosiest of spots. And once again, this zone, you can see in the top left corner, is working towards Fnatic. So for these teams over towards headquarters, you gotta make a move sooner rather than later.
100 Thieves holding dead center of zone. HQ, AG Global versus this Robstar team, EVOS right above them. Patience a virtue, but over on the boat, it's the Gentlemates flying and frying. Here's a replay, by the way, of that spring mine cleanup. Able to pick up the rest of VKA. Inner Circle somehow able to stay alive for a moment. There's the cleanup on them, so they're not going to make top 5 either.
Oh, here we go.
And there's the fight over in HQ. A quick turn for AG to take the lead. Rock Esports for the first time does not make top 5. They fall in 6th, albeit reminder they were flying and frying. They picked up a decent amount of points here, but AG needs these points bad, and they've lost rated because 100 Thieves found the angle over on Control. Scumming by himself, proned out, lying in wait.
But the thing is that with Thieves actually managing to turn around towards Rated and Co, it's allowed the MA boys in. This could be a huge moment. Gentlemates don't need to do a great deal throughout the rest of these games, but they may well spoil the party for the side of Thieves.
Gentlemates on one side, Leviathan underneath. 100 Thieves on top, aside from Gabe playing the route man on the outside. The zone will pull actually back towards living quarters. Gabe sees it and should be able to play the opposite flank if he wants it, which is where Scummin is holding. Scummin's kills here could be the difference maker, and them qualifying or not.
Gabe does so well. He finds Enkyo. That's a big pick for the side of Thieves. Now for the side of Gentlemates, you will only have 2 members, but it is the team underneath Leviathan. They may well be the ones to spoil the party this time, but I love this positioning from Gabe. He can move quietly, he can move quickly. Stukex is taken down from Blast. We wanted to see more from him. We have done. Scummin, the low rider, he will gut himself taken down. So it's now all about Leviathan taking on the side of Thieves.
Scummin is cut down by Leviathan. They've rotated early, but the problem is Gabe's up on the hill and they just pinch him. They pinch him down, and all of a sudden all that's left is the Gentlemates deep inside the gas, and it's not even close. 100 Thieves were gifted the zone, the first, the second, the last zone, and they were finally able to execute on it. They're going to clean up the last remaining kills, and I don't think Enkyo wants to give them any extra points. If he can think, hey, 100 Thieves, you might not make. If I don't give you this point, I am not going to give you the kill. It's going to be a 1.6 for 100 Thieves if they were able to get it, because 100 Thieves are winning this map. No questions asked. It's just a matter of how many points were they able to put on the board. Wow.
Enkyo will fall. There was actually one more member from Gentlemates around. They're actually trying to find him. Can they find him? Yes, they can. There's an extra 1.6. You take it all day. Thieves will find it and get the win alongside. Zone helped them. Absolutely it did. But the kind of game they needed Thieves have either got to win in them or 14. We need to find maybe a middle ground in the final 2 games.
That's a great shout. It's win or bust. And so far, they've only been able to do either one of those. There's no middle, there's no consistency. It's only the extreme for 100 Thieves. But it may take the extreme to make sure that you make finals. A huge map for them, but Ton, it was their map to win. They won the first fight, and that just about guaranteed that they were going to win the map, or at least be top 5. Big shout to the rest of our teams that were able to scrap their way by into the top 5. AG having a pretty good map from a kills category. Rock not quite making top 5, but 6th overall, a sizable amount of kills. A bummer for 5 Fears likely falling out. This leaderboard was already razor-thin margins, and Ton, I can only imagine it might have just gotten even closer on the bubble.
I mean, it's such an interesting game, back and forth all the way through. So many teams on this bubble are still going to be contending. It is going to be a hell of a final 2 games.
Let's head down to the stage with Inner Circle and Bray and see what's going on with them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with one of the, as we are calling it, one of the bubble teams floating around that 7th spot right now. Bray, give me a little breakdown of like how you're feeling today is going so far.
We had a slow start. We picked up the pace a little bit, but I definitely believe in the boys to get these couple games done, and we're going to qualify. I can tell you that.
I love that. Speaking of floating around, you're kind of surviving out there in the water at the end of that last map, weren't you? What was going on? What kind of pinched you guys? What was the issues you ran into?
Just getting thirded and getting stuck in living. You know, we couldn't get past that next line, so we got stuck behind everyone. And yeah, next 2 games we're gonna push up, kill everyone, win the game.
I like that. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, though, doesn't it? But we had a quick chat yesterday, didn't we? And this is your first LAN experience. My man, how are you enjoying it? Are you soaking it all in? Like, what's the crack? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. I was nervous at first, but now it's good.
I love that. You guys are starting to look a lot more relaxed on stage as well, and I hope you guys ease into these games more and more, and we can't wait to see if you guys make it to the grand finals later on. Thank you so much. But for now, head to a quick break before we come back for our next map.
Why are there rocks there?
Yo, Wars, what are the rocks doing here?
I don't know. It's ROC, not ROCK. You should be filming us.
They hit him. You should get the clip for that though, okay? This guy's knocked in here. This guy's knocked in here. Ready. Did you hit him? Let's go, dude. I hit the guy flying in, yeah. Okay, nice. I'm just looking at control still. Fuck. Good job, boys. Holy shit. I'm gonna go OE for the kill. No, that guy's knocked. That guy's knocked. It might find itself though. Go get him, dude. Fucking do your thing. He's third floor, guys. Third floor. Nice. Oh wait, this kid's self. Wait, I got. I saw you. Oh, shit off. Nice. Good job. Let's go, Gabe. Let's fucking get it. That's what we needed. 18. Let's fucking go. That's what we fucking needed. Fuck the joke, man. Fucking go. Fucking go. Yeah, good fucking dude. Good fucking shit, bro. We literally fucking enjoyed this.
Skullface has the boys dialed in on that stage. As you can see, it's now 100 Thieves with their second win. What's crazy, there's only 2 teams with 2 wins on the day. Gentlemates, who's in first place, and 100 Thieves, who are fighting to get into the top 7.
That's right. A little bit of tough love brings Blast with the triple off the rip. Looking great.
You called him Brawny. Brawny hit a 3 to open things up.
Without a doubt. I know Symphony, by the way, he was like absolutely offended by that. I'm so sorry, Symphony. It is what it is, dude. Tough love sometimes sends you over the edge, and Blast opening in the way he did and finishing in the way he did as well. Good on 100 Thieves. I definitely, even though I'm critical, I 100% want to see them in Grand Finals tomorrow.
They said it was an 18-point game. You add that multiplier, it's going to get even bigger. But let's highlight some of the other squads that performed here. Movie Star Koi, they were on the bubble. How'd they do, Ellen?
I mean, they were the first team to drop, right? They had Blast and clutched up in control, but I really want to shout out AG Global, of course, inching their way in, but they're picking up a lot of eliminations we saw at the headquarters fighting Evos.
And Scummin stayed alive to the top 4. That gets them into the 1.4 multiplier. Who else were you watching?
Yeah, I think just on top of that, we're continuing to see Gentlemates just cruise their way into some decent placements with some decent multipliers onto solid kills. So it's just so funny because this entire LCQ is about to be categorized by feast or famine over the teams that control. That's literally been it.
Yeah. It's been so fun to watch. There's so many top slayers. Ankyo is in the mix on the day. Is there anyone from 100 Thieves starting to climb this scoreboard, do you think? Let's take a look at our standings. As I'm told, we now have it updated. These are our overall standings. Gentlemates improved to 130 points. They now have 2 other teams in triple digits with them, as Leviathan and Rock Esports are there. But the real question has been, what are the bubble teams doing? 100 Thieves from 8th place up to 5th. They're going to be feeling a little bit better. AGAL right behind them. And Evos, who was in that 6th spot before that last drop, now holds the door at 7th. Inner Circle, 5 Fierce, VKA still knocking on the door. Dream Crazy. Who do you have faith in most on that right side of the screen to make it to the left? We got 2 drops left.
It's just so close here. I mean, the way that the interview was with the Bray, and we did see them at one point. Like he said, it's struggling to get out of living. But for Inner Circle, I think, you know what? I think they could do it. They might go the distance.
You can now look at 100 Thieves that are back by less than a point. Now they are up 10 points over 8th place. Let's take a look at their performance and how they got their shift. 18 kills is a pretty darn good score here for our LCQ. Not like what we saw on day 1 and 2, but this is good for the Thieves.
Yeah, it's great. It's great news for the Thieves. Again, but you're going to look at this day and the other 2 combined and what their weekend has been. It literally is, if they don't get wiped by Koi, they finish in the top 5 with high kills. If they don't, they lose, usually outside the top 10. It's literally kings of the castle or the smallest of peasants. There's no in between for these 2 guys.
That's a fact. 100 Thieves, explosive when they're doing great, duds when they're not. The thing is, though, I feel like they can reach the upper echelon, but the consistency is always going to be a question. like you said, the battle against Movie Star Koi just simply isn't working. But and obviously even earlier, right, having to go towards Stronghold, trying to reposition themselves, it wasn't working. They know Control's their game plan. They don't really have a plan B. But one thing I do appreciate is when they go back to plan A and then they get that unwavering confidence in their ability to perform, they start pulling off games like they just did.
Great positioning by Gabe. He gave himself multiple smokes to be able to stay up there. And then, of course, the other two, Skullface and Blast, finishing the game. Very smart by Gentlemates. Even though they're at the top of the leaderboard, they're not going to give you any free points here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, and of course, like we had mentioned it, hey, if you have someone knocked, just pick up the res. I think that was Prodigy we were calling out. But for 100 Thieves, we love to see those endings. And my hidden hero was Gabe. He's been frying right off the gate from today. We just needed Blast to come alive, and, well, Bronny Jenner sure did.
AGAL is very much still in the mix. They just broke into 7th place after drop number 4, going into drop 6. Let's see what they were able to do. Rated and Scummin. Scummin had hair back when we did Media Day.
That's right.
He shaved it. He's going for the bald buff here in the LCQ.
It's working out for them in terms of being able to get to the multipliers that matter. It's not working out in terms of being able to be a major contender in the final zone.
This clip, though, right here, this is what gave me faith in AGAL. Scummin beaming 2 players, coming in, finishing this, getting the squad wipe, and then they keep it rolling into the next 2 drops.
Listen, bald buff works. You have to be comfortable. I always say feel good, play good. And for Scummin right now, I think he's at like 27 kills. He's at a really high score for this squad, and you can see why.
Yeah, it's nice to see him finally performing well. Scummin is the type of guy, he's a veteran, first and foremost, when it comes to Warzone performance. Playing now with Rated, of course. This roster has a ton of untapped potential, and I really do think it comes down to a confidence issue earlier in the day, especially during group play. I think now that they're hitting their stride, the confidence is in, and AG look like a totally different roster.
All right, you saw Rated finishing with 9 knocks there. We had a lot of kills. Evos, though, they were very much in the mix, coming in 6 before that drop. Where are they at right now?
Yeah, they're sitting all right. I kind of just throw Evos and AG into the same conversation of like, great, but who cares? Like, they're just not in a position to ever get to a spot to win a map. So it's just one of those things that, yeah, it's fine to have some good placements, but you need to show that you can win. And Evos has not really been able to do that to this point. A handful of top 5s. They're sitting with an average placement of 6. They have a total elimination count of only 59, though. So again, it's just like, great, but it's not really moving the needle in terms of being a major factor on the event.
One of the things that hurt them during group play was Robstar was constantly getting challenged on the tower position by Ahsoka. That was a constant battle. But I do believe in Robstar and Showstopper. I really think they do have legs in order to make it through. For Evos, you're right. Who cares? But at the end of the day, they have a chance to make it happen.
All I gotta say is, for all these teams, this scoreline is close. It could be anyone's game if we have a huge win. Revival, not retreat. Victory, not defeat. Never give up. Good luck, guys.
Ooh. Revival, not retreat. Victory, not defeat.
Pretty good, huh?
You think that's good enough to get them in the top 7?
It better.
They're there right now. Can they stay there? We've got an interview with them on the floor.
Good, you on track for qualification in the finals. Are there any problems, any hurdles you've been experiencing in the last few maps?
Not the last few maps, it's just been the same since the start really, just contesting AG Global off the rip, and it's sort of just the same fights, we're just killing each other over and over again, and then whoever gets the tower control or headquarters control is basically going to have the better game. That's it.
How difficult is that fight for map control? I mean, obviously at this level, everyone is gunning for every possible kill. Are there any teams giving you any particular troubles?
Not really. First game we had Decky and them from Factory rotate over to us because they're not contested. But since then, they haven't really rode into us. So no, it's just us and AG Global.
What's the mood like in the camp? Because we're getting closer and closer towards the end. Looking forward for that big final day of play. How's the mood?
Just locked. Yeah. Just want to qualify, get it over with, make it to the final tomorrow, and then go again.
Strictly business. I love it, mate. Good luck. Take care. Thank you so much.
That is Rob from the UK playing with some of the boys in the local area, and they have had on and off games. Why? He mentioned the drop spot. They're going up against AGAL, and I want to know, Dream, right now they're sitting at 6 and 7. Is there a way both finish in the top 7 if they keep that same drop spot for the last 2?
I'm going to throw a hot take because some of you probably think no, but I'm going to say yes. Scummin, there's a reason why we ran into each other at the airport, and I believe in you, buddy. I'm glad you went bald because that gave you the buff. You're going to do it.
Jawad and crew trying to do it for EVOS, but on the other side, we have the APAC squad that you've had your eye on. Yeah. Taylor, what is happening with Inner Circle? How do they get to the final day of Warzone?
If I'm Inner Circle, final 2 games, again, go back to your bread and butter. Chemical is where you qualified for EWC. Go back to Chemical. I understand you're going to have to challenge against Gentlemates. They're a great roster, but Inner Circle, that's your location. You need to start alphaing it.
I love you, Taylor. You're more handsome than I am, but you're wrong. They need to keep going Stronghold.
Stronghold.
They're beating EXO right now, and their last 3 games, I think, are trending in the right direction. They're taking care of a couple of eliminations around the side when they do win Stronghold convincingly. You saw them that little battle versus Fnatic. Didn't work out because they missed a zip line. You hit that zip, you clean up Fnatic faster. I think they're in a good spot to keep going Stronghold.
Fnatic survives, and they move up now to 11th place, formerly in 14th before that drop. The question is, who is leading the way in kills, though? Ankyo is out in front. 43 kills for the Gentlemates. Stukex and Lazy have the 2nd and 3rd spot, and then we have Vision from Rock Esports there at number 4. Any surprises on this screen? It's nice to see Scummin jumping up to the 9th spot, rated right behind him at number 10.
Yeah, I think that's the 2 AG guys at the bottom sneaking into the top 10 overall, just because it doesn't feel like we're seeing a lot of early pop-off. I feel like they have been finding a lot of good rotation-based kills when we get to like Circle 4, Circle 5. They're putting themselves in contention, and they're finding good kills to take care of the strays that are making their way into the circle, but we need to see them actually wipe a major team to have a threat to get in tomorrow.
Gentlemates 2 wins, 100 Thieves 2 wins, Gamix with a win. We've had it all spread out. Who wins this drop?
I'm just going to keep selling the dream, dude. Give me Fnatic.
No.
Give me Fnatic.
He's getting paid. I'm sure of it. He is getting paid by someone. Dream Crazy, what do you got?
Oh, man. You know what? I'm just going to throw a random. I think Hamoud Squad is going to do it. EXO's
going to go back to
EXO for me. Because I'm so handsome, apparently, I'm going Inner Circle. Inner Circle all the way, baby, no matter how they get it done.
A team of 3 Brawnies. Can they stay hot? We go to the casters to find out.
Well, as usual, Dream Crazy, the only person with a brain on the desk, as well. EXO Esports is looking good. Game 7, Game 8. We are coming down to the final moments here, dear Enigma. We have a couple of teams who definitely with some very solid performances where the next 2 maps could find themselves playing tomorrow. But for some, if the points begin to slip, if they don't have those games that they need, they could be sitting in those stands watching their fellow competitors battle it out for the lion's share of $1 million.
I genuinely just do not know if it could be much closer. I mean, we look at this table. Gentlemates have run a little bit adrift there at the top. Leviathan and Rock are going to be sitting very comfortably. I think after that, you're still nervous. And everybody else can definitely close that. We've seen huge point games out of the likes of Movistar Koi in the past. VKA have had map wins in this tournament. So have 5 Fierce. Inner Circle sitting right on that bubble could definitely overtake those just above them. So everything to play for, everything at stake. Couldn't ask for anything better here at the Esports World Cup.
You know, we kind of walked in today, going into the LCQ, being like, obviously we're sending some people home, but we're missing a lot of our top teams. So, how competitive, how close will this lobby really be? And I think what we're seeing here today is that everybody, they went back to the lab, they did their VOD review, everybody prepped for the battle that they were going to have to be going on in here today. You can see our good sloth friend on the desk of wars because Rock Esports has been a very good day so far. They've been very, very consistent. Maybe not necessarily always in the kills column, but always in the placement. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if you're in the arena. I don't care if you're watching at home. It is time for our final 2 maps of the LCQ of Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup here in 2025.
The siren will blur, the plane will fly over, and the circle, ladies and gentlemen, relatively central. So for many of these teams, if you can win your landing, you understand the rotation that you need to make. But of course, these drops are hot, and immediately we see the kill feed start to fly. Kills coming in from EXOs, Inner Circle suffer. They do find a couple kills of their own, but they need to avoid that late
fall here for their third player. Bray will just about slip off into the background. On the hunt though, Exo, they're not going to let him breathe for long.
I like it. Hamoud gonna be the tip of the spear, flies on forward. Penguin, he's good enough to be able to bring down Bray. It's just not quick enough though. The last two members of Inner Circle are here. It's Obs, he gets tagged on up. He actually almost gets knocked on the fly in. Just barely hanging on, and it's gonna be enough for Teeny also to drop on through before Exo Esports. They see these two members of the Australians fly on in. They smell blood in the water. They know the Inner Circle is right on the cusp here. And this will be a huge team to take off the map early.
One thing I will give it to Inner Circle though is quite often they recover well from these positions. They do a great job of setting themselves up in place where they're difficult to be brought down. That being said, Orbs gets knocked. Teeny's trying to slip away into the back here, find some sort of loot. He's still rocking around with a pistol here. And God bless, you open up 2 crates, 3 crates. You're not really finding what you want. And ladies and gentlemen, we've all been there before. It's a horrible position to be in for Teeny, and he will be cut down. Down goes Bray as well, so Orbs now floating back in. He's going to have to abandon this. Joining the party though is going to be VKA, the Frenchman, who also sit outside that top 7. They're rolling up towards this stronghold, fight a little bit. And actually, they're kind of caught between 2 minds. Move on over then. 5 Fears will be at Chemical. Contested for a moment by Gentlemates. It was a little bit of a back and forth, and Big Man, well, he doesn't return anything except for getting a sniper bullet to the chest.
Yeah, Gentlemates, for the time being, it looks like they've loosely been bullied out of Chemical for the moment, but you're probably not even worried about it as well. Everywhere from concrete over to bioweapons is absolutely free for the French. So, yeah, it's a little bit of c'est la vie. Go ahead, back on up to your POI. Don't we worry too much about it. As we continue to see a little bit of this fight down here towards headquarters.
Hello? What the hell?
It's brewing as well. Goodbye, 60 Hertz. He'll get found, as does Vale. Rock Esports, they're going to go ahead, surge out of prison, maybe clean this up a little bit. Rated, thanking the stars for a moment that he's basically gifted 2 free kills right at his feet. I love that AG Global has been able to get back on into the mix here. It seems like maybe this flex down on into Grandma's is really, really working for them. I'd love to see them continue that, because obviously where they're sitting right now, it's looking pretty good, but they are on that bubble, so they have to continue to have good games for the time being.
Indeed, Wars will crack Showstopper over the top here. Got to be wary of the counter player in tower. Not really needing to do too much. On the opposite side of things, Exo will find purchase into Kadzu. Vidak going to be backed into a corner here. Does have stun. Going to try and play up off the back of it, and unfortunately there's 2 bodies there. Will be cut down. Penguin going to get aggressive. That little bit of a bait and switch coming on through. This team continuing to look better and better as the day's gone on. Exo Esports enjoying this stronghold landing. It's all good.
Yeah.
But now, if you get yourself through to tomorrow, contest the Falcons, gentlemen, we'll see just what you're made of. That being said, Inner Circle are back for this fight. 2 players rolling up, but we're going to go over to Control. 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi. Tale as all this time, and it continues.
One team currently sitting in the money, the other looking from the bottom up, and it seems like already for 100 Thieves, it looks like maybe another contest win. Already feeling pretty solid about just holding this on down. They got the zone in the last game, which led to a very solid amount of points on the board for them. I don't know if they'll have the same luxury here in map number 7 as we pull up that mini-map and get a little bit of a look at just where some of our players are playing. And what's I'm looking at here, Enigma, I'm looking down towards that factory boat side and up towards factory, and there's a lot of space on this southern side of the map. And for Leviathan, a team that has really pulled away in points, they don't gotta get active. They don't really have to do much. They can just continue to sit, wait, hold on through, let teams like Inner Circle try and find those points.
Yeah, very important that Inner Circle can continue to chip away those points. We've got to look at the leaderboard there. They were coming into this just 4 points, not even that, behind EVOS. I will say, by the way, we lost 5 years through that. Our first team eliminated from this map, one that desperately needed points, and they'll have to put everything into the final drop of the day. Gabe Blast, considering how to squeeze up here. 4 kills already on the board for Gabe. 100 Thieves have found themselves inside, but they're going to want to make this more comfortable. Lovely bit of movement there, lovely bit of parkour. They will find Ancient. Blast also finds net odds as well, so 2 in the feed. Confirmation on the Ancient kill. Gabe Kuhn going to try and get aggressive here. Zakar's going to try and hold the top, but does the pole read the flank? Hell no, he doesn't. Gabe Kuhn will absolutely batter him. Patsuk will keep Fnatic in the fight from the bow, but it's another blender for the Europeans.
Listen, I mean, 100 Thieves, if you can get out one of these control contest teams here from the LCQ, you're going to be feeling very good about tomorrow. So a huge win from them. And Hamoud, he's able to find Bray on the hop over of the wall and is a nice little bit of a cleanup. For the young man, Bray, it feels like he is always the last one alive from that team, and he is just never in a position to get help from his squad. Because we can see on our minimap right there, Teeny, he's kind of down there with VKA as well, and I'm looking for where Bray is about to be able to come back on in, where it's Ob's going to try and get his feet underneath him. For Rodstar, well, it's about business as usual, as he is just looking to hold down the lighthouse and just throw shots downrange.
Yeah, it's one of those tactics. We'd see a man like Robstar who can shoot up there with some of the best of them, being sat in that tower, but he's made it his home for many years. Once cast over him in a tournament in Amsterdam, weirdly enough, years and years ago, and he very much so locked that down and led his team to success. Can you get yourself through to the LCQ here? Vidati's got lots of company here. They're going to push. It's going to be one. Can you do the second? The answer is no. Leviathan do just enough and just about in order to send you packing if you are the French. He lived long enough to get his teammates back into the fight, but now Leviathan, they're squaring up against Inner Circle potentially.
I almost feel like he could have just tried to actually play for the 2v1, right? He goes for the full there, and it's like if you just actually sight up with that LC-10, you very easily could have split that into a very quick amount of 1v1s, maybe get a nice little clip that you could post for the timeline, but at least you get one on the exit for Leviathan. They're going to go ahead, they're going to gain control of this building, and they're just kind of poking their head up, finding some kills, going ahead, resetting the fight as they start to move on over.
Oh, hello.
Of course, it's Big Green. Some shots go on out to EXO Esports on the other side. Hamoud, Penguin, they're not liking this too much. They don't want to get too aggro, but they fly on forward. Lays cuts down one. He's taken on up, but the trades are there. But Decky, he's found out. Both Lays and Decky over here in Big Green, taken on out. Well, you're not really worried too much if you are Leviathan, because, well, where's your last player? Down on the boat.
I got to say, by the way, huge flowers over to Bray. This is the 18-year-old who's come into this tournament. That man has not got a hair on his chinny chin, in the words of Chris Tunn, but he has got incredible composure, holds his time there, stays alive, and then activates to find the third-party kills. Vision going to start rolling on forward for this Rock Esports roster, looking over the shoreline. He's got Gabe Kuhn and Patsuka down beneath him, and a little bit overextensive. Going to burn through a lot of plates on this rotation in. Will have backup in the name of one of his teammates. However, Gabe and Patsuka, he wants those kills. He wants to get involved in that fight, but backing off for now, worried about giving up his life. As this circle starts to squeeze everyone off towards this headquarters side, we've lost a couple of teams in the process here. And well, for EVOS, this is good news because they held just inside that top 7 coming into this, and it's some of their biggest rivals chasing them that have fallen.
Yeah, Skyman only currently on 2 right now. We'd love to see that come up the board, just a small amount. And you can see, I like this. Get back on over with the team if you can. They all take a little bit of damage. Moving on over, Showstopper. Gonna go ahead, try and back them on down. You got one player up in the lighthouse, and well, your 2 are across at G2. So maybe we'll hold down this one for now. And for Showstopper, well, he'll let AGL just go ahead, hang out at that building because he turns the sights on down towards factory roof. Is able to clean one up. And looking at the kill feed, and look who's starting to move their way on into factory as well. I'm starting to see Gentlemates with some movement over on that side of the map as well. So we'll keep an eye just across a couple of these different areas because the zone still very, very central for the time being. And a squad like AGAL who needs to stay alive, who needs to have these points, oh, they might be sitting pretty.
Yeah, they might indeed. Be good news for them to continue on this bit of form that they've found through these last couple of games. NKO trying to put Blaze from the sky. The shots with the Cypher aren't bad. Will bully Lays into a position where, well, he doesn't live for much longer. Unfortunately, stripped away by Vision. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the confirmation is there. Codcaster has been lying to us a little bit through this tournament, so I won't trust it. But either way, you stay alive if you are the Gentlemates. Decky going to be trying to keep Leviathan in the fight. Just got to live for a couple more moments. Over to EXO. They're squeezing up. They've been hunting this French squad through living quarters for some time. Not done yet, but Fnatic are here to play as well.
I mean, this is just looking like a polka dot on our mini-map right now. So many teams come on over here. Fnatic going to be one of them to get dropped into the feed. Where's the last one? It's Sakar. He's alive on the other side, but still getting pushed by Leviathan on the other building. Can he manage to stay alive long enough to get the squad back on in? Trying to play through the bedroom. We'll be able to back down some of those members. I'm going to be keeping an eye on our our minimap to watch a couple of more of those 6 bubbles come back on through, because for Zakar, it's all about staying alive for this Fnatic roster. Inner Circle, Obs and Teeny, they're still alive here, Enigma. And look, they're not too far away from Bray. They might be able to kind of cut their way through some of these teams, join back up with the teammate, and finally fully play as 3 for maybe the first time in this map.
Honestly, their ability to stay alive it could be unmatched. If they could actually get off to a solid start and keep 3 players alive, this squad would be terrifying consistently, just fighting their way across this map as a 2. We get a big pan-wide shot here of living quarters, 4 different teams in the vicinity. One of them is going to be Movistar Koi, and by God, do they need points. Came into this one 23 off the cut, and we know the EVOS have points, so they've got to find even more than that. It's got to be a banger. Zakar tucks himself off into a bathroom, hoping to not be found, purely playing for multiplier at this point. It's not been a good day so far for Fnatic. But AG Global, we've spoken about it. They've started to find their footing finally in this tournament. I'm not sure if it's the ball buff from Scummin, but whatever it is, they're making things happen here, climbing that leaderboard.
Hey, we heard Rated have a lot of to say on the timeline about what they were going to try and do here today. And it seems like maybe things are starting to click just at the right time, peaking as we get ready to go to finals tomorrow. Hey, that's a great time to start doing it. Zakar, last one alive, tries to make a little bit of a play, gets cut on down, will at least be able to secure top 10 as a solo. So you get a little bit of points, a little bit of multiplier on the board, but it's not enough for what that team needs. Out of the cut by a decent margin for the time being. For VKA, they're in a similar situation, but things are going a little bit better for them at this time. Aizen currently sitting on 4, just trying to play alongside this bottom. Penguin and Notrius on the other side from XO Esports, just trying to figure out how do we play out of green, because here's the thing, Enigma, we got a lot of squads playing around this area, and guess what? They all have to move, because Zone, it's going to pull us up towards headquarters. You got to win these fights, you have to make them fast.
You do indeed. Vidani's just going to hold the line, but he's got to worry about this rotation as well. As you step out, everybody above is going to cut you down. VK will fall. One of those goes the way of Mobstar Koi at least. The other potentially going the way of the English. And you've got Leviathan still in this fight. Can you find the kills? Lays, no, will be cut down. Netos finds yet another, but then we also find Movistar Koi out of here. And in the blink of an eye, 11 becomes 5. Showstopper has over the top. Inner Circle are going to be bullied down below, and so many different players scrambling beneath.
One thing to note in that, Movistar Koi take it down early. Guess who's still here in the top 5? It's Skullface from 100 Thieves. I was worried if we came into this game and they get cut down on early, could this be an opportunity for someone to come from behind, potentially Movistar Koi, and get back into the mix? But Skull does a great job staying alive. Inner Circle, they are still here. They played down towards that buy station. They're able to get the teammate back on in. Bray hits a nice little bit of a wrap. We'll be able to find Skullface. You got to be able to try and clear up your way through this mountain. Skull gets the self-revive. Armor crack is there. I got a little bit antsy. He was about to maybe do something special. The Australians pushing from beneath. You have AG Global still alive and a number of other squads, but this zone is starting to pull towards prison.
Mob gets found rotating up by Rockstar. Rated will find Wars as well, tucked into the corner. Rock Esports an opportunity to go top here, by the way. They've lasted far longer than Gentlemaids managed. Bray somehow is still alive. Inner Circle going to be a part of this fight. You're now looking over AG Global. They have a full 3 here. 2 from Rock Esports and 2 from EVOS scrambling this out. Huge fights. 3 of these teams are right on the bubble.
Bray, he's trying to take this fight to 1 shots down, and Bray will be able to find it. Puts it in the top 3. Gets found out yet again. It's Vision from below. He's going to be able to cut down 1. Scummin is there, but Nate Dogg, Rated, they have the high ground. They have the roof. This is just all about, can they manage to find Vision?
Vision's going to slip down below. Nate Dogg and Rated patrol the rooftop. You can see what everyone's trying to do here. Locate something that will give them an advantage in the final fight. Vision will be challenged. Of course, it's going to be both Rated and Nate Dogg, who swing wide, and AG Global, who have started to find their form through these LCQs, will take away a map that they desperately needed. They go into that map just inside the cut. I can tell you, as we got live updates on the scoreboard through that map, they fell outside the top 7. That will surely lift them back in there. My question becomes, of course, how many kills did you get? Did you take advantage of that 1.6 multiplier enough to give yourself breathing room into our final fight?
I mean, I think we saw Nate Dogg with 4 or 5. We saw Rated with 4 or 5. I think Scummin was right there with you. So I'm thinking, I'm hardcore guessing here, folks. Looked like about a 15 with maybe a 1.6 times multiplier. A decent amount of kills, but that's why we got everybody in the back who does some excellent math. But what's more important there, though, Enigma, is that we see some of these teams who they only have 2 final chances to punch their way up finally seeming like they have some signs of light. We see Inner Circle, Bray, he gets very much to the end there. He's able to find that one last kill, and that is a huge kill to be able to have and to get that multiplier. A little bit in the blender that game, but we also saw Teeny, he was still popping off all game.
Honestly, I love that you're calling out here for Inner Circle, and I love that we're talking about Bray. It felt like that they should have died very, very early. They should have been looking at this final drop as their do or die. They might actually squeak inside that top 7. I don't know. We'll let everyone else do the math. We're bad at it up here. But that is a young man who is coming into this and is showing ridiculous composure in his first experience on LAN, picking up important fights, getting his team back into the map and helping them in towards those later multipliers. Very impressive stuff. If Ellen's talking about hidden heroes, I've definitely got to put him in mine.
Yeah, well, I'm being told that we do have an interview with Rated from AGAL. So let's go ahead. Let's hear what Rated had to say about that game.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, and what a time to get a win under your belt. Rated, AG Global, how you guys doing today? And let's just say after that win, you guys were in like that bubble area. You got to have now shot up.
I think we're still going to be pretty close because we didn't get that many kills, but we've been a lot consistent here. Like I said, our main focus today was just making sure we get top 5 every game, focusing on placement, because the last 2 days we were getting all the kills but dying in 10th. I think our average placement was like 11th, so getting the kills is pointless if you're not in the end game. So we've been prioritizing staying alive and making the end game today.
It looks like as well, like obviously, but you guys are playing more for placement, getting further into the game. The team chemistry is looking a lot better. A lot of the analysts have been saying it in the breaks as well. Do you feel the same way? Have you guys? What were you guys talking about yesterday before coming here?
No, they still hate each other, but we'll get the job done.
Well, that's what it's all about, getting the job done. And we've also been talking a lot, the community, a lot of the watch parties, all the guys at home as well have been talking about the ball buff over here, the commitment. I like it. Are you noticing a difference?
I mean, I told him from the start he should shave it. It looks way better.
Fair enough. That's what he said. You've heard it here first from Rated. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you joining me for this interview. Best of luck in your final game of the day, because we've got one more shot for these teams to make it into the grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
All right, so Rated, as you are Welsh, I decided to do a little bit of research on Wells before our interview. And the first thing I noticed, mind you, is there's a lot of weird places with weird names. There's somewhere that's just called Barry, which is wild to me. Then there's also Clanvire Port Gwyneth Gogereth Winterboth Clanthacilio Gogogoth. What's up with that?
I thought you were going to ask me to say it, and I wouldn't have done as good as you. So, yeah, it's the longest street name in the world, I think, or in the UK at least.
Okay, fair enough. So, how would you rate me? 1 out of 10?
I would say that was pretty good, honestly. Straight off the top, one take.
I'm looking. Under me.
I'm looking below you. Come to us, front to us.
Oh, yeah.
Please not you. One guy.
Behind me. Where? In the window, in the bottom window. You guys with this. It's a solo. You want to drop? No. Wait for zone. It's a solo. You want to drop? No, wait. Play it up.
Give me a play.
Chill. We drop when we know where's that. Or you want to drop now, right here?
Yeah, come.
Wait.
Ready,
go. I'm a flash first. Let me flash. Ready, go. Chill. In the right, on the right. Weak.
Stop.
Man, we just had no kills, but...
There was once a time that Rated and I would shut down casinos. He was winning tournaments back then, and it's been a minute since, but the family man is purely focused. The only smile I've seen from him the entire time in Riyadh is when you said... Yeah. Go. Shout out to my Welshman over here, though. You nailed it. Let's walk through the AGAL and Inner Circle call, because two of you called the correct teams. The third one said Fnatic, but let's start here with Inner Circle. They had a tougher road to the top 2.
Yes, they did. And I'll give you credit, Shift. Stronghold is definitely the location they need to be going to. But they ran into tits, and I'm thinking to myself, and I even said in the green room, these boys are about to get cooked. They're stuck between 2 teams over at green. They've got 100 Thieves still alive over at control, and another team camping them up top at headquarters. But they did get bailed out. I believe it's Robstar who gets the kill needed in order to keep them alive. And Inner Circle then ultimately end up wiping 100 Thieves and getting up the hill.
But the biggest problem for Inner Circle, again, I did shout them out, EXO Esports. We did see them in the top 10, but for EVOS and for AG Global fighting around the headquarters side, that's where the zone pulled up towards prison, where we thought it was going to be Rock. But of course, the zone has been messing up these teams, and of course, we've been seeing Scum and Fry.
If you're going to make a bet on not who's going to win the tournament, but probably finish in the top 5, after today's games, I'm saying Rock Esports. They have finished second.
Good call.
5 times out of 7 drops. That is insane. Where do Rock land on our leaderboard? It's time to find out. Gentlemates have been the front runners for most of the day, but they are now passed for the first time. Rock is going to jump up at 143. Vision surviving helps them secure another big bonus. We're going down to the final drop, though. This is all about top 7, and Inner Circle is just over 6 points behind that place of AGAL.
That, if I'm an observer, queue up. I just want to see AG and Inner Circle for the rest of this game.
Without a doubt.
Everyone else is just not by far away. Like 100 Thieves, who are subject to a 0-point game in 14th, are not out of the woods yet. Would they possibly choke again? But I think this is literally just down to what happens between Inner Circle and AG.
You just had to set it up like that, huh?
I had to, dude. I mean, it was in the
Thieves,
story.
don't let it happen. Don't let Alan
choked in
jinx
Black
you
Ops
like you did
6
Fnatic.
as well.
Just 0.2 points between 5th and 6th. I mean, EVOS, 100 Thieves, AGAL. I mean, even after that win, though, sitting at 99, okay, 75 kills. But, I mean, just the differences between these, Taylor, it's just crazy.
Is EXO safe? They're at 110. They've got about a 6-7 point lead over 6th place.
I think EXO's safe. Again, I hate to do this. I'm going to call it 100 Thieves. They are not safe at the moment.
No.
There is a real opportunity AG or maybe even Inner Circle both could knock them down a peg. Not seeing 100 Thieves in the grand finals would be one of the biggest shocks, I think, to date when it comes to this tournament.
Movie Star Koi's out of the tournament.
Yeah.
They are about to play super spoiler. If Fnatic drops towards Boat, watch both of them just be like, yo, we're going to ruin
dirty.
Day.
That would be so dirty.
AGAL, though, is holding the door right now. They are in 7th place. Let's take a look at the team that just won. Scummin, Rated, and Nate Dogg finally getting that first place finish. They're looking for more kills, and when it was messy this time, Rated and Scummin coming out with some clutches.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, on top Prison, the rotations that they're making, the calls that they're making, the ones that they're, winning. But credits, of course, Scummin, Rated, Nate Dogg playing a little bit slower. So again, I don't know if they had some communication to where they're like, all right, we need to just switch. Let's keep it like this. And it's working out for them. But the zone pulls, right? That's just the luck of the draw sometimes.
I was about to say, the zone is literally determining who wins today. It feels like. I mean, 100 Thieves have had the zone end on control twice. This is the first time we've really seen this zone end on the west side of Prison. So, again, it makes sense. This is where AG have been dropping, and they dominate their space. So, good for them.
I will say big turnaround from AG's performance in group to how they're performing today. I don't know if it's because Scummin shaved off the hairline or if it's just because they said, look, enough is enough. There's real money on the line, and we need to make some. You talk about the casino runs. Rated says maybe another one's in the books.
Let's go all in red, baby. I believe in AGAL. On the other side of this, though, there is a pink squad in the mix. 6 points behind AGAL is Bray, the youngest player in the tournament. He just clutched up, helping them get to a top 2 finish there. Can they keep it rolling? This is your squad you highlighted on day 1.
Without a doubt, Inner Circle, firm believers in them. They fell short during group play, and I hope they're not getting flashbacks going into this final game. This is the most important game of their tournament life. Do they want to go home with just a couple of bucks? Or do they want to go home potentially earning $250,000? That's the question we have to answer. And Dream, for Bray specifically, you called him out early on. The youngest player in our tournament, first ever LAN, and he's not disappointing.
Yeah, and I was too, like, flying through utility. I love the use of like, obviously, thermites, smokes, what they're using effectively. But even being lit on fire, they're not backing down from the challenge. They're sliding right on through.
I think they're starting to understand that if they're going to play inside a stronghold and be able to rotate out, they need to clean things up quickly. There is no such thing of, hey, we got 1 kill, that's great, let's reset. You got to go get the second one. Force that anchor, whoever is trying to contest you, usually XO, out of the point of interest completely. You cannot allow them to stay around.
It's time to shine our crystal balls and give the final prediction. Drop 8 is on the way, and I need to know, does anyone fall out of the current top 7? If so, who moves up?
Oh, don't do this to me. Do I have to call it?
You do.
I think 100 Thieves are falling out of top 7. I love the guy.
Who moves up?
Skullface is my guy, but I got to say it.
Who moves up?
Who moves up? Inner Circle.
I think Inner Circle moves up, but I don't think 100 Thieves falls.
I think AG falls, and no, I'm just kidding. They're out. Fanatics out. I think the team to move up is Inner Circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final drop is ready. Let's head back to the Kadia Arena.
And there's the man on your screen, top fragger of the day, and a large reason of why Rock Esports currently leads our leaderboard after 7 games. But Enigma, it all comes down to this. It is only a few points that separate some of our squads and determines whether they will be playing against some of the top teams in the world in the finals, or will they be having to watch through a screen?
No, it is a long list of achievements for Vision of recent years to now also be the top fragger here. Adds on to that. However, we've got, of course, continue to focus on the bubble, the squads that sit right on the precipice of going home or going to finals, and all the differences that that could make to the prize money that you walk away from Riyadh with. We know the storyline, my friend. Inner Circle, they sit just on the outside. 6.4 points behind AG Global, who've come alive over the last couple of maps. Certainly not safe for EVOS Esports. They sit just a couple of points ahead of that. And 100 Thieves who are in that mix as well. All 4 of those teams is where our eyes will be well and truly focused as we drop in for one final time for some of these teams.
I think it has to just be reminded here, folks, $1 million prize pool. Being in our top 7 here at the end of this map will guarantee you at least $18,000 as a team. Incredible money just for being able to make it to the finals. This is now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. You can see the stage is rising. That beautiful trophy, a reminder to our competitors that this is what they are fighting for in this map number 8. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and map 8 is the time to earn your stripes. Enigma, let's get to it one last time today.
Let's get into this, baby, as we get our players landing on down. And of course, one of our big folks is going to have to be 100 Thieves. Their motto, take what is not given, and they will well and truly have to fight for every inch of control center, as they're still being contested by Movistar Koi over there, despite them likely being out of this tournament unless they go nuclear. We look at Inner Circle. They've landed towards Stronghold. Their fight with EXO Esports has gone on and on all damn day. It's been a mixed bag of results. They've got to win it here and get themselves off to a far better start.
Yeah, we're going to be definitely trying to keep our eyes on some of our bubble teams to see how they were doing across the map. One of those, of course, being AGAL. It was a decent map, but you heard Scummin in a little bit of the comms there. In their victory moment, they didn't sound super happy. They said, hey, you know, we got the dub, but we didn't have enough kills. And that just comes from some veterans who knows what it takes when you're trying to perform. For Nate Dogg, you see him pick up that supply run to start to play a little bit of the top of G2, hoping that maybe one of your teammates could go ahead and start getting that cash early. For our squads down here at the Stronghold, it's still just a battle, albeit a slower one, it feels like this go around. No Trace is knocked. You're starting to hear that self come on through. Thankfully for you, if you're Teeny, your teammates got it on lock. And Hamoud off the top, can you find him? Bray is there. All you got to do is clean it up. You're able to do it. EXO Esports, our first team eliminated from the lobby, Enigma. And while, yes, they were currently sitting in fourth, they were not in fourth by a lot.
No, that is certainly not going to be a comfortable watch now for the rest of this one. And you could easily watch the rest of these squads close that gap. It was, what, 14 points coming into this that made sure that they were safe. You could see that gap close. You could fall out for sure. 100 Thieves continuing in this fight with Movistar. They find an opening amount of kills that will give them complete control of control. Movistar will have Netod still alive, who's trying to slip away off towards the tents. Thieves unlikely to let him brief along. Skullface Gabe on the hunt. Blast will be here to join the party too. What can you do? You get enough time to bring your boys back in, but, well, that will give 100 Thieves a second to breathe, set themselves up, and focus on scrambling together the points that will guarantee them tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 100 Thieves right now, guess what you're doing? You're sending a little bit of a thank you card over to VKA, who decide in this last final game of the day to land control boat and basically contest Fnatic immediately off the rip. That's going to allow basically 100 Thieves to only have to focus Movistar Koi. They don't have to worry about this third party coming on in so quickly. So they're able to win that contest, they hold control, and now they have some positioning.
Big thing for me here now within a circle is how do you look when you actually get this cleanly? We haven't really seen it. Yes, we've won the fight here once or twice, but we've seen teams rotate in from that tense region to really put them under pressure. Bray with a sniper in hand will get a crack onto Goat Clamp. Sees Anxiety crossed, actually misses him off towards the left. And timing well, that's Call of Duty for you, ladies and gentlemen. Anxiety though will be knocked, and those points will be handed over to Bray as long as that is confirmed. Big Daddy going to head into the water. Aizen's just on the outside of the Stronghold. The Bray on Overwatch has been an outrageous talent through this tournament, just setting his team up for success in this one.
I mean, we've seen a team have success with this exact sort of idea. You might have heard of them. They're called the Falcons. They might have won last year doing exactly this. I know them a little bit. I'm sure the folks at home do as well. And I think if you're Inner Circle, this is what you need if you're going to try and manage to punch your way up into the top 7, especially when a squad like EXO Esports goes down very early. For AGAL, they need to continue to have success here. And it's just this battle with EVOS, who's also trying to stay on in here, that is just so crucial. You lose Rated, you lose Scummin. It's just Nate Dogg with a trophy system, a Marine SP, and a Dream. But here's the thing, if Jawad tries to drop on down this shotgun, I know it might not feel great, but it could go absolutely crazy, as all it takes is a one pump from Nate Dogg to keep AGL in this tournament. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah, and it will give them tower control as well. Important anchor spot that will keep you in the fight, but Nate Dogg suffers the PA. The ricochet over the top does not finish him off. He will confirm that kill. Robstar re-seizes control of the tower. AG Global in a tough situation. One player out towards the water. You're basically just trying to recover. You're holding onto your spot by less than 6 points at last glance.
I am surprised to see Rated down here at control. Seemingly this was the only spot that he could think that he could maybe find some area. 5 Fears, they found themselves here as well. And Bray, he sees all of this action going on from Stronghold. If he can manage to land any of these shots, you would be feeling great. That LR762, it hits like a truck. You can get those armor cracks. You can see he might only have 4 kills, but he has 1,700 damage so far. And I have to imagine that is off the back of just throwing those sniper bullets downrange.
Yeah, being a nuisance to everybody that dares come near your Stronghold setup. Beautiful play from him. Rated has stayed alive for long enough in the control center that his boys are back into the fight. You're not looking good though. Scummin atop with some weaponry to try and hold this fight. Only 4 plays in hand though. Doesn't want to anger the Thieves, kick the hornet's nest of the Movistar Koi either, that this battle has raged on so much here. Rated, just going to be on Overwatch. Scumming, he's also trying to buy his time. It's a reset attempt from AG Global, but it's going to be a difficult one with the boys around you.
Well, we've seen them kind of be able to flex down to control every now and then when Raid's able to hold this tower like Robstar does. They've sent Scumming and Nate Dogg at 100 Thieves before, so this isn't entirely brand new, but I'm wondering if maybe they thought that they could get a little bit active, get a little mixy against 100 Thieves, try and get them out early, because that could open up potentially some of the leaderboard for them to surge on up.
Inner Circle, by the way, sent 2 players in towards living quarters, and both of them fall before they can really make much progress, being cut down by 5 fears. I think it was Anxiety who picks up the kill, so Bray's going to back on off, get his boys yet again back into the fight. That circle, you do have quite a bit of time yet to still activate around Stronghold. You don't want to be giving up your life much further on from here. The loadout will still be available, of course, but I guess this is last chance saloon before you've got to start to move off towards living quarters and likely control where we're probably going to end up.
Scumming just trying to manage to hold this Ascender, maybe catch somebody who's decided to try and challenge the roof of prison here. For 100 Thieves, though, I think they're very content letting all of these teams go ahead and battle it on out. They're just going to hold a couple of these different angles. You can see Blast kind of managed to go for a little bit of snake on the stair side. Skull, he's just holding for that cross, and Gabe, he's just going to kind of poke his head out that window, try and throw some shots maybe down towards that boat, where we do see still a couple of members of Fnatic alive. But now Blast and Gabe kind of just playing together, 2 by 2, just trying to clear out this POI for the time being. You can see Exian has found himself at the bottom of the small side of control, and 100 Thieves slowly but surely going to go ahead and try and clear that out. Over at living quarters, we see Obs and Teeny. They are continuing this sort of quote-unquote Falcon strat, where you go ahead, you push on up, you want to control living quarters, and if they can manage to find a couple of these kills against teams like 5 Fears and Leviathan, you are going to absolutely just create so much space on the map, and already some nades heading on out. They're starting to get active.
Yeah, Teeny's going to push this down low. You've got Orbs up top. What do you do here? If you're Leviathan, you just looked into a corner. You're hoping to cover over each other, but Teeny, he's going to bait Lays out. Lays wins the point, though, as he so often has through this tournament. Orbs finds one, but not the second. The German cuts the Australians down and will yet again defend their territory. Bray will yet again be alive over towards Stronghold, but he's being landed on by a couple of players over from 5 Fears, and he's not going to have the opportunity to get his teammates in for long.
Man, Lays, the new addition to that roster, a fantastic 1v2. They don't necessarily need the points, but you need that type of confidence in your gunfights if you're going to be a squad here tomorrow that is fighting for the lion's share of that prize pool. Bray still here, managing to stay alive. Can he manage to get the teammates back on in, especially with both of these members of 5 Fears around? You are going to be able to do it, and with that, Bray, he's looking to get a little bit active. You don't have to worry about ping anymore, young man, as you absolutely put Scythe into the dirt with an LC-10. Stun will come on out from Anxiety. We'll let Bray know, hey, there's still a couple of these members of 5 Fears here. However, he doesn't have to win this one anymore. Full squad, back up and running. And they are outside of zone here, Enigma, but a kill onto 5 Fears would be huge. But unfortunately for them, guess what? 5 Fears is the team you have to be worried about. It's Leviathan looking down at you.
Yeah, and the problem for you as well is Teeny needs his loadout, and that's going to be out in the open, covered over by the Leviathan roster. So you're going to have to drop some smokes and hope for the best. We're going to look over at this fight towards Bo. AG Global, still very much so in the hunt, holding on to that final qualification position. Rated, though, going to be on his own, just hoping to swim, hold your breath, stay low, stay undetected. Hope that everybody else fights each other. We see Fnatic wiped off the board here, so that will be the end of their tournament. Europeans just haven't had it go their way. That boat, by the way, has Gentlemates on top of it, as well as Gamax trying to threaten, and a couple of other bodies floating above.
Obs able to somehow stay alive, just dancing in between these buildings, dodging bullets. I mean, and you're just trying to stay alive here. You can see teammate Teeny down below, just trying to stay alive as well. Bray nowhere to be found. And listen, I know it's hot here in Riyadh, but there is no reason to go swimming at this point in the day. Nate Dogg, he's been able to find himself, pistol in hand. You have Scumming with you. Raided's not too far away. Can you take down Big Man? Big Man shoots on back, and Gromlock finds Raided as well. 2 members of AGAL have been eliminated. It's just going to be Scumming left alive for the time being in the water. This is not where you want to be if you are a member of AGAL, especially when you're looking across. You have 2 members of Movistar Koi. Big Man swimming on the outside.
thing is, you've actually won the tiebreaker against EXO. You've got the same amount of points. You've leapfrogged them because you have more kills. So for now, you're actually safe. It's EXO Esports that will watch Inner Circle closely, because if Inner Circle gets 6.5 more points, it's actually EXO that fall out of the top 7. 100 Thieves, they don't need to worry about this anymore. They sit in 4th. They can just start to mop up everything around them. Teeny, all of your hopes, all of your nation and your region's love rests on your shoulders.
AJAL eliminated. They are gone. Enigma. It was a fantastic game 7 from them, but they sounded defeated in here in game number 8. They're not able to close it. A couple of our squads still here. Teeny just trying to maybe dodge the ire of a couple squads. Starts getting shots thrown down at him here in the water. The problem is the zone is closing on in. You have 2 juggernauts above you. Leviathan and Gentlemates hold this boat, and you know they are looking in this water, trying to stay alive. But Teeny finds the 2nd kill of the day with a quick couple pistol shots onto Big Man.
Needs about 2 more. 2 more kills would probably get you there. We're going to see, by the way, that squad 4, they are white. Gamax off your screens. Leviathan still a part of the conversation. Teeny's just dipping and dodging and desperately diving to try and stay alive here. Again, just 2 more would get you there. We're going to see 9Z eliminated from this, out of here. Their tournament done with. Evos will see 1 body fall. Leviathan suffering. Teeny's got to go down again.
He's still here. He's still here. He just has to stay alive to get to this top 5. He wants the 1.4 multiplier. They won Stronghold. They found the kills they need. Movistar Koi, White, only 1 more team needs to go down for potentially Inner Circle to do it. They are just on the outside, and Teeny has done such a good job staying alive. He's normally the top fragger on this team. He's normally the one coming alive, helping them score those points. But for now, it is about survival. It is about playing your life. They qualified here off of 1 big game, and they need to do it yet again. Hits the ladder, comes on up, and is at the end of the Gentlemates, but he might have been able to do it, I think. We're going to have to get the numbers on that. 100 Thieves still alive as well. They take down Chromaluk. They take down Stukex. It's just finally 2 teams remaining. And, well, look how we end this one. It is 100 Thieves. It was a little bit of a question mark. Could they do it? It's a resurgence. And unfortunately, for fans of the Gentlemates, it's a 3v1. And Enkyo, he will go away, throw his life into the zone. We got a lot of questions, though, mate, after that game number 8. Some teams are getting knocked out that we thought were safe, and we might have some new players making their way to tomorrow.
I can tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, it does not get much closer. At last look, there were 0.6 points separating who survived and who is heading home. We'll let the admins figure all that out for you and, of course, get it across to you. But for 100 Thieves, you will live to see another day, just about. For Gentlemates, you could have taken top spot. This could be your LCQ and your victory for sure. But for everybody else, AG Global, we saw the look on Scumming's face there. Wasn't sure, was worried about the fact that you've been eliminated. Unaware that you had picked up that tiebreaker. For EXO, you have had a haunting of a map. Eliminated early, watching everybody else potentially climb above them, and now will desperately be trying to do their own calculations to find out if their tournament continues.
Oh, man. I love we can see Hollow there interacting with the fans, feeling good about that one. A squad that absolutely needed to do something here today. We were just questioning, where is this Gentlemates team that we know and love? And well, the Mates crew, they come on in. They come through for the boys. Give them the energy they need to say, we can do it. We can get there. Enigma, it's been a blast, but we got to head back to the studio so they can help break this all down and give us the final breakdown. Who's making it to tomorrow and who will not?
What an excellent cast there from Dandro and Enigma. Fantastic finish for 100 Thieves as well. And JJ, Allen, it's now time to apologize to Symphony. What do you want to say for yourselves?
The pillow fight turned into pillowcases off, filled with bars of soap. That last one, it was an absolute slobber knocker. Everyone knew it was on the line. Everyone was hitting them hard. I'm just gonna stay with the spicy takes I'm feeling today. 100 Thieves are just getting blessed by Circle. I'm just gonna say it.
I think 100 Thieves, man, blessed by Zone without question, but you got to also give them credit. They were challenged by 3 or 4 separate rosters.
Yeah,
you mentioned Fnatic, potentially Movistar, Koi joining in the mix. Obviously, they've been embroiled in this battle for control. 3 teams challenged them. They stood their ground to qualify. You got to give them credit where credit is due.
There are third eyes puckered around the world right now as we are waiting to find out who moves up and who moves down. Dream, is there anyone that is guaranteed to move on in your eyes?
Well, obviously, 100 Thieves, as we talked about, I said that they would make it through, and Inner Circle potentially would overtake the leaderboard, as we did see them in the final moments. But was it enough? The scary thing is, though, EXO Esports, right? We were watching the leaderboard. No way they get knocked down. But look how close it is.
I was like, 110. That's good, right? And then they go out first, and I see the player's head on the desk. I'm like, all right, maybe they're not good anymore, man. This is brutal. You have to think in that moment, they might have known.
Yeah.
They were so vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, Teeny, first off, did such a heroic job staying alive in the water, even picking up 2 elims in the water despite him not having any plates, getting focus from those who are on land as well as on boat. Teeny did everything in his power to try and get Inner Circle barely above EXO in top 7. Question is, was it enough? We don't know, but I do believe AG, by the way, they also will qualify. So it was 100 Thieves AG who qualified, but the question is EXO, Inner Circle. I have no idea who made it.
I'm not going to say anything because it's all speculation right now. One thing I do want to call out, Obs. He's the glue guy. I learned that watching Inner Circle. He torches himself, allows Bray to get the sniper rifle, post up, the rest of the crew going out. The aggressive pushes didn't work. The survival did in the end.
Oh, yeah, and I think it was that engagement by headquarters, right, where we saw Teeny and Bray kind of have this duality right here, but instead of taking the challenge, they smoked out and they backed down, and those certain particular moments can just be the biggest differences, especially in terms of placement.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this map unfolded in the fastest one I think we've had so far in the weekend, and like you both are saying, it wasn't really about rotation in this one. This was just about gloves off, bare knuckle boxing in the water. That was a lot of it. Was just it was all these pistol duels.
But they still hurt down there.
Yes, they do.
It's unreal to see how this all played out. I think especially because the early drops didn't really give us one favorite or another. Both teams that were battling for things like control or things like stronghold were hitting each other evenly. So it's just it leads to this really scrappy finish.
We see another strong performance from Gentlemates as they finish in the top 4. Ankyo involved in the final kills there. What about Evos, a team that was on the bubble going into drop number 6? Did we have eyes on that squad?
Yeah, they were looking pretty good still. I believe they were sitting 5th. They were picking up a lot of eliminations, and of course, Robstar obviously being the leading factor yesterday, leading that team, but picking up a lot of eliminations. But Jawad and Showstopper, right? They really picked things up today, and for that team, I think they're sitting pretty good. Again, it's just going back to the Inner Circle and the EXO Esports. But for AG Global, right? How key was it for Scummin to stay alive as long as they did there in the water?
Yeah, it was the water plays all around. I mean, that's kind of what ended up qualifying to several Ross UC rated. Scummin just desperately trying to do the math. Yeah, and I hope their math is better than mine because I'm a commentator and my math is absolutely horrendous. But I do believe they skate on by. But going back, if you don't mind, to the Inner Circle discussion, Inner Circle control their destiny potentially by taking down EXO in the fashion that they do. Shift, you were mentioning that Stronghold fight. If they don't take down EXO that quickly, Inner Circle potentially do not qualify. So through and through, if they qual, it's because they control their destiny off that first initial fight.
Big plays across the board as you take a look at some of Raided's best moments here. Shooting people in the back was the key to map number 7. Remember, AG was very much in the mix. They were on the bubble, technically 7th going into this last game. Raided surviving in the water. Everyone else doing the same thing in the lobby. Only time will tell who officially tops the leaderboard as teams are trying to move up into your top 7. We have to remind everybody, it is day 3. What happens on day 3? We crush keys. 7 dreams are about to be shattered in front of our eyes.
And a lot of hope for a lot of chump change also starting to be tossed around just a touch. Yeah, it's one of those things that the brutality of the EWC trophy system, you forget about it until you see the actual representation of your entire tournament destroyed right in front of your eyes.
And didn't you say too on the prize pool, like isn't that like an 8K difference if you do survive today? So for teams, at least for AG Global, who thought they were going home, they're looking good.
I want to give a big shout out to Nate Dogg. His shotgun play kept them in it. One pump to drop his opponent at the top when 3 players were coming at him. 2 from down low, 1 above. If he doesn't get that kill up top, they're out. The team is wiped. So crucial play there from Nate Dogg. any other players and big plays you want to call out? How'd your Fnatic boys end up?
You know, some days you wake up and you choose a little bit of violence. My Fnatic guys did not wake up and choose violence today. They did. I mean, they were trying to grief people on some key spots, but that's the thing, man. It's just like, I think you're going to look back at this tournament, and I think a lot of people are going to look at this Fnatic roster and be like, what the hell happened? Like, there was a lot of buzz, a lot of hype that they could potentially be a threat. They were not, at any given moment in time throughout this weekend, able to find a landing spot. And I think that's got the biggest thing about a lot of our teams that we're going to see eliminated here today. And also the teams tomorrow. Like, getting through this stage is great, but when you add in 7 teams who have dominated in their particular landing spots, everything comes to a change again.
The Saudi fans making Hamoud smile despite his teammates with their head on the desk. They seem to be with high vibes. We don't know what the final scores are. Time will tell. It's coming up here. Triple check if you're in this situation. You don't want to be the admin who then has to call up and be like, sorry, I called the wrong team. We're not doing any Steve Harveys tonight.
Right. We don't want any of that. You know what? For me personally, these are 2 teams that I really hope weren't on the bubble. You know, you got Hamoud, who I've been pumping up forever. And
I'm going to raise my hand. I got good news.
Oh.
Do we have?
Thoughts are in.
Oh.
Shall we reveal?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Kill the suspense, baby. Pull them up.
In 7th place, we have EXO Esports. In 6th place, AGAL moves on, and Evo survives. Inner Circle is out. And look at the separation. 0.6.
Yeah.
1 kill would have been all the difference.
And Teeny had 1 kill in front of him at the end, but no plates. I won't say he got turned on, but he didn't have the weaponry.
Fully plated.
Bro, that's Rory McIlroy missing a 2-foot putt at the U.S. Open.
And I'll be honest, I think everyone else that was already qualified is happy with this. Inner Circle is one of the few teams that won on day 1. They set the tone early. Teeny had one of the highest individual drops.
Yeah.
But the elation on that man's face. Congratulations to Hamoud. Congratulations to Notorious Penguin. You will be playing on the final day of Warzone here at EWC 2025. As we go through the rest of these numbers, Gamex Esports started with the first one of the day. They are out, and Bray, you hate to see it, young man. The pain of defeat. But you know, this is just the start of his career.
This is the first LAN event for this roster, for this Inner Circle roster. They qualified by beating Na'Vi. What they have accomplished at this LAN event, as far as I'm concerned, is tremendous. They need to hold their heads up high. You see the emotions because you know how much it meant to them to go to the final stage. But Inner Circle, fully impressed. They came in as the underdogs. They were rated D tier. As far as I'm concerned, they are now rated A tier in my book. I would love to see them continue forward, and I want to see them here next year.
Absolutely, and you know Coach Tommy's about to pick those boys up. He's been there. We've all been there. Only higher roads, and you got to think APAC is now one of the stronger regions. As we take a look at the global scale, who's made it to our Final 14? Who's impressed you so far? NA was looking pretty darn good today.
Yeah, well, when they were winning, they were looking good today. Everywhere else, it was just a little bit all over the place. What we're starting to see, though, is that the European squads have been extremely consistent in terms of how they find placements. The question will be, how do they do that when all the top North American teams tomorrow are putting out putting the gas pedal down to the ground?
Rock Esports and, of course, Gentlemates putting on a show for all the fans from Europe. But right now, Barney, it's time to crush some dreams.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, everybody, where I'm joined by Gentlemates. And for the first time in history for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup, we are going to crush some dreams in our brand new, beautiful, menacing sandworm of a crusher. You'll understand what I'm saying when you see it. Gentlemates, by being the top placing team at our last chance qualifier, you have the privilege, you have the honor of crushing the bottom 7 teams' keys at the same time. So I'm going to run you through this, okay? So Hallow, you're going to turn the key. Enkyo, you are going to flick the switch. And Gromolok, you are going to send them home. So why don't you say we do it? Are you ready, Hallow?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Good. Okay, he sounds ready, so let's do it. Hallow, why don't you turn that key? Turn the engines on. Ooh. Okay, now you're going to feel some rumblings underneath here. The engine is now turned on. It's firing up. Enkyo, can you flick that switch, please? That is going to open up the iris in the center. You can have a look at the teeth as they spin, ready to destroy these keys. And here we go. Gromolok in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. And there's one clinging on for dear life. You know what? Get in there. See you later. Gentle mates, congratulations. You are through to the grand finals tomorrow. It is going to be an epic showdown. Did that feel good?
Yeah, felt very good.
Nice, and I'm hoping that you guys to do it once again tomorrow as well. 7 teams have been eviscerated from this competition, but of course we're going to be doing it all again tomorrow because our grand finals will be hot on it out here on the main stage. It's going to get heated, it's going to get spicy, and I cannot wait for it. And I imagine it's the same for you guys at home as well. So for now, we're going to head back to the studio to round out the last chance qualifier.
That may be the most demonic thing I have seen. And did you see Ankyo after the smoke comes up?
Yeah, right?
The thing. Oh, my goodness. The French fans going wild in the Kadia Arena as Gentlemates top the scoreboard. They get the honor, and that was our first time witnessing that.
Dude, that was sick. Like, the key crusher is one thing, but watching just fodder down into the abyss.
You know what's crazy, though, right? Tomorrow, one winner, there's going to be 13 more keys that have to go into the grinder.
And a big shout out, by the way, to the inner circle key. Refused to fall.
I know it. It was hanging on for
close,
dear
poetic
life.
here in Warzone, ladies and gentlemen. But there is only one more thing to do here on our show here for the LCQ. That is to highlight the best plays of the day. It's our Kadia top plays. Dream Crazy. Who is popping off?
Well, obviously, Scythe and the 5 Fierce squad, which, well, they were doing pretty good at first, but still, nonetheless, Scythe was a really big key factor for them as he picked up a lot of elimination.
There's my boys for that.
It's over. Enkyo, though, he'll be in here multiple times. I have a feeling this was just superior positioning from Gentlemates and Blast. We put you under the microscope. When we did, he had his best game of the night. Way to go, Coach.
That's right. He opened up with a 3-piece, and of course, Obs, you said it best. He's the glue, and multiple times pulling out these heroic plays that were needed to keep Inner Circle in the fight.
In the end, shout out to Rated surviving in the water. Shout out to the boys from AGAL. You got Dream Crazy smiling ear to ear. Dream, you nailed it with the final call. Can you give me a prediction into the final day, though?
No. I don't think I should do that for final day, right? But I will say this, I'll give a hot take. VP takes the cake only because Noobs, he's my hidden hero. 2.5 KD on the day. Overall in groups, he had the best KD. So if I had to say someone to win, VP.
Noobs was the guy in groups. But who was the player of the day in the LCQ? It's your Sony Bravia MVP. Let's take a look at who it is. It's Ankyo, the Frenchman. 57 in his 8 drops. 11 was his best map.
Yeah, and I think in particular, the thing that I really enjoyed about Enkyo was how he was leading the team to rotate quickly and really contest hot spots. In particular, I loved watching just on the minimap how Gentlemates were playing up against Leviathan when there was a bottom circle towards Factory. They did a really nice job of cutting across a lot of dry land to get there and actually push Leviathan off a handful of times. That's not easy to do.
I was just going to mention real quick, like role switching, right? This team did just something that worked for them, but also AG Global, right? They also switched their roles, and it just worked out for them.
Yeah, and one of the things about Enkyo, and you mentioned positioning shift, like I want to once again highlight and compliment where he puts himself in the winning moments. You go back to game number 2, taking over high ground over headquarters, gatekeeping the Factory teams, and then ultimately positioning themselves well for those teams heading outside of Grandma as well as Prison. Enkyo does enough to get his team over the edge.
I was so impressed by the Gentlemates. They definitely lived up to the fan hype. But how about Rock? I think they are the story. They stole first place going into that final drop.
Yeah, and I think the thing about Rock is, you know, they're going to be in a spot tomorrow where they're really going to be battling up against Team Vision. That battle over towards the Prison side of the map, which, let's be honest, we barely saw any Prison fights at all today. Everything was happening on the outskirts of the map. So ROC taking advantage of the position that they're essentially given for free, but Vision's going to be coming for them tomorrow.
The VOD review begins now. Day 3 is in the books. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes here at EWC, thank you so much for watching. We can't wait to bring you the final day of action, Warzone, here at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I be in my head late
day and night, just contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your rain, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the goat is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'm flying away, with or without your rain. You try to make me stay, now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? You try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away.